Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the凱達格蘭 Forum 2026 Indo-Pacific Security Dialogue. The opening ceremony is about to begin. I'd like to once again invite all our guests to please take a seat and silence your mobile devices. Once again, thank you so much for joining us this year. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome His Excellency President赖清德. President has arrived. Please join me in welcoming His Excellency with a big round of applause. The President is accompanied by the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Dr. Lin Jialong. Thank you so much for joining凱達格蘭 Forum 2026 Indo-Pacific Security Dialogue. Thank you. We'd like to also welcome all our distinguished guests here today at the 10th of the凱達格蘭 Forum 2026 Indo-Pacific Security Dialogue hosted by Taiwan Institute of Economic Research and Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Thank you so much for joining us at this wonderful occasion. Thank you and welcome. Thank you. This year is the 10th year of the凱達格蘭 Forum. This marks a very special moment, and we sincerely thank President Lai for joining us, and also Dr. Lin, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, also accompanying the President. Welcome. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you. Thank you so much. Welcome. I'd like to also once again express our sincere welcome to all our guests, distinguished guests here today. Thank you so much for being here. Now, the forum has become one of the Indo-Pacific region's leading platforms for dialogue on security, democratic resilience, and international cooperation. We thank all our guests for joining us at the 10th year of the forum. Thank you. Thank you so much. President Lai and Minister Lin, you're welcome, and please take a seat. Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to the凱達格蘭Forum 2026 Indo-Pacific Security Dialogue, hosted by Taiwan Institute of Economic Research and Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Now, to begin, let's first take a look at the historical journey of the凱達格蘭Forum. This forum has now become one of Indo-Pacific region's leading platform for dialogue on security, democratic resilience, and international cooperation. Over the years, leaders, parliamentarians, and policymakers, scholars, and experts from around the world have jointly participated in this forum to reaffirm our shared commitment to peace, freedom, and rules-based international order. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in enjoying our opening video to Year 10 and Beyond.
统治国家的权利属于人民团体，不是个人，不是政党。
Taiwan shines as a resilient beacon of freedom. May this year's forum continue to unite global forces for a peaceful, stable, and prosperous Indo-Pacific.
Every democracy should be friends with Taiwan, and Taiwan absolutely should have a seat at the table at the United Nations. A strong Taiwan makes a strong United States.
We are standing as one with the people of Taiwan on their desire to be free, to embrace liberty, democracy, and stability.
Here's to many more years of this excellent and unique forum that encourages important conversations and fosters diplomacy.
Congratulate you to your fight for democratic values, just like we in Slovakia, and wish you also great success in this fight.
We wish this forum every success and hope that it will continue to unite international forces of goodwill, work hand in hand with Taiwan to deepen democratic partnerships and jointly safeguard peace, stability, and prosperity in the Indo-Pacific region.
Thank you for your bravery and for standing up for freedom in a very difficult and dangerous part of the world. You will have our support, and let us stand up for freedom together.
A round of applause for all who have been part of this journey, and to everyone who is here today with us. Thank you. It is now my great pleasure to invite the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Dr. Lin Jialong, to deliver his introductory remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Minister Lin. Welcome.
President赖清德, Dr. Lin馨祐, Vice President of the Taiwan Institute of Economic Research, the Honorable Russell Dlamini, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Eswatini, the Honorable Michael McCall, Chairman Emeritus of the U.S. House Committee on Foreign Affairs, and the Honorable Sanna Marin, former Prime Minister of Finland, the Honorable Chrystia Freeland, former Deputy Prime Minister of Canada, the Honorable Gen Nakatani, co-chair of the Inter-Parliamentary Alliance on China, and Mr. Luke Dapourfort, Executive Director of IPAC, and distinguished guests, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome to the凯達格蘭 Forum. I extend a sincere appreciation to President Lai for joining us today for the opening ceremony of the凯達格蘭 Forum. And I warmly welcome all our friends from around the world. I also wish to thank everyone whose hard work and dedication has made this event possible. This year, we mark the 10th edition of the Forum and the 30th anniversary of direct presidential election in Taiwan. It has also been 39 years since martial law was lifted. This now surpasses the 38-year period of martial law itself. From the end of martial law in 1987 to the first presidential election to today, Taiwan's democracy has developed steadily. We have witnessed 3 peaceful changes of governing parties, and our democratic path has been forged step by step by the people. Along the way, Taiwan has deepened resilience and democracy while embracing the world. These milestones remind us that Taiwan's democratic journey has not only altered Taiwan, but continues to bring inspiration to the Indo-Pacific region and the global community as a whole. As President Lai noted in his speech for the Copenhagen Democracy Summit 2026, democracy is one of the values that link Taiwan to the world, and it's Taiwan's most precious asset. This highlights the core significance of today's forum, namely that democratic Taiwan is not Taiwan, China. Our democracy is not only our chosen form of government, it's the foundation upon which we build trust, deepen cooperation, and jointly maintain regional peace and stability with like-minded countries. Over the past 9 years, the Forum has welcomed 148 international guests from 30 countries who have delivered speeches or participated in discussions. They have included former US Vice President Richard Cheney, former Japanese Prime Minister Taro Aso, and former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson. Today, all of you are witnessing, just as they witnessed, Taiwan's steadfast alignment with the democratic camp. Taiwan remains committed to maintaining close trade peace and stability, and to cooperating with allies and partners to achieve co-prosperity. And you might wonder why this platform is called the凯達格蘭 Forum. 凱達格蘭 is the name of the indigenous people who originally lived in the Taipei Basin. Now, the凯達格蘭 Boulevard is the main road leading to Taiwan's Presidential Office Building and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The Presidential Office Building represents democratic governance, while the Ministry of Foreign Affairs symbolizes Taiwan's connection to the world. As the凯達格蘭 Forum enters its 10th year, in addition to reflecting on the past, we must also look to the future and consider Indo-Pacific security over the next decade. Since the founding of the Forum, its focus has expanded from the Asia-Pacific to the Indo-Pacific, highlighting shifts in regional security landscape. At the first Forum in 2017, we examined Asia-Pacific geostrategy and traditional maritime security. But in recent years, security challenges have fundamentally changed. Now, in 2026, we have pivoted in regional collective defense in the Indo-Pacific and countering hybrid warfare, such as gray zone intrusions. Today's security challenges are no longer limited to conventional military conflict. Gradually, gray zone activity and hybrid warfare have gained new momentum, penetrating every aspect of international politics and national governance and people's lives. Authoritarian China continues to threaten democratic Taiwan and the Indo-Pacific region, but this has evolved from traditional geopolitical and military expansionism to two new types of hybrid aggression. In the past, China employed legal tactics such as the so-called anti-succession law and military exercise and intimidation, attempting to undermine Taiwan's national sovereignty and democracy. Now, China has extended its reach to impose a unified national identity and ideological governance. It uses transnational repression against individuals, creating a chilling effect and attempting to limit freedom of speech in overseas community and democratic societies. The most recent development deserving international attention is China's enactment on July 1st of the law on promoting ethnic unity and progress. It provides a legal pretext for authoritarian China to export red terror and engage in international and transnational suppression. Among other things, it grants China's law enforcement agencies room for arbitrary interpretation, and the scope of its threat is not limited to Taiwan. Any organization or individual from any country could be targeted if their words or actions are deemed unacceptable by China. Since the law's implementation, a number of concerning cases have already come to light. This underscores how recent Chinese legislation supposedly aimed at national security or ethnicity, in fact, infringes on the sovereignty and rule of law of nations everywhere. It's also a clear challenge to freedom of speech, human rights, and the international order. On this meaningful occasion, we call on the global democratic community to jointly counter malicious legislation that attempts to place domestic law above international law. We must not allow authoritarian regime to erode human rights and national sovereignty worldwide. We must build a stronger lines of defense to ensure that no form of coercion can destroy our free will. Taiwan stands on the front line, countering authoritarian expansionism and new threats from China daily. Taiwan has therefore adjusted its approach, employing a more flexible and comprehensive diplomatic strategy to address these long-term challenges. Over the last 2 years, Taiwan has advanced President Lai's value-based diplomacy, and through the policy of integrated diplomacy, we are working closely with partners in such domains as security, the economy, technology, and democratic values to achieve a value-added diplomacy. We have fostered cooperation with like-minded countries, including the United States, Japan, and members of the European Union. We are willing to share Taiwan's expertise in countering China's authoritarian expansionism with our allies and partners. And now, I would like to introduce two special guests IPAC co-chair Nakatani and IPAC executive director Pufort, I extend profound appreciation to them both for supporting Taiwan's staunch defense of democracy. I also thank them for taking concrete action when faced with major issues regarding China. They continue to speak up for justice and unite the democratic camp against authoritarianism. Today, IPAC has stepped forward again, issuing a statement strongly condemning China's law on promoting ethnic unity and progress. I sincerely hope that this righteous act draws worldwide attention and ignites a global response. I thank the two IPAC representatives again for their participation and contributions. In closing, I wish this forum every success and look forward to hearing your insights. And thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the remarks. Minister Lin, please return to your seat. Thank you. And next, we're honored to hear from the Interparliamentary Alliance on China. I'd like to invite IPAC Japan co-chair, the Honorable Representative Gen Nakatani, to deliver his remarks in Japanese, and English translation will be shown on the screen. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming IPAC co-chair Nakatani to the stage. Welcome, please. Once again, welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, President Lai Setok and Lin Foreign Minister and everyone invited this section. I'm Gen Nakatani, Defense Minister of Japan. 本日は竹ガランフォーラムにお招きをいただきましたこと、心より感謝申し上げます。私たちは今、深刻な脅威に接しながらも、この台北に集い、普遍的な価値を守り抜く手立てを尽くそうといたしております。越境弾圧という言葉が、ようやく国際社会において用いられるようになりました。しかし、実は決して新しい現象ではありません。ふるさとを追われながらも、なお、ふるさとのため、そして普遍的な価値のために戦い続けてこられた多くの方々が、長年にわたって経験してこられた痛みであり、その脅威は近年、いよいよ深まっております。2年前、私は IPEC の台北サミットに出席をするために、この町を訪れました。あの時も越境弾圧は重大な課題であり、そして私たち IPAC とその加盟議員は、この問題を人権上の一課題から国家安全保障の中核へ押し上げてまいりました。外国からの干渉に対処するための法的枠組み、また対象を絞ったこの制裁措置、そして渡航警告など、今も各国が連携しつつ、可能な対抗策に取り組んでおります。しかしながら、脅威は衰えることなく、中国政府の手によって法律という形を与えられるに至ってしまいました。先行に施行された民族団結法、これは少数民族への同化政策と迫害強化が懸念をされると同時に、とりわけその域外適用、これがもたらす主権の侵害について、私は極めて強い憂慮を抱いております。ほんの数週間前、まさにこの台湾で、日本のジャーナリストであります、 矢板昭夫氏が講演を終えた直後に襲撃をされました。捜査は現在も継続をしておりますが、私は断定的なことを申し上げるつもりはありません。ただ一つ申し上げるならば、中国の民族団結法が施行された、これはその5日前のことでありました。この法律は第63条において、中国の域外にある組織及び個人に対しても責任を追及するということが定められております。すなわち中国政府は東京で語られること、台湾で語られること、そしてこの会場で語られることについてまで刑事管轄権を主張しているのであります。今回のフォーラムでは、越境弾圧が重要な議題となると思いますが、これを個別の犯罪として片付けてはなりません。また、一時的な安全保障上の行き過ぎと見過ごしてはなりません。中国政府は、国内における統制と海外における影響力工作との間で構造的な区別、これを設けておりません。越境弾圧のみを切り離し、警察の所管する事案として処理をしようとすれば必ず行き詰まります。外国からの干渉、経済的な威圧、サイバー攻撃、これらは相互に無関係な事象ではなくて、包括的な戦略に基づく組織化された一体の行動として捉えなければなりません。私は防衛大臣を務めてまいりましたが、領空を侵犯をされれば、レーダーがこれを捉えて、直ちに戦闘機が緊急発進をいたします。しかし、自国の領土に立つ国民が外国を恐れて物を言えなくなったときに、実際になる警報はどこにもありません。それでもなお我が国を守るべき大切な国家の主権と、そして国民の人権、これが明らかに侵害をされているのであります。このような目に見えないままの積み重ねていかれるのが、この越境弾圧でありまして、これを治安問題にとどまらず、国防の問題として捉えて、今こそ真剣に解決の手立てを打つ必要があります。私はまた、内閣総理大臣補佐官としまして、国際人権問題を担当してまいりました。国内外における他国の方々の人権、そして外国における日本国民の人権を守るということは、政治家の職務であります。中国の反スパイ活動、そして反スパイ法が施行されて以降、少なくとも17人の日本人が拘束をされ、そして昨年には両国の経済関係を築くことに人生を燃やし続けてこられた50代、そして60代の会社員に懲役3年6ヶ月の判決が下されております。彼が何をしたかというのは、本人にも家族にも、そして日本政府にも今日に至るまで明らかにされておりません。罪状を明らかにすることを必要がないのであれば、誰であっても捉えられることができる、そういう状況が放置をされているわけでございます。そして日本国内に目を向ければ、ウイグル、チベット、香港などから渡ってこられた方々が集会に参加すれば写真を撮られ、そして故郷に残した家族を通じて圧力を加えられております。私は議員としてそうした声を幾度となく聞いてまいりました。アジアの民主化を志す人々が集う日に、私はそういう日本を誇りに思っております。 逃げてこられた方々が日本の地に立つ限りは、恐れることなく声を上げられ、そうした国になければなりません。中国共産党による越境弾圧に対抗するには、認識の転換が必要です。単なる個別の行き過ぎた警察活動と捉えるのではなくて、越境弾圧は対外的な影響力行使の一環として組み込まれたものであるという認識に立たなくてはなりません。その上で、情報共有、外交的な可視化、経済対抗措置、そして国境を越えた保護ネットワークを包摂する統合的な対抗戦略を確立をする必要があります。そして台湾は、この脅威に最も強くさらされながら、最も強靭な意志と能力で力強く国際社会の一員として存在をし、大きな貢献を果たし続けてこられています。日本は最も大きな友情を交わし合う隣国として、これからも台湾とともに歩んでまいります。共に自由と繁栄を謳歌する未来を築くために、このフォーラムが実り多いものとなることを記念をいたしまして、私の挨拶とさせていただきます。どうもご清聴ありがとうございました。皆さん頑張りましょう。Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Co-Chair Nagatani. Please remain on the stage. And now it's my pleasure to invite Mr. Luke de Pulford, the Executive Director of IPAC, to introduce the statement of IPAC. Welcome.
Good morning. It's a great honor to be among friends and to be able to present this statement to President Lai on behalf of the 320 lawmaker members of the Inter-Parliamentary Alliance on China. IPAC is proud to comprise members who are leading the charge worldwide against transnational repression. This statement, negotiated by our network, expresses our rock-solid opposition to transnational repression, and especially the deeply troubling new ethnic unity law. We present it today as a symbol of our common struggle against authoritarian oppression and in solidarity with the Taiwanese people.
Thank you. And now I'd like to invite both representatives of IPAC to join us in front of the stage. Thank you. And at the same time, I'd like to invite His Excellency President Lai清德and Foreign Minister Lin Jialong to join us on the stage. Welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed to the presentation ceremony of the IPAC statement. I would now like to invite Mr. de Pulford to present the IPAC statement to President Lai. Please hold the statement and look forward into the camera. 我们看向前方摄影镜头. Let's capture this moment. 1, 2, 3. 我们持续看向正前方镜头。好，我们前方摄影师请蹲低。And the last one, please look into the back. We have more friends from the media. 我们看向后方媒体高台。1, 2, 3. And ladies and gentlemen, please give them a round of applause. 好，这边我们请赖总统先留步在舞台上。We kindly ask our 3 distinguished guests to return to your seat with President Lai remaining on the stage. Thank you very much. And at this moment, it's our great honor to invite His Excellency President Lai清-德to address the opening ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming His Excellency President Lai.
Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Eswatini, Russell Dlamini, U.S. House Foreign Affairs Committee, Chairman Emeritus Michael McCall, former Prime Minister of Finland, Sanna Marin, former Deputy Prime Minister of Canada, Chrystia Freeland, IPAC Co-Chair of Japan, Nakatani Jen, IPAC Executive Director Luke de Pulford, Minister of Foreign Affairs Lin Jialong, Taiwan Institute of Economic Research Vice President Lin馨祐, distinguished guests, good morning.
Good morning.
I sincerely welcome our overseas friends to Taiwan. this year marks the 10th凱達格蘭Forum. In many cultures, the number 10 represents fullness and renewal. So thank you for making the long trip here to be with us for this special milestone. I would also like to thank all the participants and organizers. Since 2017, when the forum was established, we have lived through a changing international landscape. We have also overcome the challenges of the pandemic when we adopted an online format. But no matter the distance, no matter the challenges, we worked close together because of our shared values and beliefs. Last month, China implemented the Ethnic Unity and Progress Promotion Law, ignoring international opposition. AIPAC immediately released a statement on the law, condemning it as a flagrant breach of basic fundamental rights. I would like to thank AIPAC co-chair Nakatani, executive director of the PERFORT, and all the rest of AIPAC for reaffirming that position by their participation today. I'm honored to represent the people of Taiwan in expressing our sincere gratitude and support for AIPAC's statement, and we will stand firmly together with you to defend global democracy and the rule of law. I want to emphasize that China's ethnic unity law infringes upon Taiwan's sovereignty and persecutes religions and minority groups. But it goes beyond that. By using forms of transnational repression, it imposes political censorship in all parts of the world, creating a chilling effect. The entire international community should come together and staunchly oppose this malicious law. As the CCP's authoritarianism continues to expand, red terror is also spreading into every corner of the world. In this context, this year's forum focuses on global democratic resilience, collective responses to global aggression, and building long-range supply chains. This reflects Taiwan's global positioning and the international responsibilities we hope to shoulder. So, as the forum enters a new milestone, I want to tell the world that Taiwan will not waver from its path. First, we will safeguard the values of freedom and democracy. 30 years ago, the people of Taiwan bravely went to the polls, undaunted by China's missile threats. With our first direct presidential election, voters announced to the world that Taiwan is a democratic country and that the country's future will be decided by the people of Taiwan. Our democratic success has earned international recognition, and we will not reverse course. Against the threats from China's ethnic unity law, Taiwan's position is clear. We will not accept united front infiltration or red terror. We will not stand by while China tries to extend its reach into Taiwan or any other free nation or region. We will build stronger systems to prevent, counter, and protect against these threats. We will also deepen our cooperation with friends and allies. Together, we will defend free speech, bolster defense and resilience around the world, and uphold the rules-based international order. Second, we will maintain regional peace and stability. Recently, the G7 leaders' statement and a report from the European Parliament both reaffirmed their support for peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait. They also expressed opposition to any unilateral attempts to change the status quo across the strait. We thank our international partners for their strong focus on peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait, and we will respond with action based on the principles of collective defense and shared responsibility. We will continue to upgrade our national defense and build whole of society defense and resilience by extending global cooperation. We will unite our all strengths to secure peace and stability across the Indo-Pacific. Third, we will foster global prosperity and development. As the world enters an era of smart technology, Taiwan is promoting AI applications in all sectors. We are also putting focus on 3 key technologies: silicon photonics, quantum computing, and robotics. Taiwan will be more than a hub for AI infrastructure. Moving forward, we will continue to lead tech development worldwide. We will also leverage our expertise in AI, semiconductors, and ICT to connect with democratic partners. Together, we will deepen our industry and trade ties and build long-range supply chains. This will make our economies more resilient and our nations more secure and prosperous. Taiwan is a beacon of freedom and democracy. We are also a cornerstone of peace in the Indo-Pacific, even in the face of authoritarian threats and emerging global challenges. We will stand firm. We will make sure that this beacon of democracy continues to shine and that the foundation of our freedom stays strong. Your support is key in powering Taiwan forward. Thank you for taking action for democracy, peace, and prosperity. Let's continue ahead, side by side, to protect our common values and achieve our shared goals. Thank you again. And I wish this forum great success. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, President Lai, for addressing the opening ceremony. Due to the scheduling consideration, President will now depart from the forum. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me once again for a round of applause with our appreciation to His Excellency President赖清德for joining us this morning. Thank you so much. Thank you for joining the 10th edition of凱達格蘭Forum 2026 Indo-Pacific Security Dialogue. Many thanks to President Lai and all our distinguished guests for gracing the opening ceremony of the forum. Thank you. Now, I'd like to once again thank all of you for your continued contribution to the forum. And ladies and gentlemen, we will officially begin the forum agenda in about 10 minutes at 9:50 a.m. But we would like to invite you to please remain seated during this time. If you need to step out, please be sure to return to your seat by 9:50. Thank you very much. We'll begin shortly. and gentlemen, our first panel is about to begin shortly. I'd like to invite you all to please return to your seats. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the forum will resume in 1 minute. I'd like to invite you to please return to your seat and silence your mobile devices. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our forum is about to begin. I'd like to once again invite you all to please return to your seat. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we now officially begin the forum. We're honored to feature two distinguished keynote speakers in this session. Our first keynote speaker is His Excellency Rosso Dlamini, the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Eswatini. And our second keynote speaker is Representative Michael McCall, the Chairman Emeritus of the U.S. House Foreign Affairs Committee. To begin this session, may I invite our host, Ambassador François Wu Zhizhong, to the stage to introduce. So I'd like to invite all our guests to invite the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs to the stage, while once again invite everyone to please return to your seat. Once again, please return to your seats as we begin the forum. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, Ambassador François Wu Zhizhong, to introduce the keynote speakers. Welcome. Please.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, mesdames et messieurs, 各位女士、先生，大家早安 ，Good morning.
Morning.
On behalf of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, it is my pleasure to begin the first session of the forum by introducing two esteemed keynote speakers, the Honorable Rosso Dlamini, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Eswatini, and the Honorable Michael McCall, Chairman Emeritus of the House Foreign Affairs Committee of the United States. Our speakers represent two of Taiwan's most important international partners. 这两位讲者是我们他们代表是我们台湾最重要的支持我们的两个国家。Eswatini is a steadfast ally of Taiwan in Africa. This year marks the 58th anniversary of diplomatic ties. As President赖清德had said, our relationship is Latin and ever new. His Majesty King Mswati III put it well when he said that our bond is built on mutual respect and effective cooperation. Taiwan and Eswatini are united by a determination to maintain peace and stability in our regions and preserve the international order. We know that by working together, we can resist external threats, overcome economic coercion, build no-rate supply chains, and enhance the well-being of both our peoples. As the head of Eswatini's government, Prime Minister Dlamini is a gifted politician who shares our vision for international security, prosperity, and progress. He is not only widely recognized for his dedication and leadership, but has also been a resolute supporter of Taiwan's international participation. Speaking up for Taiwan at the UN General Assembly and at the Conference of the Parties of the UNFCCC, Prime Minister Dlamini's presence at today's forum demonstrates Eswatini's resolve to navigate the shifting global landscape together with Taiwan. His visit further solidifies the bonds between our countries and will no doubt lead to deeper cooperation. Our second speaker hails from the United States, which is a very, very close partner of Taiwan. The relationship between our countries is crucial to the preservation of peace and prosperity in the region. With the support of the United States, Taiwan is implementing its 4-pillar of peace action plan to strengthen security and uphold the regional status quo. As trusted democratic partners, Taiwan and the United States are working together to build resilient global supply chains, stimulate industrial development, and push the boundaries in frontier fields like AI and quantum computing. Chairman Emeritus McCall has been a pivotal figure in the Taiwan-US relationship. In his over 20 years of distinguished service in Congress, Chairman McCall has been a leader supporter of ties with Taiwan. His work has built a foundation that continues to underpin the stable development of the Taiwan-US partnership. Chairman McCall has demonstrated great leadership in promoting Indo-Pacific security. He has long advocated peace through strength. Beyond upholding the Taiwan Relations Act, he established the Tiger Task Force to address and delivery delays, enhance deterrence, and maintain regional stability. Before ending, I want to say a word about China, especially the Chinese government. The Chinese government, of course, is now the origin of a lot of problems in the region. I just have make a trip in Africa. My feeling is that working with the Chinese government is just taking a drug. You can have instant pleasure, but in the long term, it's very, very bad for your body. But if you work with Taiwan, it's just like you take the vitamin that you need. You need the vitamin A, you need the vitamin B, you need the vitamin C, and then you take it. But of course, you will not have instant pleasure. But in the long term, it's very good for your body. So with your support, thank you. With your support, with the support of leaders like Chairman Michael and Prime Minister Dlamini, Taiwan is better able to achieve its strategic goals and the world stage and jointly contribute to global peace and prosperity. So, please join me in giving a warm welcome to His Excellency Prime Minister Dlamini and Chairman Emeritus Michael. 谢谢你们，谢谢大家，让我们欢迎他们。
Thank you, Deputy Minister Wu. Please return to your seat. And now it's my great pleasure to invite His Excellency Russell Dlamini, the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Eswatini, to deliver the first keynote speech. Welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Eswatini, His Excellency Russell Dlamini, to the stage. Your Excellency, the floor is yours. Welcome.
Interesting. Your Excellency, Dr. Lai Ching-te, President of the Republic of China and Taiwan, Your Excellency, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of China and Taiwan, Minister Lin, Ambassador Wu, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, Excellencies, former heads of state and government, Honorable Michael McCall, U.S. Representative and Chairman Emeritus of the U.S. House of Foreign Affairs Committee, Honorable Chrystia Freeland, former Deputy Minister of Canada, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, allow me at the outset to convey the warm greetings and good wishes of His Majesty King Mswati III, together with those of the government and the people of the Kingdom of Eswatini. It is a profound honor to address this distinguished forum, which has established itself as an influential platform for thoughtful reflection on the defining issues of our time and the future of the international community. I wish to express my deepest appreciation to His Excellency President Lai, the government and the people of the Republic of China on Taiwan for the generous hospitality extended to our delegation. Every visit to this remarkable nation serves to reaffirm a friendship that has endured for more than half a century, a friendship not measured by the passage of time, but by the depth of mutual trust, shared values, and solidarity. Our relationship has endured changing geopolitical landscapes because it has never rested upon convenience or expediency. It has been sustained by mutual respect, common purpose, and the shared belief that international partnerships must ultimately improve the lives of our people. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, history occasionally presents moments that compel humanity to reconsider long-held assumptions. We are living through one of those moments. The international order is undergoing one of the most consequential transformations since the conclusion of the Cold War. Strategic competition among major powers is reshaping geopolitical alignments. Technological innovation is transforming economies, societies, and governance at a pace previously unimaginable. Climate change continues to test our collective resilience. Armed conflicts persist across several regions,
exacting an unacceptable human cost while disrupting global trade, investment, and supply chains. Economic uncertainty has become a defining characteristic of our age. In such a world, no nation, however powerful, can prosper in isolation, nor can any nation, however small, be regarded as insignificant. These realities call not for narrow interest, but for broader cooperation, not for fragmentation, but for renewed solidarity. For many African nations, economic vulnerability is not a recent phenomenon. Our economies have long been shaped by forces extending beyond our borders. Yet adversity has also strengthened our resolve, deepened our resilience, and reinforced our determination to pursue sustainable and inclusive development. For the Kingdom of Eswatini, security cannot be defined solely by military capability. Food security is national security. Energy security is national security. Water security is national security. Health security is national security. Cyber security is national security. Economic resilience is national security. The challenges confronting humanity are interconnected. Our partnerships must therefore be equally interconnected, comprehensive, and forward-looking. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, throughout history, smaller nations have too often been regarded as spectators in global affairs. The Kingdom of Eswatini respectfully rejects that notion. The Charter of the United Nations affirms the sovereign equality of all member states. That principle is neither symbolic nor aspirational. It is foundational. The legitimacy of the international system derives not from the influence of the powerful, but from the equal dignity of every sovereign nation. No state is too small to contribute. No nation is too insignificant to matter. No people are too distant to deserve peace, prosperity, and justice. It follows that respect for sovereignty, territorial integrity, and political independence, and the principle of non-interference in the international affairs of states must remain the enduring pillars upon which international peace and stability rest. Equally indispensable is our collective commitment to resolving disputes through dialogue, diplomacy, and faithful adherence to international law. These principles are not obstacles to progress, they are its guarantors. The Kingdom of Eswatini remains resolute in its commitment to them. Ladies and gentlemen, as technological progress accelerates, humanity faces profound questions concerning governance, jurisdiction, and accountability. Technology should expand opportunity, not diminish freedom. Innovation should unite humanity, not deepen division. Artificial intelligence must remain a servant of humanity and never become its master. Digital transformation should bridge societies rather than widen existing inequalities. And domestic legislation, regardless of its origin, should never undermine the sovereignty of other states or weaken the principles that underpin international law. Our challenge is therefore not simple to regulate emerging technologies. Our greater responsibility is to ensure that technological advancements remain firmly anchored in values, ethics, human dignity, transparency, accountability, and respect for universally accepted international norms. This is precisely why the Kingdom of Eswatini continues to advocate internationally for human-centered, inclusive, and legally accountable governance of artificial intelligence. Innovation without humanity ultimately diminishes humanity. Ladies and gentlemen, the Kingdom of Eswatini believes that democracy cannot be exported, neither can peace nor stability. Every nation must determine its own constitutional evolution in accordance with its history, culture, traditions, and the freely expressed aspirations of its people. The role of the international community is not to prescribe identical political models. Rather, it is to create conditions in which dialogue flourishes, institutions mature, development is inclusive, and peace becomes sustainable. History consistently teaches one enduring lesson: peace imposed seldom endures. Peace embraced endures for generations. It is born through dialogue. It is sustained through respect. It flourishes through partnership, and it endures through trust. Africa is increasingly becoming one of the defining frontiers of global opportunity. Our continent possesses the world's youngest population. It holds extraordinary agricultural potential capable of strengthening global food security. It possesses the critical minerals essential to the industries of the future. Its digital economy is expanding with remarkable dynamism. Yet Africa's greatest asset is neither beneath its soil nor upon its land. It is the ingenuity, the resilience, and aspirations of its people. The choices we make today in education, science, innovation, entrepreneurship, skills development, and digital transformation will determine whether Africa remains principally an exporter of raw materials or emerges as a leading contributor to the global knowledge economy. This is why partnerships that promote industrialization, technology transfer, research collaboration, and human capital development are indispensable. The Republic of China and Taiwan has consistently demonstrated the transformative value of such partnerships. Across healthcare, agriculture, education, vocational training, digital innovation, industrial development, and private enterprise, Taiwan has remained a trusted and dependable partner of the Kingdom of Eswatini. For this enduring friendship, Eswatini is grateful. The institutions established after the Second World War have served humanity well, but they must continue to evolve if they are to retain their legitimacy in the 21st century. Africa deserves equitable representation within the institutions responsible for maintaining international peace and security. Our continent cannot remain underrepresented in decisions that profoundly shape its future. Accordingly, the Kingdom of Eswatini reaffirms its support for the African common position as articulated in the Ezulini Consensus and the CITA Declaration concerning comprehensive reform of the United Nations Security Council. Inclusive global governance is not a concession. It is a prerequisite for an effective, credible, and legitimate multilateral system. Ladies and gentlemen, history will not judge our generation by the challenges we inherited. It will judge us by the courage with which we confronted them. The future belongs to those who choose cooperation over confrontation, dialogue over division, innovation over isolation, and hope over fear. Let us therefore leave this forum resolved to build a world governed by law rather than uncertainty, cooperation rather than coercion, and by peaceful cohesion rather than conflict. The enduring friendship between the Kingdom of Eswatini and the Republic of China and Taiwan stands as a living testimony to what nations can accomplish when relationships are founded upon trust, mutual respect, and a shared commitment to human progress. For this reason, Eswatini will continue to stand firmly and consistently for Taiwan's meaningful inclusion in global governance and international discourse, recognizing the proven expertise, innovation, and constructive contribution Taiwan brings to the advancement of humanity. As we look to the future, let us continue building societies that are peaceful, prosperous, resilient, and innovative. Let us reaffirm our collective commitment to international law, to the peaceful settlement of disputes, to respect for sovereignty, and to the equal dignity of every nation, irrespective of its size or circumstance. On behalf of His Majesty King Mswati III, the government and the people of the Kingdom of Eswatini, I once again express our profound appreciation to the government and the people of the Republic of China and Taiwan for their friendship and generous hospitality. May the bonds between our nations continue to flourish, deepen, and inspire future generations. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Your Excellency Prime Minister Dlamini, for insightful remarks. Thank you very much. Please return to your seat. Thank you. And next, it is our privilege to hear from our second keynote speaker. Please welcome Representative Michael McCaul, the Chairman Emeritus of the U.S. House Foreign Affairs Committee, to deliver his address. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Representative McCaul. Welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you. And thank you, Prime Minister, for those powerful remarks. I also want to thank the Forum for inviting me this year, the distinguished guests, and the resilient people of Taiwan. Let me first say, wo ai Taiwan. I love Taiwan. I stand before you today not as a Republican or a Democrat, but as a proud American in strong support of this beautiful island and the friendship between our peoples. Taiwan is proof that democracy does work. When I gifted President Lai previously a Texas cowboy hat, as I'm from Texas, I was reminded of the strong values which bind us together. Cowboys symbolize freedom and resilience, and time will show that the cowboy of the West will always prevail against the authoritarian dragon of the East. The United States Congress is the largest bipartisan supporter of Taiwan in the world, and it always has been. Since 1979, our Congress enshrined the Taiwan Relations Act into U.S. law. The Chinese Communist Party would love nothing more than to undermine our partnership and alter U.S. policy toward Taiwan. But on behalf of the United States Congress, I can report to you here today that the policy we mandated in the Taiwan Relations Act remains alive and well. Alive and well to promote a free and democratic Taiwan. First, the law requires the United States to provide Taiwan arms of a defensive character. We are making good on that progress. Last December, Congress signed off on $11 billion in a foreign military sales package directed to Taiwan, the largest in history. And we're not stopping there. I'm confident the President will forward another package to the Congress soon with an additional $14 billion in critical military defense articles. At the same time, I look forward to seeing Taiwan pass its annual defense budget. it is critical that Taiwan pass this budget to advance funding for its domestic drone production. Passing this bill will reiterate Taiwan's commitment to its own self-defense and signal a great leap of faith in Washington. Second, the law requires the United States to maintain the capacity to resist any force or coercion against the people of Taiwan. We must ensure that we have a strong, undeniable posture in the Indo-Pacific. That's why I've consistently worked with Japan, and I'm glad to see the Minister of Defense here today, with South Korea and the Philippines, to ensure our allies have what they need to fend off aggression. Additionally, under my chairmanship, I spearheaded efforts to strengthen the AUKUS partnership between Australia, the United Kingdom, and the United States, which serves as a permanent beachhead in this region. This alliance keeps Chairman Xi up at night because it establishes the critical deterrence measures necessary to maintain global order. The United States does not seek conflict, neither does Taiwan. But as Ronald Reagan taught us, only through strength can we provide the deterrence necessary to secure peace in this region and around the globe. Third, the Taiwan Relations Act explicitly states that our diplomatic relationship with China depends entirely on Taiwan's future being determined by peaceful means. Let me be clear, that is still the case today. For as Ronald Reagan stated many years ago, pointed out, quote, the United States does not consult with the PRC on its arms sales to Taiwan. And that still is the policy of the United States today. While the U.S. pursues strategies to stabilize its relationship with China, we are still clear-eyed about the CCP's threat and their end game. The Taiwan Relations Act was designed to preserve peace and stability in the Taiwan Straits, and it has done so for decades. But the increasing belligerence of the Chinese Communist Party poses a direct threat not only to Taiwan, but to the entire global balance of power. I experienced their intimidation tactics firsthand during my time as chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee. On my first visit to Taiwan, I was greeted by 11 Chinese battleships encircling the island nation, including an aircraft carrier, as well as 70 CCP aircraft which violated your airspace. As a result of my visit, I was sanctioned by the CCP. As far as I'm concerned, that is a badge of honor. These intimidation tactics did not work then, and they will not work now. I returned to Taiwan when President Lai was elected, and I was again met with an armada of Chinese naval ships and airplanes encircling the island. And I will never forget when my colleagues and I were flying over the South China Sea, and China accused us by radio transmitter on the airplane that we were violating their sovereign territories, even though we were in international waters. Make no mistake, the CCP is testing its capabilities and Taiwan's vulnerabilities in preparation for a potential invasion. But their aggression only strengthened my resolve and Taiwan's resolve. In 2024, I fought hard to pass the Emergency Wartime Supplemental Bill, which secured more than $8 billion for our allies and partners across the Indo-Pacific, including Taiwan. As the CCP escalates its military activities around Taiwan and increases their belligerence in the South China Sea, particularly against our allies in the Philippines, it is critical that we respond with unity in the Indo-Pacific region. The CCP's actions are not isolated incidents. They are part of a broader, deliberate strategy to assert dominance in the region, challenging international norms and threatening the sovereignty of neighboring countries. But I believe their malign agenda has backfired. Just this week, Taiwan will be hosting their annual Huanquang military exercises. And I'm proud to say that Taiwan has the highest level of defense readiness and capabilities that I've seen in my 22 years in Congress. China's unchecked aggression towards Japan, the Philippines, and others has awakened the free world. Now these countries are coming together to support one another like never before. Taiwan plays a vital role in that effort, whether it's through your advancement in the AI arms race or outpacing China in its GDP growth. And that's why I wanted to personally congratulate you for pursuing your special defense budget. We must fund and pursue all possible avenues to bolster your defense and resiliency. One critical component of that is cybersecurity, which is just as important as missiles and drones in this age of modern warfare. The lessons from Ukraine are indicative of this. I just came back from the region just recently, and I hope to see the U.S.-Taiwan partnership involved in drone co-production and technology. And the development of U.S.-Taiwan drone sector will create truly a hornet's nest in defense of Taiwan. Our ultimate goal must be deterrence, which leads to peace. The United States stands with you in pursuit of a peaceful, free, and democratic Taiwan. Just recently, the Congress provided up to $1 billion for the Taiwan Security Cooperation Initiative in our National Defense Bill, which allows for a drawdown of U.S. and allied weapons stockpiles directly for Taiwan. Our commitment to ensuring your security from an increasingly aggressive CCP is stronger today than it has ever been. But our partnership goes far beyond defense alone. When it comes to economic ties, our relationship is strong and beneficial to complement our diplomatic and national security ties. And that is exactly why I have championed and strongly supported the Taiwan Double Taxation Relief Bill. I'm confident that our trade relationship with China should never endanger our support for Taiwan. I'm also proud that my CHIPS Act has strengthened our partnership in the technology industry and cemented our shared economic future. Taiwan is our fourth largest trading partner and has made significant investments in the United States, especially in my home state of Texas. It is evident that the U.S.-Taiwan partnership has entered into a new golden age. TSMC stands as a global titan, and through the tax incentives in my bill, they have been able to expand their cutting-edge operations in the United States, strengthening our alliance. During the Korean War in 1950, General Douglas MacArthur famously called Taiwan a, quote, unsinkable aircraft carrier. That is still true today. Taiwan stands as an enduring pillar of freedom to check and to stop the spread of the Chinese Communist Party's malign influence across Asia. As President Lai recently stated, quote, the Republic of China is not subordinate to the People's Republic of China. The CCP attempts to force unification. Its attempts to do so will never succeed because historically, the PRC has never controlled Taiwan. We must not allow the Chinese Communist Party to upend the global balance of power. We are engaged in a generational fight, a competition for the very soul of the free world, and we cannot afford to lose. So to the people of Taiwan, know that you will always have a steadfast partner in the United States of America. And let us continue to stand shoulder to shoulder, unwavering in our defense of freedom. And let us secure a free and democratic future where peace through strength prevails. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Representative McCall, for your powerful remarks. Thank you. Now, I'd like to once again thank both our keynote speakers and our host for this session, and we will now take a short break. Our next session, the panel discussion 1, will begin at 10:30. I'd like to remind our guests to please join us back 1 or 2 minutes before. Sorry, we will begin at 10:35. So please join us back in the hall 1 or 2 minutes before we begin. And we right now have some refreshments and beverages just outside the hall. You're welcome to enjoy and continue to connect. Please keep your valuables with you at all times, and we will be back at 10:35. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, panel discussion 1 will begin in 3 minutes. I'd like to invite you to return to your seat promptly before we begin. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, panel 1 will begin shortly. I'd like to invite you to please return to the venue. Thank you. and gentlemen, the next session, panel discussion 1, will begin shortly. I'd like to invite all guests to please join us back in the hall to begin. Thank you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to begin our first panel discussion. I'd like to invite all of you to please return to the hall and take a seat. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, panel discussion 1 is about to begin. I'd like to invite all of you to please return to your seats. Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the forum. And now we will proceed to panel 1, titled Global Practices of Democratic Resilience in Taiwan's Experience. And there are 5 panelists in this session, respectively from Slovak Republic, the USA, Uruguay, Germany, and Taiwan. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the moderator and panelists of panel 1. First, please welcome the moderator, Ms. Guo Yiying, the host of Taiwan Talks. Welcome. I'd like to give the floor over to Ms. Guo now.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, it is my distinct pleasure to welcome you to panel 1, Global Practices of Democratic Resilience and Taiwan's Experience. I'm Min Kavat, the host of Taiwan Talks. So a generation ago, we thought we were winning the fight against autocracy. A wall had come down, a dictator's statue had been toppled. We thought that once democracy was won, the job was done. But Ivan Korczok lived that story and then watched as Slovakia rewrote the sequel, where those hard-won democratic gains were taken away. So this panel begins with a few uncomfortable questions. Democracy has been backsliding for 2 decades now, as Jamie Fly will explain. Why and how have we allowed this to happen? What are we going to do about this? And is Hungary the chance of a democratic reversal or just an anomaly. Our 5 speakers come from very different places: Bratislava, Washington, D.C., Montevideo, Berlin, and Taipei. And they'll speak about different perspectives: the law, the people, information, business, the Coast Guard. But they are describing the same battle, and that's an adversary that seeks to win with or without fighting, by redrawing a map with a legal argument, turning a supply chain into a leash, and most of all, convincing us that freedom is more trouble than it's worth. So nowhere does that campaign run harder than in Taiwan. So can Taiwan share its experience to help build global resilience? Our speakers will have 10 minutes each, then we'll go straight to your questions. Please put your devices on silent now if you haven't already. We are honored to have a highly distinguished panel of guests today. Let's begin with, to my right, the Honorable Ivan Korczok, who served as Slovakia's foreign minister. He also led his country's delegation into NATO. He's now deputy chairman of Progressive Slovakia. Few people have witnessed as closely how democracies can both flourish and backslide. Help me welcome Ivan. Next, we have Jamie Fly, who leads Freedom House, which is the barometer for democracy and authoritarian influence around the world. About a decade ago, he also served as counselor for foreign and national security affairs to Marco Rubio in Florida. Let's welcome Jamie. Next, we have Pablo Viana, who brings a different perspective as both a former legislator and entrepreneur from Uruguay. Pablo focus on the importance of economic resilience, but from a business perspective. Then we have Daniel Hegedus. He's one of Europe's sharpest analysts of how democracies decay from within and how institutions struggle to respond. He's deputy director of the Institute for European Politics in Berlin and a senior visiting fellow at German Marshall Fund. And last but not least, Dr. Zhijie Carol Lin. She's a senior advisor to Taiwan's National Security Council. Her work sits at the intersection of national security, law, and technology. Her perspective of the threats that Taiwan faces is invaluable. Please welcome Carol. Okay, so coming back to Ivan, the floor is yours.
Good morning to all of you. It's my pleasure to be here, and before I share my thoughts on the topic we're supposed to deal with, how to strengthen democratic resilience, I take a few moments for me to share my very personal message that I want to bring across to you, to the distinguished audience of this forum. I want to thank the organizers for having me, for inviting me, but also Ministry of Foreign Affairs for organizing further meetings that I'm going to have in coming days. And I'm stressing that because I see my current presence here in Taiwan as a continuation of my effort from time of when I was foreign minister of Slovakia from 2020 till 2022, and I have done my utmost to strengthen partnership between Slovakia and Taiwan. I had intensive communication with your previous foreign minister. I have intensive communication with your current foreign minister. And I believe that during that time we have managed to bring this partnership forward. I don't want to dwell for too long on it, but there are tangible results when it comes to economic cooperation between Taiwan and Slovakia, cooperation in the area of academic exchange, and also very important culture. But more important than those tangible results for me is the foundation of this partnership, and that's our shared commitment to freedom, democracy, rule of law, rules-based international order. That's the foundation on which we want to further build the relationship between Taiwan and Slovakia. And as you have, Madam Moderator, introduced me, I am now Shadow Foreign Minister of the leading Slovak opposition party, and I want to say here on the record, should we make it next year and win elections, and I'm convinced of it, and we will replace current government, which unfortunately is pursuing an anti-Western, anti-European and pro-Russian foreign policy. We want to replace them, and if that happens and we get the support of our citizens, we will move that partnership with Taiwan to further level and further intensity. I wanted to say it on the record here. Second point, I want to elaborate a bit on what we have heard this morning from distinguished speakers who opened this forum. President of Taiwan, Foreign Minister of Taiwan, but especially representative from the House, Mr. McCall. I think it would be repeating the obvious that we all in the world, irrespective of where you come from, irrespective of your geographic location, we are experiencing unprecedented geopolitical change, and that change is happening at unprecedented speed. And because the theme of this panel is to share our experience from democratic resilience, how we strengthen it, how we beef it up, I'd like to take your attention, or ask for your attention, when I refer to the most dramatic form which we in Central Europe are experiencing from that global geopolitical change, and that's the Russian aggression against Ukraine. Because that's one of the consequences of this unprecedented global change. When, ladies and gentlemen, in the heart of Europe, in Central Europe, 500 kilometers away from the capital city of Slovakia, from Bratislava, people are being killed. A country was attacked, Ukraine, our direct neighbor. And I'm mentioning that because it's not only a breach of international law, it's not only an attack against sovereign country with the proclaimed objective to deprive Ukraine of its right to choose its own destiny and to belong where it wants to belong. More than that, it's an assault against democracy. It's an assault against European security order, which unfortunately lies in ruins at this moment. So this is how we experience in Central Europe the dramatic changes that are underway. It is extremely important, and I want to recognize the heroic fight of Ukrainians against Russia. It's thousands of innocent people who were killed. But over those last 5 years, and during my visits, repeated visits to Ukraine, I have never ever met and experienced anybody in Ukraine, starting from President Zelensky, and down to simple people in the valleys in Donbass, in Zaporozhye and elsewhere, who would just for a moment hesitate and would think of giving up their fight, which once again is a fight for sovereignty of the country, but for preservation of democracy. And I believe this is something which unites us, whether it is Ukraine, whether it is Central Europe, or it is this extremely important Indo-Pacific region. So that's the point number one that I wanted to say. Situation is dramatic. Nevertheless, I remain optimist because I feel at this moment certain positive momentum which could help Ukraine continue its fight for survival. That momentum is created by resolute support of European Union. Slovakia is a member of European Union. I'm proud of European Union that we have managed not only to continue, not only to support Ukraine in the past, but we have committed 90 billion euros, which allows Ukraine to operate the state, to keep it alive, but to stand against this bloody Russian aggression. Now, very briefly, because I know we've been given 10 minutes, and you, Madam Moderator, you asked the most pertinent question: how how is it, how come that we have reached a point where it seems to be the generational challenge of us to protect, to uphold and strengthen democracy? How come? How did we get here? And there are many reasons for that, many aspects and combination of phenomenon. Why are we in this moment where so many people doubt about democracy, about ability of democracy to deliver a better life, prosperity and security? And I will pick just one of them. And again, it is based on my own personal experience, and it comes from normal, ordinary life of people in Central Europe. If you pause for a minute and realize what people have experienced over the last 20 years in Central Europe, but it could be said similarly about other regions in the world. Somebody who was born 20 years ago, from day one of his life, or her life, he has been looking at the world and living through an optics of a constant crisis. If in a retrospective, 20 years ago, we in Slovakia, in Europe, we've been experiencing almost an existential threat with the Eurozone crisis, where it seems that not only the common currency will collapse, and people felt it in their pockets. It's not, something artificial. People felt that threat. So it was severe crisis. A few years later, when we thought that we have overcome that crisis and we started economic recovery, Russians have seized Crimea. It was, back then in 2014, it was an assault again on sovereignty and on the security order in Europe. When we somehow managed and stabilized and we thought, okay, that would be enough for Russians. That was a major strategic mistake that we have committed, when we thought, okay, they will swallow Crimea and then they will be fine with that. Not at all. Then the global pandemic, COVID-19, when people thought the whole world is going to collapse. So imagine, you still are just 15 years ago, the war, pandemic, constant crisis, economic crisis, and so on, and you continue. And then in 2022, I happened to be foreign minister during that time, Russians' full-scale invasion in Prague against Ukraine, with huge consequences, rising energy prices, instability, all the problems, humanitarian crisis, millions of refugees. So logically, why I'm portraying this, logically from a perspective of ordinary people, he is asking, why is it that the world has become that unpredictable? Why is it that I have to bear the cost of this unpredictability? Where are my governments, and why are they not up to dealing and addressing with those challenges? Why isn't there a government which can protect me? We're still talking about democratic resilience. No doubt, and that will be my closing remarks, and later on maybe I'll have an opportunity to say what can be done about that. No doubt, that's my conclusion, that under those circumstances, there is a fertile soil and friendly environment for all extremists and populists who are offering the simplest solution to the most complex problems. They do offer certainty and democracy under pressure of those circumstances. It has a problem to convince people that with democracy we are all better off. Thank you for these. I don't want to take too much of your time for my colleagues, but later on in the discussion I'd be more than happy to share my views and thoughts what can be done about that. Thank you.
Thank you. So from that personal and rousing portrait of a people of Central Eastern Europe. We will now go to the data, painting the global picture with Jamie Fly.
Thank you. It's great to be back in Taiwan, and thanks to the organizers and to MOFA and the forum for bringing us all together. I want to pick up actually on some of Ivan's comments because although I'm based in the US and have been most of my life, I spent almost 4 years living in Central Europe, in Prague, in recent years as president of Radio Free Europe. And so I've been coming to Taiwan for probably 15 years now. And part of the reason I've always enjoyed coming here is it very much reminds me of visiting Central Europe, those who are on the front lines of freedom in terms of the spirit of the Taiwanese people, the courage of those who see the alternatives to a vibrant democracy firsthand, whose democracy is constantly under threat. And so it's a real pleasure to be here with colleagues from Central Europe as well here in Taiwan discussing these issues. So I now run Freedom House, which is the oldest US democracy organization. For 53 years, we've been analyzing the state of freedom globally through Freedom in the World, which is our annual Freedom Index. And I must say, the picture globally, as has been noted, is pretty bleak. We've documented in our latest report in the spring 20 years of global democratic decline. And we're always trying to look for notes of optimism and examples of successes. And so that's why we at Freedom House are so supportive of Taiwan as a positive example to counter that 20 years of global democratic decline. For us at Freedom House, Taiwan in particular is important because we as an organization, and we're 85 years old, our engagement in support of Taiwan actually extends even before the consolidation of Taiwanese democracy. We've been involved in debates since 1941 about American policy in the world, about American strategic engagements. And so well before you had a fully flourishing democracy here, Freedom House as an institution was taking a stance in support of a strong American defense of Taiwan, stronger economic and people-to-people ties between the United States and Taiwan. And during that period, we were still tracking the state of freedom here. So while Taiwan was under martial law and one-party rule, we were very frank, even though we supported closer US-Taiwan ties, in documenting the lack of political rights, the lack of civil liberties in our annual Freedom in the World reports. We also formed partnerships with the dissidents, reformers, and civic leaders who were working here in Taiwan to open the political system and expand fundamental freedoms. And as Taiwan made progress in its democratic consolidation, we at Freedom House continued to support a stronger US-Taiwan relationship through the passage of the Taiwan Relations Act, and then especially as well the 6 assurances that Chairman Emeritus McCall mentioned earlier, issued by the Reagan administration. And so through that process, working side by side with Taiwanese civil society and activists, we saw firsthand this democratic transition play out over decades. And we saw Taiwan move from authoritarian rule to a vibrant democracy with strong institutions, a free press, and an active civil society. And I should note that progression that we saw here in Taiwan is incredibly unique today, because when you look at those 20 years of democratic decline, what we've really seen through our data is countries struggle to make that full progression from unfree in our categories to partly free and then to fully free. And Taiwan is one of the few countries that has made that progression. Most of the countries that we've seen stall at the partly free category and then often decline because of, especially now, authoritarian efforts to pull them back. And so Taiwan's success story is incredibly powerful, I think, to the entire world at this moment when democracy is under threat. In the latest Freedom in the World report we released in the spring, Taiwan is actually the 8th freest country in the world. I don't say this with any pleasure, but actually in our ranking, Taiwan actually scores 12 points higher than the United States in this 2026 version of our report, and it only ranks behind Japan in Asia. And this is all despite the fact that Taiwan is today one of the world's most targeted democracies by authoritarian attempts to undermine its institutions and its freedom. Our research through both Freedom in the World and other reports we issue show that Taiwan faces the most intense CCP influence efforts of any country we've ever studied, while also demonstrating the strongest resilience. That score I mentioned that Taiwan has is currently 93 out of 100. In comparison, our ranking of China scores it at only 9 out of 100. And so you can see the fundamental difference. You can also see the difference in other territories where China has exerted its authoritarian tools. Hong Kong in particular, I would just call out, where we've documented a 26-point decline since 2014 in terms of their ranking in our index. And 11 points alone since 2020, since the imposition of the national security law. And I think Hong Kong in particular is also a warning sign for the world and for Taiwan that the CCP cannot be trusted to uphold the freedoms in any place where it's trying to expand its influence. Taiwan obviously has maintained peaceful democratic transfers of power for more than 2 decades. And continues to demonstrate that democracy can thrive. And the power of that model is why we see this intense targeting by the CCP of Taiwanese democracy. And I think, as Chairman Emeritus McCall mentioned, it's incredibly important that as our governments in the United States and the governments of the European colleagues who are represented here continue to engage economically and diplomatically with Beijing, we need to ensure that our government-to-government engagement does not do anything to undermine Taiwan's autonomy and its democratic success story. A few remarks here in my closing minutes on why we see Taiwan as having been so successful. It's obviously the brave and courageous work of decades of dissidents, activists, civil society, and politicians that I mentioned earlier. We've seen methodical progress in building democratic institutions, making them resilient and abiding by norms. But I think it's also important just to call out the fact that in the last several presidential administrations, Taiwan strategically has made choices that have made it more resilient. Starting with the government of Tsai Ing-wen, continued under President Lai's leadership, Taiwan has gone to great strides to reduce its economic reliance on China. I remember when I first came here 15 years ago, that was not the case at all. Previous governments at the time were pulling Taiwan closer to Beijing. And this remarkable shift has created opportunities for deeper and new partnerships with the United States, some of the investments of TSMC and others that were mentioned earlier, but also significant investments with democratic partners in Europe, which has helped build closer political engagement with many European countries, again, which 10 years ago I think would have been unimaginable for Taiwan. The other effect, obviously, of those strategic decisions have been the fact, and I just in meetings yesterday heard more about this, Taiwan's economy is booming. Meanwhile, the economy we see on the mainland is stagnating, which is creating its own problems for Xi Jinping. And so it also has freed up resources for Taiwan in recent governments to spend more on Taiwan's own defense, which obviously in this resource-constrained environment is incredibly important to gain increased and continued support from the United States and other partners. So we've seen China respond to this with more threats, more military aggression, obviously efforts to undermine Taiwanese democracy and spread disinformation, despite the fact that Taiwan obviously has an incredibly free and open internet, freedom of speech, none of which Chinese nationals on the mainland can enjoy. But in particular, we at Freedom House have documented the use of transnational repression, which the Foreign Minister talked at length about earlier today. We have a database which tracks international incidents of transnational repression. We've tracked 1,300, and that's with our very narrow definition of transnational repression. Over a 10-year period up until 2025, China globally is the largest perpetrator of these tools, and with the new national security law, which was mentioned earlier, we expect that those numbers will increase. That's in addition to detentions, renditions, assaults, assassinations, use of spyware and digital threats to target Chinese citizens, but now also Taiwanese nationals outside of China's borders. And so Freedom House remains committed to continuing our work on TNR and trying to raise awareness about this global phenomenon, which is becoming increasingly a matter of concern. So in closing, I would just say that only 21% of the world's population now lives under democracy and in countries that we rate fully free. This is often a stark statistic and a depressing one, but I think Taiwan shows us that there is cause for optimism. I'd also note that even in China, we see signs of increased public demands for freedom from Chinese protesters. We have a report called China Dissent Monitor, which in recent months has tracked the highest level of protests on the mainland that we've seen in 4 years, which I think is a warning sign for the regime. But I think more importantly, Taiwan's story that I've described is evidence that democracies can withstand the sort of authoritarian pressure that we see constantly from Beijing, from Moscow, from others, while also remaining open societies. And I think all of us here who are visitors to Taiwan are here because we believe that it is our duty in our countries, in the free world, to continue to expand our support for Taiwan at this critical moment for the fate of global democracy. Thank you.
Now to Pablo and the view from Uruguay, another bastion of democracy.
Thank you. It is an honor to be here in Taiwan once again and to take part in this conference devoted to one of the great challenges of our time, the resilience of democratic societies. Our presence together in Taiwan expresses a political and moral conviction. Democracies must cooperate and support one another, as no free nation can defend itself alone. I come from Uruguay and Argentina too, from a region distant from Taiwan, yet united with it by the conviction that freedom must be protected, cultivated, and passed from one generation to the next. I stand before you as president of Fundación Free and of the International Freedom Foundation, but also as a businessman and as a man committed to the conservative tradition. A tradition which understands that freedom needs responsibility and a moral community, and that it can only survive when citizens are prepared to defend it. The subject that brings us together is democratic resilience. In this, Taiwan represents one of the most important examples of our time. The year 2026 marks 30 years since Taiwan held its first direct presidential election. In barely 3 decades, this nation has consolidated a pluralistic democracy and an advanced economy. And it has done so while facing military pressure, diplomatic isolation, cyber attacks, economic coercion, and permanent campaigns of disinformation. It is important to recognize that the nature of conflict has changed. For much of the 20th century, what was relatively visible, there were armies, borders, and formal declarations. Today's hybrid warfare combines military intimidation, espionage, propaganda, diplomatic and economic pressure, political interference, and the penetration of strategic sectors, turning our own open societies against themselves. It exploits social media, economic freedoms, partisan divisions, corruption, and technological dependencies to weaken our collective resolve, to make us believe that institutions are useless, that truth does not exist, and that freedom is merely an illusion. This is the principal battlefield of our time, our minds and moral characters as citizens. Václav Havel understood this very well. In the face of communist totalitarianism, he upheld the need to live in truth. That lesson remains entirely relevant today. Truth and trust must be understood as strategic assets of national security. Democracies do not survive by relying on their formal institutions. They survive because there are men and women prepared to defend them, to assume responsibility, and when necessary, to make sacrifices in the name of the common good. This dimension occupied a central place in the magisterium of Saint John Paul II. In Centesimus Annus, John Paul II maintained that an authentic democracy is possible only when the state is governed by the rule of law, based on a correct conception of the human person. When the person is subordinated to the party, state, social class, or ideology, freedom becomes a concession granted by those in power. Before being a citizen, consumer, worker, or voter, every human being possesses an inherent dignity, which political power does not grant and, therefore, cannot take away. Benedict XVI continued and deepened this reflection. In Caritas in Veritate, he taught us that human development cannot be separated from truth, charity, and moral responsibility. When a society forgets the transcendent dignity of the person, the state risks regarding itself as the master of their lives, consciences, and destiny of its citizens. Democratic resilience requires a culture capable of forming free and responsible people. It needs pluralism, but it must not resign itself in the face of totalitarianism, violence, or organized falsehood. This same idea appears in the work of some of the great thinkers of freedom. The magisterium of John Paul II and Benedict XVI, together with the conservative traditions of thought, converges on one essential principle. The person can be for the state, and power must remain limited by truth, law, and human dignity. Resilience cannot be improvised on the day an emergency occurs. It is built over many years. In this, Taiwan offers something distinctive, the ability to combine strategic readiness with an open, dynamic, democratic, and innovative society. This experience is directly relevant to Hispanic America. Our region does not face a threat identical to Taiwan's, but it does face growing forms of hybrid warfare, organized crime with territorial power, structural corruption, disinformation, populism, penetration of strategic sectors, technological dependence, and the political use of trade and infrastructure. From the Southern Cone, we do not see Taiwan merely as a commercial or technological partner. We see it as a strategic and moral ally. Through Fundación Free and the International Freedom Foundation, we seek to promote practical cooperation between Taiwan and the democracies of Hispanic America, cooperations that brings together political leaders, business people, scholars, communicators, and young leaders. We can work together on democratic education, cybersecurity, the protection of critical infrastructure, the analysis of disinformation, the diversification of supply chains, and the development of leaders committed to freedom. The principal geopolitical contest of our time is not just a competition among states. It is a competition among political systems and ultimately between two different conceptions of the human person. On one side stands the Western tradition, which recognizes that every person possesses a dignity that precedes the state, that power must be limited, that the law must stand above those who govern, and that families, churches, businesses, communities, and civil associations have a life of their own that political power must respect. On the other side are systems that subordinate the persons to the state, truth to the power, and economy to the political objectives of the regime. We must defend our civilization, affirming human dignity, religious freedom, freedom of expressions, and the right of people to decide their own future. These are universal aspirations. Democratic resilience is ultimately freedom organized, and above all, it requires something that no government can manufacture, citizens convinced that their freedom is worth defending. Taiwan's experience demonstrates that a nation can resist and preserve its freedom, that it can protect its identity without isolating itself from the world, and that it can transform external pressure into a reason to strengthen its institutions. For this reason, Taiwan is a democracy that inspires, and it's an example that the free world must study and support with conviction. Thank you.
Thank you. Pablo, I loved your truth and trust are strategic assets. Thank you so much for that. Daniel, now a perspective of what Hungary means for democratic resilience.
Thank you so much. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's a true honor to be able to address the凱達格蘭Forum as a citizen of a re-emerging democracy, Hungary. Europe has been facing and will continue to face actually a series of highly impactful elections over 2026-2027, both to its internal cohesion and democratic integrity. And these elections will have far-reaching implications also for the global democratic resilience. And one of these elections, actually the earliest one, has been the Hungarian elections in April 2026, which ousted, after 16 years, the government of Prime Minister Viktor Orbán from power. So in my contribution, I will try briefly to explain what this democratic change means for the global democratic community, for the democratic integrity of the European Union, and potentially also the future of the bilateral relations between Hungary and the People's Republic of China on the one hand, and potentially the bilateral relations between Taiwan and Hungary on the other hand. In order to be able to do so, please just allow me to make a step back and address very briefly the question why Hungary matters. Hungary is a very small 10 million Central and Eastern European country with a rather small to mid-sized economy. But this country over the past one and a half decade used to play a rather oversized influence, particularly at the European political stage, but also in the international relations. Why? For three reasons. First, because this country has been pioneered illiberal authoritarian developments within the Western world, and actually highlighted that threats to democracy are not always coming from the outside. Very often they stem internally. And with this pioneer role, actually Hungary and the Hungarian regime provided a blueprint for like-minded illiberal forces with authoritarian aspirations, both in Western Europe and also in the United States. Second, beyond this domestic authoritarian track record and aspiration, Hungary developed a foreign policy strategy, what we could call multivectoralism, or multivectoral foreign policy strategy. It's a well-known foreign policy strategy actually for neutral countries, but before that never ever emerged within the European Union and NATO. And this multivectoral foreign policy meant that Budapest sought strategic, privileged relationship with authoritarian great powers and the main contenders of the global democratic community and the West, Russia, and the People's Republic of China. And third, because the main toolkit of this multivectoral foreign policy was blockade and veto diplomacy in the Western multilateral organizations, in NATO, but primarily in the European Union. And the government in Budapest used this veto diplomacy actually to foster Chinese and Russian interest within these Western integration bodies. Just allow me to mention a couple of cases. Former Hungarian Foreign Minister Péter Szijjártó was the only EU foreign minister who represented the Chinese position in 2016 in the South China Sea arbitration case. Hungary was the country why the European Union was unable to adopt a resolution in response to the South China Sea case and blocked dozens of resolutions in the European Union that intended to condemn human rights violations in Xinjiang and Hong Kong. But the Hungarian government didn't only pursue this policy vis-à-vis China, but also in other cases that directly threatened the security of Europe with regard to Russia's full-scale invasion against Ukraine. It constantly tried to water down European sanction measures against Russia and blocked not only the EU accession procedure of Ukraine, but repeatedly EU financial and military aid to Ukraine. And this is gone. The strategic aspiration of the new Hungarian government is not only to rebuild liberal, pluralist democracy within the country, but also to reinstate Hungary as a trustworthy and credible and constructive partner at the international stage. And I think this democratic experience will potentially have some far-reaching consequences only for the democratic resilience globally, but certainly immediate and direct consequences at the field of European and foreign policy. The longer-term consequences are that as Hungary pioneered actually autocratization within the Western world and within the democratic community over the past 16 years, it will be now an example of a unique democratic experience, how you can rebuild democracy, potentially in line with liberal constitutionalism and the rule of law after such an authoritarian experience. And I think there are two important lessons learned from this country. The first is that liberal democracy didn't lost its appeal. Even though if we see the rise of illiberal and radical right forces throughout the Western world and particularly in Europe, citizens, if they really experience what illiberal governance means, corruption, the lack of accountability, and ultimately bad governance, they also understand what democracy means and brings for them in their everyday life. The bad news is that it takes time. In my country, it took 16 years. The second important lesson is that with this, Hungary actually stepped up as a frontline democracy because we shouldn't fool ourselves. Russia and the People's Republic of China will keep a strategic interest in the failure of this redemocratization experience. But this is the long run because what fruits this experiment can bear, we will be only able to see in 2 to 4 years from now. But the immediate consequences. The main veto player in the European Union is not there anymore. With the immediate consequences that the EU will be able to address the threats emanating from the People's Republic of China, human rights violations conducted by Beijing in a much more committed manner. And therefore will also able to contribute more effectively to global democratic resilience. Second, from the perspective of Chinese-Hungarian bilateral relations, the main losers of the April 2026 Hungarian elections are sitting in the Kremlin and Beijing because they lost one of their most important interlocutors within the Western world. The bilateral relationship between Beijing and Budapest will lose their privileged characteristics. That doesn't mean that we will see an immediate deterioration. That's not in the interest of any of the parties. Obviously, we have seen a cooling down in the consequence that former Hungarian foreign minister was actually appointed into the global leadership of the Chinese company BYD, was potentially not the most diplomatic step made in Beijing vis-à-vis the new Hungarian government. But the presence of the 10-12 billion foreign direct investment in the country will actually, I think, convince decision makers in both capitals that escalation is not in their interest. However, I am almost certain that no further Chinese foreign direct investment will follow in the country. Hungary led actually the investment list within the European Union when it came to Chinese FDI over the past couple of years, but we also need to understand that these decisions were not made with a business logic. This was actually political reward for the closest geopolitical ally of Beijing within the European Union. And while this relationship will lose its privileged character and Chinese FDI inflow will be stopped, that opens a new opportunity also for relationship between Taiwan and Hungary. This is actually happening. The company that kept Hungarian exports high in the summer of 2026 was Foxconn, which overperformed the contribution of BID and CATL to the Hungarian export in this year. And this is the solid fundament on the basis of which I think this bilateral relationship can develop and which can also convince decision makers within the Hungarian government to potentially also upgrade this relationship in some way politically in the future. So I am rather confident and finishing with these sentences that I hope that the next years will bring a strengthening and reinvigoration of democracy in my country and will potentially also open up a new era in the bilateral relationship between Taiwan and Hungary. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Daniel, for that much deeper understanding of the implications of Hungary, a moment of great hope and potential. Carol Lynn, one of the most targeted and yet most resilient of democracies. Over to you.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, the organizer, respect the moderator, panelists, and honorable guests. Good morning. My name is Carol Lynn. I'm now the Senior Advisor in National Security Council. And before joining the team, I've been the professor in National Yangming Jiaotong University School of Law, and also I'm a lawyer. National Yangming Jiaotong University is located in Hsinchu, next to the Science Park, which called the Taiwan's Silicon Valley. So during the past 21 years, I've been witnessed the grow up of our science park and our technology supremacy, as well as the development of AI. Today, my job is share about Taiwan's experiences, about how Taiwan become a resilience model in the global. I would like to mention first, last month, 2 independent bookstores in Hong Kong were under search and seized. 5 bookstore employees were arrested. I remember one female clerk walked out the bookstore with the handcuff. Her t-shirt, there's a sentence on her t-shirt, "I am a bookseller." And the sentence soon become an important slogan to accuse the authoritarian abuse of power. I grew up in Taiwan. I'm very lucky. I am now 52 years old. Now you know my age. When I was a teenage girl, Taiwan still under the martial law period. So Hong Kong is a symbol of freedom that I'm never deny. I'm the big fan of Hong Kong drama, Hong Kong movie, Hong Kong song, Hong Kong novels. So in my generation, seeing the change of Hong Kong really feels really sad. Hong Kong's situation get more and more worse after 1997, as well as the Fan Song Zhong protest, the anti-extradition bill protest, and also the enactment of Hong Kong national security law. Taiwan is very lucky that we built a democratic country with a lot of efforts and sacrifice by several generations. As you know, we just celebrate 30 anniversaries of first direct president election. Although China used all the ways to harass Taiwan and coerce Taiwan, and Taiwan faced military intimidation, economic coercion, political and legal warfare, as well as the information manipulation from China. However, with the support of our global friends and the efforts of Taiwan's people, now we became the living model of a democratic resilience. I believe to defend Taiwan's democracy, we need to maintain our hard power and also the soft power. As for the hard power, it including the military power, economic power, finance, security, and also the technology supremacy. China has already did all its best, try to buying our IP and the technology supremacy, either in merging some company or stealing Taiwan's trade secret by illegally recruitment Taiwan's elite. Therefore, during the past decade, Taiwan made a lot of efforts to enact the new trade secret protection law and trying to strengthen our export control system. As for the soft power, it including our multicultural, our different ethnic group equality, gender equality, human rights, and rule of law. I remember a famous German legal professor. He mentioned that China is like a dual state. Like in the economy and anything is not so sensitive, you can see it still have the legal system. You can see there's a court. But anything related to politics and human rights, it become another phase. So that really happened in Hong Kong and China right now. So Taiwan, we do need to strengthen our power in national security law, especially when we face the transnational repression all the time. As you know, that a famous journalist, Shi Banmingfu in Taiwan, being transnational repression and harassed by someone from Hong Kong, actually from China last month. So Chinese government set their police station all over the world, try to collect the private data and personal information, trying to repress the different voice. Therefore, transnational repression is no longer a domestic issue, but for a global issue and a very serious repression of human rights. And for the soft power, Taiwan never gave up, have the dialogue with the global society. Even we're not the member of United Nations, we already try our best to set our standard with the global standard. I still remember in 2017, I was invited to the Hong Kong University School of Law and gave a talk about women's rights and gender mainstreaming, especially after Taiwan became a democratic country. After my talk, there's a girl student stand up and saying that, I'm so jealous about Taiwan because you have the real Congress, you have the real representative, and you have the real NGO. At the talk, I mentioned there are 3 drives to improve Taiwan, trying to walk into the global society and trying to change the authoritarian country into a democratic country. The first drive is we have a real election. The second drive is we have the real constitution. The third drive is we trying to use the United Nations standards, such as we adopt the CEDAW, the convention to eliminate all form discrimination against the women as the standard to review our domestic law. Therefore, you could see Taiwan's human rights protection get more and more improved. So the girl student, after her talk, I still remember the tears in her eye, and that's really touched. And I believe that all those hard power and the soft power are the key issue for Taiwan to defend our democracy. I only have 2 minutes, but I can talk this issue about 1 hour. So let me finish in 2 minutes. So actually, we made a lot of efforts to defending Taiwan's democracy, especially and more serious issue regarding to the gray zone warfare. And China is so good at weaponize the legal system. So you can see, actually, it made a lot of domestic law. However, there's always one article mentions that when the government needs, it can get all information it needs. Therefore, in Taiwan, we need a new thought, such as Foodpanda, Uber, all those like food delivery industry could not be deemed as the logistic industry anymore. Actually, it is the data collector. So the cybersecurity, the personal data, the sensible information, we should do a lot of efforts to protect Taiwan. It's not only from the public sector, but we need the contribution from the private sector either. So again, we want to thank all the global friends because your action and your voice that's helped Taiwan become the resilience model in today's global society. And anyway, make a stronger Taiwan will make a safer Indo-Pacific region. Thank you so much, and welcome to Taiwan. Hope you enjoy your stay here.
Thank you to our distinguished panel for all of those speeches. Okay, now we are going to open the floor to questions. Please, can you say your name, your organization, and who you want to direct your question to? Please also keep the question short so that our panelists can understand clearly. Okay.
Thank you, and this session will continue until 11:50 as we have a security check procedure for the upcoming luncheon. So, ladies and gentlemen, please raise your hand if you have any questions. Our staff will deliver a microphone to you, and please limit your questions within 2 minutes. Yes, we have one, another one in the back.
Thank you very much to distinguished panelists. My name is Aaron Dennison. I'm a visiting scholar at NCCU and also a scholar at the University of Malaya in Malaysia. My question is to a friend from former Foreign Minister of Slovak Republic, because you brought out the argument about the Russia invasion of Ukraine, so I just wanted to probe on that a bit more. Basically, Professor John Mearsheimer has argued for years that while Putin violated international law by invading Ukraine, he has also said that the Western world should bear some responsibility for creating the conditions that led to the Ukraine war by relentlessly pushing NATO expansion and attempting to turn Ukraine into an outpost for the Western world. I was wondering, what do you think of Professor Mearsheimer's remarks? What evidence convinces you that NATO expansion and the Western policy played little role in the outbreak of the law? And more broadly, how should policymakers distinguish between explaining Russia's perspective on security concerns and dismissing them altogether? Thank you.
Ivan.
Should we respond right away, or are we collecting questions, or should I respond? I can, okay. Yeah. Those opinions and ideas presented by Professor you refer to are well known. I have to oppose him, and I hope you remember the famous speech, or rather essay, that Putin has published in the summer 21, preceding then the full-scale invasion which took place in February 22. In that 27 pages long essay, actually, he has formulated the objective which he believes gave him authority to start a full-scale invasion. And there are several aspects in that speech. But the one particular and most decisive and driving moment by which he wanted to legitimize this action was actually his denial of existence, of very existence of Ukraine as a sovereign state. So whatever arguments Professor Mearsheimer and others are using about possible co-responsibility of the West for this invasion, the ultimate issue that we have to oppose and fight and deny is this one, what President Putin has tried to use in order to legitimize the war. Ukraine is a sovereign country, is a democratic country, and it's only Ukrainians themselves, the citizens of Ukraine, have a right to choose what kind of government they want to have, where do they want to belong to, and it's obvious that they have chosen the path of democracy, and they have chosen a destiny which links them to the democratic Western European order, if you want. I vehemently deny the argument that is used that by, for example, expansion of NATO, which includes Slovakia, and I happened to be chief negotiator on our NATO accession in 1992, that by that we have threatened Russia's security interest. Don't forget that there was a period of time where we, in NATO and European Union, we've offered a partnership with Russia, which was then denied. Don't forget that under similar pretext, claiming under pretext of historic claim for the territory of Crimea, he started that war already back then in 2014. And let me say on the record, that was our major mistake that we in Europe, that we in the Western part of the world have made, because we thought 2014 he has occupied Crimea and it will be over. It will never be over. And therefore it is so important, that we support Ukraine in its fight against Russia, against this full-scale invasion. Once again, it's not only a military action, it's an assault on democracy, on the very principle on which the order in Europe was built after the Second World War. I'm proud that European Union, and in this case, and I hope more than up until now, the United States will join us in supporting Ukraine, because it's not only the destiny of one country which is at stake, it's the destiny of the entire European continent. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe we have another question. Please state your name and organization before we begin. Thank you.
Thank you for our panelists and our distinguished chairman. I'm from Taiwan Foundation of Democracy. Let me first, I feel you all appreciate Taiwan's democratic resilience. As a part of Taiwan, we certainly really appreciate that. But I have one fundamental question. What do you mean by democratic resilience? How you measure that? Maybe this deserves a long discussion. It's a kind of academic topic, but I would like to offer a simple comparison. If we compare with South Korea just experienced kind of a coup d'etat, a 6-hour martial law in effect, but immediately return to regular democracy. Whether that kind of performance demonstrates a kind of a better resilience than Taiwan or not? That's my simple question. Thank you for your understanding and your sharing. Thank you.
Does anybody want to take that question? Otherwise, I can select somebody. Jamie, thank you.
I'll jump in. I mean, I think at Freedom House, obviously, we have a whole methodology that we use to do these rankings. And so we look in a very detailed way, category by category. Not to say that that's the only way to look at these things, but we look at political rights, we look at civil liberties, and we go within those categories and look at the functioning of elections, whether democratic institutions are truly resilient when they come under pressure, whether government functions, which has been one of the biggest issues, to be honest, in the US decline in our ranking because of some of the issues between the different elements of the US government, the US Congress, for instance, having declining power compared to the executive and the judicial branches. We look at rule of law, we look at personal autonomy, and so I think if you look at all of these categories, at least in our index, Taiwan is almost has a perfect score. In our latest report, only Finland had a score of 100 out of 100, but Taiwan comes pretty close. And so I do think that these categories are an important way to look at this. In the Korean case, I agree with you that when under pressure, the Korean system has responded in a rather resilient way. However, I think, again, in our ranking, Korea falls about, I think, 12 or so points also, maybe 15 points behind Taiwan, partly because of some issues related to the influence of money in politics and some structural challenges that over time, I think, have undermined Korean democracy. And so, again, I think in our ranking, we don't see those same warning signs in Taiwanese democracy. We see incredible resilience despite the external pressure. And despite at times the internal gridlock that you have in your politics, government is still functioning, decisions are still being made, and that's why we ranked Taiwan so high in our index.
Thank you. Thanks for the question. I believe resilience is the power and the ability to recover, adapt, and bounce back from difficult situations, stress, or changes. Compared with North Korea, Chinese government is so active in global society, is the member of United Nations, and is do all its best to try to repress Taiwan in the global society. So Taiwan actually faced the visible and invisible threat from Chinese government all the time. But look at Taiwan today. So I should be say, we're so proud of being a resilient country and being the citizen of this country. So that is my answer.
Thank you. Ivan?
No, I have not resisted temptation to respond to questions which you, Madam, have posed. What is resilience? And Madam Professor, she has gave us a perfect definition of it. More practically, in my view, democratic resilience means how to withstand the pressure which comes from within and from outside on the very substance of democracy. What it is? It's a pressure on democratic institutions. Don't forget, we see it everywhere. When somebody tries to weaken democracy, he firstly attacks institutions. What it is? It's judiciary system, it's the independence of courts, it's the way how we are running our governments, how we legislate. So it's assault against institutions. The second one, or very often the first ones who are attacked, are media. Very often media are labeled as enemies of people. Within that sphere, we have a completely separate but very important decisive phenomena of disinformation. We can talk hours and days about disinformation as a threat to democracy. And number three, in my view, in the experience of my own country, the ultimate assurance of democracy is active civic society. Active civic society, when institutions are assaulted, when media are attacked, in that moment, it's the civic society which draws the red line for the government, which never must be crossed. I could speak endlessly about it. You can add certainly economic resilience, because economy is not everything, but without it, everything is nothing. Security and defense, but resilience means to protect the pillars of democracy, institutions, free media, and definitely civic society. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please join me in thanking our panel.
Okay, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I noticed there are some more questions from the audience, but due to the time limit, we would like to close this panel with a group picture of all our panelists and our moderator. Thank you so much, Ms. Guo, for moderating this session. I'd like to invite all of you to please join us in the center stage for a picture. Thank you so much. I'd like to thank our moderator and all panelists for this wonderful session. Please come together and face the camera. 1, 2, 3. Thank you so much. Another one. Thumbs up. Taiwan style. 1, 2, 3. Thank you so much for sharing your invaluable insights. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to express our sincere appreciation again to all the panelists in this session, and we will now begin the luncheon and keynote speech. Please note that next session, panel 2, will begin at 2 p.m. in the afternoon. The luncheon and keynote speech is scheduled at 12:10, which is about 20 minutes away from now. Guests who has name badges that are marked luncheon and keynote speech, please follow our staff at the back of the hall to the luncheon ballroom just next to us. And to ensure a smooth security check and seating process, we kindly invite you to avoid bringing large bags and carry only your valuable belongings. Thank you so much for your cooperation. We look forward to welcoming you at the luncheon. Thank you.
没有，然后等他讲完了，就是他们要做测试了，你可能就不能瞄了，好不好？哈，总统那次不能。
Test, test, test. 好 ，test test test。不会不会，
备用的他们拿走了，他满电了。对啊，哦，有备用。算吧，我收到盘点啊。先拍一下，好。
再打开，因为那个他要递麦克风。好。麦克风测试，1、2、3， 1、2、3，麦克风测试，1、2、3， 1、2、3。
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome to the luncheon. The luncheon and keynote speech will begin momentarily. I'd like to invite all guests to kindly take their seat and prepare for the session. Thank you once again.
distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to the luncheon. As our luncheon and keynote address is about to begin, I'd like to invite all our guests to please take a seat and silence your mobile devices. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the luncheon is about to begin. I'd like to once again invite all our guests to please take your seats and silence your mobile devices. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Her Excellency Vice President Xiao Mei-ching and His Excellency Rosso Dlamini, the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Eswatini, and Madame Dlamini. Welcome to the luncheon of Katagalan Forum 2026 Indo-Pacific Security Dialogue. Thank you so much to Vice President Xiao Mei-ching for joining us today, this afternoon during our luncheon. Thank you so much. Please take a seat. Welcome. We'd like to once again express our warm welcome to all our guests here at the luncheon. Thank you for being here. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to the luncheon of Katagalan Forum 2026 Indo-Pacific Security Dialogue. It is a great honor to have you all here with us this afternoon. Today, we're privileged to feature a distinguished guest for our luncheon keynote address, the Honorable Chrystia Freeland, the former Deputy Prime Minister of Canada. And to open this luncheon session and to introduce our keynote speaker, it is now my distinct honor to invite our host, Her Excellency the Vice President Xiao Mei-ching, to the stage to deliver opening remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Vice President Xiao Mei-ching. Welcome.
Your Excellency, Russell Dlamini, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Eswatini, and Madam Philippe Dlamini, the Honorable keynote speaker for today, the Honorable Chrystia Freeland of Canada. And also we have Your Excellency Sanna Marin, former Prime Minister of Finland, and Ambassador Wu, co-sponsor of today's luncheon, and also Grace Chung, Director of International Affairs for the Taiwan Institute of Economic Research. Distinguished friends, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Well, it's a great honor for me to have the podium for just a few minutes, and I guarantee it won't be long. Before we present today's luncheon's keynote speaker to all of you, but I want to highlight that your presence here means a lot to us. It is a shared commitment to Indo-Pacific peace. And your presence also bears witness to the solidarity of the global democratic community. Now, Taiwan's often described as a front line of geopolitical tension. And yet, the Taiwan that we know is not an isolated island left helpless against authoritarian waves. We are actually a proactive force for stability in this region. And this is also a robust land of freedom, growing ever more resilient despite and under pressure. Now this year, as President Lai shared with you this morning, marks an important milestone in Taiwan's journey towards democracy. 30 years ago, Taiwan held our first ever presidential election, and that was in the middle of all kinds of threats, including missile threats coming from across the strait. But the people of Taiwan have proved that democracy can take deep root and flourish on Asian soil. And even against relentless coercion, pressure, and isolation, Taiwan has thrived, not only as a model of open society, but also as a driving force for global prosperity and innovation. And yet we cannot ignore the severe threat that authoritarian expansion poses to the rules-based international order. And today, gray zone tactics, from cognitive warfare and psychological operations, threaten to weaken our societies. Taiwan refuses to be passive. Indeed, we've taken a proactive approach to deter and defend. History teaches us that security isn't achieved through weakness or subservience. Rather, peace is built upon strength, especially sustainable peace. And by bolstering our defenses and societal immunity, we raise the threshold of aggression and deter adversaries from testing our resolve. Driven by this conviction, President赖清德has reiterated his commitment to enhancing military defense readiness. Furthermore, we believe defense isn't only a military matter. So the President has also initiated the Whole of Society Defense Resilience Committee. From backup communications to critical infrastructure resilience and security, to also energy security and stockpiling, our goal is clear, and that is to safeguard the daily lives of our citizens. And simultaneously, we are also building deeper international partnerships to weave a robust defense line for Indo-Pacific stability. Now, in a changing world, economic security is also national security. And so today, Taiwan also builds global partnerships on a foundation of trust. Alongside like-minded democracies, we are leveraging trade and technology to forge secure, resilient, and trusted supply chains. This values-based approach ensures that our economic progress will not be held hostage by authoritarian coercion. A stronger Taiwan also means a more stable Indo-Pacific and a safer world. And yet, even as we deepen our democratic resilience, China continues to expand its authoritarian reach, and most recently through its so-called law on promoting ethnic unity and progress. This represents a troubling escalation that demands our serious attention. This law is not a localized issue. It's a direct challenge to universal values and the international legal order. Through vague provisions and selective enforcement, it seeks to export censorship and provide a legal pretext for transnational repression. For example, Article 6 prohibits acts that undermine ethnic unity and create ethnic division. The language is vague enough to criminalize a wide range of cultural, religious, or political expressions by minorities, since division is defined by the state. Article 63 extends the law's reach beyond China's borders, meaning anyone living outside China could also face legal consequences if Beijing determines that their actions undermine, quote unquote, ethnic unity or create ethnic division. This gives Beijing a legal tool to pursue activists, academics, or critics abroad. When authoritarianism extends beyond reach with impunity, there are no bystanders. Every individual and nation that treasures freedom must stand on the same front line. We call on democratic partners to align closely and build a united defense against expansionism and transnational repression. Now, to address all of these evolving challenges and threats, now more than ever, we need strategic vision and leadership, which our keynote speaker today exemplifies. The Honorable Chrystia Freeland, former Prime Minister of Canada, in addition to her contributions to Canadian foreign policy and finance, has also been recognized internationally as Foreign Policy's Diplomat of the Year in 2018 for strengthening transatlantic ties. Freedom House's Mark Palmer Prize in recognition of her work championing human rights, and most recently, the Foreign Policy Association Medal, the organization's highest honor for her defense of democracy and the rules-based international order. Now, please join me in giving a warm welcome to our keynote speaker, the former Deputy Prime Minister of Canada, the Honorable Chrystia Freeland.
Thank you. Vice President Xiao, I'd like to also invite you to please remain on the stage and please welcome the Honorable Chrystia Freeland to join us on the stage with Vice President Xiao for a picture. Welcome. I'd like to invite both of you to please join us in front of the stage before we begin to take a picture. Wow. Okay, please face the camera in the front. Give us a smile. 1, 2, 3. We'd like to thank Vice President Xiao for the wonderful remarks. Oh, a big heart. Okay, another one. Please face the camera with a big heart. 1, 2, 3. Thank you for the applause. Thank you. Once again, thank you very much, Vice President Xiao. And ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Honorable Chrystia Freeland to deliver her keynote address. Welcome.
Okay. Ni hao. Hao an. Vice President Xiao Bi-Kim, Prime Minister of Eswatini, my dear friend Sana Maran, honored guests, distinguished guests, friends of freedom and democracy from around the world. Ça me fait un tellement grand plaisir d'être ici avec vous, ici à Taïwan. Je sais que nous tous sommes les amis de la démocratie, de la liberté dans le monde. I'm Canadian, I have to say a couple of words in French. In the ancient Chinese philosophical classic, the I Ching, the Book of Changes, a text of more than 2,000 years, there's a line about how history turns. Many of you in this room will know it well. The incipient is the faint first stirring of movement, the earliest visible sign of what is coming. and the wise act the moment they see it. They do not wait out the day. As a journalist and then as a politician, I've often found myself in places where if you looked and listened closely, you could see and hear that faint first stirring, that earliest visible sign of what is coming. And maybe fix the microphone. I don't think they did that in the Yijing, but you could hear that faint first stirring, that earliest visible sign of what is coming. And the wise did act the moment they saw it. This afternoon, I want to talk to you about two moments in my life, two of those moments, and then about the moment we're living in now. When I was just 22 years old, right after graduating from Harvard University, I moved to Kyiv to work as a journalist. It was the spring of 1991. The Berlin Wall had fallen, but the Soviet Union still existed, and it was still run by the CPSU. It was one of those hinge moments of history, a time when an old order collapses and a new one takes its place. By the end of that year, the Soviet Union had collapsed. The CPSU had lost its monopoly on political power, and Ukraine was an independent country. It was a surprise for everyone but the Ukrainians. As late as August 1991, 35 years ago this week, an American president addressed the Verkhovna Rada, the parliament of the Ukrainian SSR, and lectured the Ukrainians on why they should stay in the Soviet Union. I was there, I remember hearing. That ill-judged admonition was dubbed the Chicken Kiev speech, because almost instantly, the world understood that it was out of step with the yearnings and convictions of regular Ukrainians. That year and that speech taught me one powerful lesson which shaped my life and my political thinking, and which I believe remains relevant 35 years later. What I learned was this: the human desire to be free is universal and incredibly powerful. I'm so lucky. I was born in Canada. That meant that freedom was my birthright and something I grew up taking for granted. In Soviet Ukraine, I lived in a country where people were not free, where they could be fired or beaten or arrested or imprisoned for the crime of criticizing their government. In those days, apologists for the Soviet system argued that Ukrainians didn't actually want to be free. A popular view at the time was that liberal democracy might be suitable for Western Europe and North America. But it wasn't a system that worked for Eastern Slavs with their different history and traditions. That view was couched in terms of cultural understanding. We Westerners, the argument went, should not impose our ideas of liberal democracy on people from different cultures in different parts of the world. To seek to do so was arrogant, even imperialist. But what I saw living and working in Ukraine in that tumultuous year was that the Ukrainians themselves desperately wanted to be free, to make their own decisions about their own lives, and to choose together as citizens what path their country would be followed, rather than be ruled by the diktats of a distant Politburo. I thought of that lesson from 35 years ago as I prepared for this visit to Taiwan. Just as some argued that Eastern Slavic civilization wasn't suited to freedom and democracy, some make the same argument today about some East Asian cultures. Just as Ukrainians, with their bravery and determination, fought for their freedom and democracy, the people of Taiwan, with remarkable intelligence and determination and resilience have built a powerful, prosperous, and united democratic society here in the Indo-Pacific now for 30 years. Bravo, it is a remarkable accomplishment. And this huge accomplishment is one which strengthens the entire democratic world, not least because of the incredible semiconductor industry the people of Taiwan have created. In turbulent times like the one we're living through today, there can be a temptation to discard or at least downplay our values, to suggest that wise leaders must be prepared to sacrifice them on the altar of pragmatism. As your deputy minister said today, perhaps to take the drug of instant economic gratification. But with Ukraine, as with Taiwan, that is a false democracy. Honoring and supporting the democracy the people of Taiwan have created is in keeping with the values of the world's great liberal democracies. Honoring and supporting the democracy the people of Taiwan have created is also a practical choice, utterly aligned with our own economic and security interests. On the 1st of July, Beijing's Ethnic Unity and Progress Promotion Law came into force. Article 63 of that legislation claims the right to prosecute people and organizations outside China's borders for undermining ethnic unity. In June, the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights told the Human Rights Council that this law risks deepening restrictions on freedoms of language, education, practice of religion, culture, expression, and assembly, and penalizing the peaceful exercise of minority rights in general. He called explicitly for the law to be repealed. He was absolutely right to do so. Article 63 is particularly sinister for me, given its dark kinship with Russia's malign use of linguistic, cultural, and ethnic ties to justify illegal encroachment on the sovereignty of its neighbors, including the bloody full-scale invasion of Ukraine. In the summer of 2021, Putin published an essay explaining that Ukrainians and Russians were really one people. He published an essay about ethnic unity. 7 months later, he sent in the tanks. The lesson of history is clear. That is why the world's democracies must not mince their words about this legislation today. Democracies need to state plainly and in one voice that a foreign law which assigns political loyalty on the basis of ethnicity has no force on our territories and no application to our citizens, whatever their ancestry, whatever their passport, wherever they or their parents were born. A Canadian is a Canadian is a Canadian and is subject only to Canada's laws, and I think that should apply to all of the democracies whose representatives are in this room and those who are not. That brings me to the second personal story I'd like to tell you today. In 1991, when I witnessed the people of Ukraine successfully fight for their freedom, their democracy, and their sovereignty, Francis Fukuyama had recently declared the end of history. Remember that? His contention was that the collapse of Soviet communism had demonstrated that the great historic struggle of humanity to find the best way to govern ourselves had been resolved. Democracy had been fighting communism for most of the 20th century. With the end of the USSR, that battle had concluded and democracy had won. It was a beautiful idea. And I still believe in the central conviction at the heart of it, that all people of the world, no matter what language they speak, what religion they practice, and what historical path their ancestors have traveled, want and deserve to be free, every bit as much as people like me, who had the good luck to be born in a democracy. But what did not turn out to be true was that the fight between democracy and dictatorship was over. In the 21st century, dictatorship has been staging a powerful comeback. If 1991 was the end of history, today we are suffering the revenge of history. Advocates of authoritarianism started by undermining liberal democracies from within. Then, over the past 2 decades, the attacks became more overt, with Moscow's first invasion of Georgia in 2008, then of Crimea and the Donbass in 2014, and then on February 24th, 2022, the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. In 1991, when the people of Ukraine claimed their freedom, I was a young reporter, witnessing their struggle far from home. In 2022, when Russian President Vladimir Putin sent in his tanks to crush Ukraine's democracy, I was Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister of Canada. In 1991, Western leaders lectured the Ukrainians on the inadvisability of becoming a sovereign nation. In 2022, Western experts confidently predicted that Kyiv would fall within 3 weeks of the full-scale Russian invasion. That was the view of Canada's generals and of pretty much everyone else's. In the days following the full-scale invasion, the only people I spoke to who were absolutely confident that Ukraine would succeed were the Ukrainians themselves. They turned out to be right. More than 4 bloody and brutal years later, Kyiv is unconquered, and Ukraine is still free. And just as Ukraine's achievement of independence in 1991 taught me a valuable lesson, which is relevant to Taiwan today, Ukraine's current, successful, difficult struggle to remain free is relevant to the challenges you face here, half a world away. The first lesson from today's fight is the simplest and the most important. At a time when the world's dictators like to claim that their political system is more effective than self-questioning, divisive democracy, Ukraine is a powerful rebuttal. Ukraine is winning not despite being a democracy, but because it is a democracy. All liberal democracies and everyone who believes in freedom should take heart from that. As a Canadian who believes in liberal democracy, I'm inspired. The people of Taiwan who believe in liberal democracy should be inspired as well, just as all of us should be inspired by you, the people of Taiwan, and your commitment to freedom and democracy. The second lesson of Ukraine's fight right now is that appeasement does not work. In fact, it's dangerous. Putin invaded Ukraine because he was sure he would win. He thought, as our Western generals did, that Kyiv would surrender within 3 weeks. His invading army packed dress uniforms in their tanks to wear at their victory parade. That was a profound misjudgment about Ukraine and Ukrainians, and that is Putin's mistake alone. But one of the reasons he was so sure Ukraine would fail was because he believed the world's liberal democracies would give up too. And that miscalculation was as much our fault as it was the Kremlin's. When Putin invaded Georgia in 2008, we issued condemnatory statements and then sent our athletes to his Olympics in Sochi. When Putin's ally, Bashar al-Assad, crossed the White House's self-declared red line, we stood idly by. When Putin first invaded Ukraine in 2014, we continued to do business with him and his oligarchs and host him with pomp and respect at international summits. The argument, which I think will be familiar to many people here, was that by keeping a dialogue going and maintaining strong political and economic ties, liberal democracies were dissuading Putin from the rupture a full-scale invasion might entail. But the Kremlin drew a very different conclusion from our behavior. We taught Putin to believe we would not have the resolve to support Ukraine. I'm glad he was wrong. But I wish even more fervently that he had never made that miscalculation. Had he known we would stand with Ukraine, he might not have launched his full-scale invasion in the first place. Talking tough to the world's authoritarian leaders is sometimes criticized as warmongering. The opposite is the case. In a world where dictatorships are playing offense, the surest way for liberal democracies to maintain the peace is by making clear we will defend ourselves and each other. That is, of course, a lesson with great relevance for everyone here today. Speaking at this forum in 2023, Taro Aso, former Prime Minister of Japan, eloquently made that point. He said, maintaining peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait requires more than military capability alone. It also requires that democratic societies demonstrate their determination to defend peace. When an adversary clearly understands both our capabilities and our unwavering resolve, deterrence becomes credible. Those were powerful and true words. Deterrence is not provocation. Silence is not prudence. The peace of the Strait of Taiwan will be kept by the plainness with which the world's democracies say in advance that we will not accept that peace being broken. That's why being here now in Taiwan is so important. That is why solidarity with Taiwan and recognition of your flourishing democracy is so important. The third lesson of Ukraine is one that, in some ways, Kyiv has learned from Taipei. And I'm glad to say my Ukrainian cousins are proving to be apt pupils. As Benjamin Franklin counseled, God helps them that help themselves. The West, especially Europe, has supported Ukraine more than anyone imagined it would. But the reason Ukraine now has the upper hand on the battlefield is the technological inventiveness of Ukraine's own warriors and manufacturers. And success has begotten success. Ukraine today is seen as an essential ally. It's not just a charity case. Ukraine today is Europe's shield and Europe's arsenal. In this regard, Ukraine has followed Taiwan's example. Drones are to Kyiv what semiconductor chips are to Taiwan. Small democracies can win support from bigger ones by becoming indispensable. That is Taiwan's wisdom and a source of your success. Congratulations. The fourth and final lesson of Ukraine is one that I gave a speech about when I was Deputy Prime Minister ahead of the 2022 fall IMF World Bank meetings in Washington. I said then that first COVID and then the full-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine had shown us all the folly of becoming economically dependent on countries that do not share our values. That is what Europe bitterly discovered in 2022, and I'm looking now at my Slovak friends, when its reliance on Russian natural gas, which some had mistakenly touted as a way to bind Moscow to the rules-based international order, turned out instead to be a deep and costly vulnerability. Eduard Heger, the former Prime Minister of Slovakia, described this vividly right here at your forum in 2024. In Washington, in the fall of 2022, I proposed that the world's democracies needed to respond to this revealed Achilles heel with a new approach to trade and economic partnerships. friendshoring. Later today, this conference will be discussing an important element of friendshoring, building non-red supply chains. With your deep strength in semiconductors, microelectronics, and precision manufacturing, Taiwan can play an essential role in de-risking the supply chains of the world's democracies and ensuring that authoritarian rulers, whether in Moscow or Beijing or Tehran or Pyongyang, cannot hold us economic hostage. Taiwan's industries can make all of the world's democracies more secure, and that in turn gives the world's liberal democracies a greater stake in Taiwan's future. Let me suggest today one specific way we should extend our friendshoring coalition. Support Taiwan's application to join the CPTPP. As Trade Minister, it was my privilege to sign the initial TPP agreement in 2016. Today, I'm glad to be able to call for Taiwan to be brought into this historic pact. I've built this speech around two stories about the country that was home to some of my ancestors, a country which, I'm proud to say, is on the front lines of the fight for freedom and democracy in the world today. Slava Ukraini. I want to conclude, I want to conclude by connecting Ukraine's story with a story from my own country, Canada, and share a final thought about how democracies can win in this challenging moment. There are a lot of reasons why Ukraine is winning today, but they're built on a single foundation, and it is a foundation which democracies can uniquely build. Ukraine's fight today is the fight of an entire mobilized and committed country. Like the captains of the British little ships who answered the summons to sail in Dunkirk, millions of individual Ukrainians understand that today's war is their war, and they are each finding ways to do their own part. Ukraine remains a contentious, quarrelsome democracy, like Taiwan, and like my own Canada. But what dictators do not understand is that disputatiousness actually makes democracies stronger. Because when we are free, when we can freely debate, we can then come to a true national consensus. And democracies are strongest when, as the Ukrainians have done, we can reach a cross-party, whole-of-country consensus about the most fundamental issues. And that's why I'm glad that later today you will hear from my friend, former Canadian Trade Minister, Ed Fast. Ed laid the foundations for two trade deals, the CPTPP and CETA, our trade deal with Europe, that I was proud to conclude after they lost the elections and we won. Ed is a conservative, I'm a liberal. But I know we both believe in freedom and democracy and a world based on rules. I'm glad he is here in Taipei today as well. And I hope that in all of the world's liberal democracies, the parties of the left and the parties of the right can come to agree that in the great fight between democracy and dictatorship, which is being waged very fiercely today, we are all on the same side. I know that Taiwan is on that side. I know that everyone in this room is on that side. And that's why I'm very glad to be here in solidarity with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland, for your insightful and inspiring speech. Thank you so much. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please now enjoy the meal. Thank you so much. Thank you. in the session, respectively from Japan, the USA, India, Poland, and Taiwan. And before we begin this panel discussion, we would like to take a group picture of all the panelists and our moderator to begin, because one of our panelists needs to leave early. Thank you for your cooperation. And now I'd like to first invite our moderator, Dr. Yi-Zhong Lai, the president of Prospect Foundation, to the stage. And also, all our panelists, please join us on stage. We have Keisuke Suzuki, which is the member of the House of Representatives and head project team on Taiwan issues LDP Japan. And Jedediah Royo, the former Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary of War for Indo-Pacific Security Affairs USA. Gentlemen, please come forward to the center of the stage for a picture, and our photographer is right in front of you. And we also have Javian Jacob, the Associate Professor of Department of International Relations and Governance Studies at Shiv Nadar University, India. And we also have Philip Brychka, the hybrid threat analyst of Polish Institute of International Affairs, Poland. Please face the camera. Let's take a picture. Thank you very much. Another one. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. And gentlemen, please take a seat. We will now begin panel 2. And once again, I'd like to invite all our guests to please give a hand to our moderator, Dr. Lai Yi-Zhong, the president of the Prospect Foundation. Over to you.
Thank you. Right now, we are in the second sessions, and also one of the toughest sessions that this afternoon we're going to have, because just right after the lunch. So probably many of you feel they're kind of dizzy. So I hope that this panel will conduct as smoothly and dynamic as possible. We are fortunate to have 5 distinguished panelists. The first one is the Japan Diet member, Honorable Suzuki Keisuke from Japan. And he will be followed by the Mr. Jedediah Royo. He is a former Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary of War for Indo-Pacific Affairs. And then after that, we'll be followed by our Indian friends, Javian Jacob. He is the Associate Professor, Department of International Relations and Government Studies, Shiv Nadar University, Delhi NCR, India. And then also have Mr. Philip Brychka. He is a hybrid threat analyst from the Polish Institute of International Affairs. And then followed by my very best friends, Dr. Li Yijie, Senior Advisor of National Security Council. This session is about the coercion, countering the gray zone coercion, and constructing a new framework for the Indo-Pacific regional joint defense. And in Taiwan, the gray zone coercion usually refers to the what the Chinese, in terms of the physical coercion against Taiwan, whether you could see that from the from the coercion from the air for the harassing in Taiwan, and also the naval presence, especially a Coast Guard ship presence right now that in the last 2 years. Many of those actions, they have been very aggressive and intimidating. But in addition to those, the gray zone operation on Taiwan also includes other activities, such as the disinformation campaign, and most recently about how the China transnational suppression, particularly on Taiwan, as we heard this morning from our President赖清德and also the Vice President Xiaobi Kim, as well as our Foreign Minister. All of them emphasize the problem we are facing today. And particularly about this kind of the transnational repressions against Taiwan, but also against other nationals, including our friends from Japan, because that just happened in one case where almost like earlier this month, a Japan journalist in Taiwan, Aida, he has been attacked by a personnel connected to the Hong Kong mafia, who actually under the instructions from the Chinese state apparatus. Due to what the journalist Ida has said that China does not like. So we are actually witnessing an ongoing, and this is not just something abstract, but basically a very physical intimidation, even a physical harm that possibly will be to the people in Taiwan, but also to the people of the nationals. So this is something that's very important to the dear mind of Taiwan and also for our friends. I think I just stop here, but I just like to have everyone in mind that how this session and also from now on, we are facing a very different Chinese tactic, not just about Taiwan, but also for the attack of the democracies. And that is something that we all need to be very much conscious about the seriousness about these issues. Without further ado, now I'd like to invite our very good friends from Japan, the Diet member, the Suzuki Keisuke, for your remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, distinguished guests. As he said, this should be one of the severe challenge for us to have the remarks just after lunch, I think. So I do my best. Well, I'm Suzuki Keisuke, our 7th-term elected member of parliament, lower house member in Japan, and had been the Minister of Justice by last year, and also the former State Minister for Foreign Affairs and Finance. First of all, I'd like to express my gratitude to invite me to this special conference. At the same time, I would like to also express my gratitude for the Taiwanese people who support Japan after the big earthquake happened in last week. The people and government helps a lot, so thank you very much for that. And also, would like to express my respect for the Taiwanese people who protect the Taiwan's democracy and open society and freedom under the pressure, big pressure from China. Well, about the gray zone, that's the first topic today in this session, I think. When I have served as a justice minister, I was also in charge of one of the intelligence agencies in Japan. So I regularly be reported about the kind of the gray zone activities mainly done by China inside Japan. It's my perception though, the target of this kind of the gray zone tactics is not only Taiwan, but also Japan or the other like-minded countries, is my perception. So for instance, the economic coercion or political coercion, cognitive warfare or cyber attacks, or dissemination of disinformation or fake news that interfere the domestic politics, especially during the election period, should be there. And also the legal coercion, that's one of the topic many panelists in this conference has mentioned, is that the Chinese new law, the Ethnic Unity and Progress Promotion Law, that kind of the issue is actually the sign of the accelerating Chinese gray zone tactics. And also, in addition to that, I do believe that in Taiwan, you see the frequent military exercise done by PLA around Taiwan. Especially in this year, we've seen a lot of the activities even in the east side of Taiwan Island. And that's a very, very severe situation that we've seen. And also, you've experienced many of the disruption of submarine cables a lot around Taiwan. So I do think that we are already be targeted in this gray zone tactics by PLA or China. And I think that many of the experts or the political leaders in this region focus too much on the kind of the traditional full-scale invasion or the partial invasion scenario in thinking about the Taiwan contingency scenario. But what we've seen now is that we need to expand our view much broader, because certainly what we've seen today is that maybe the PLA CCP is making a kind of the combined operation with the traditional military pressure and the gray zone pressure. So I think that we need to broaden our eyes. And for instance, not only for Japan, like when we studied the official dialogue with the Philippines in this May about the maritime boundary on east side of the Taiwan Island, CCP loudly claim about that. And that is also the sign of the kind of the political coercion, not only for Taiwan, but also for Japan or Philippines or other like-minded countries. So I think that we means that including Taiwan and like-minded countries should work more closely about analyzing what is happening inside our community or in our land. And so the time is limited, so let me shift to the second topic. How should the new framework of the regional cooperation about the security issues should be? So when I talked with the leaders of the countries in this region, most of them think that the basic scenario should be the very strong and continuing US presence in this region, both economically, politically, and militarily. And of course, I do believe that US presence here should be the very the fundamental of the stability of this region. But at the same time, we need to see the reality. US cannot focus only to this region. US have to focus on the other area like Middle East or Europe or other areas at the same time. So what we've seen this year is that some of the US fleets have to shift to the Middle East, or many of the bullets or the missiles have spent in Middle East or the Europe, and we see a kind of the shortage of that in this moment, just in this moment though. And that means that we ourselves have to do our burden at the same time to keep United States presence in this region. I think that, but at the same time, we need to think about the situation that every country in this region do have its own limit or the weakness. For instance, Japan do have the limitation because of our constitution. We do have a kind of the legal limit to do that kind of the positive involvement to this region. At the same time, like for instance, Philippines or Vietnam, they do have the limitation in the capacity, military capacity, and the country like Australia or India, UK, France, they have the limitation because of the geographical distance. And I think that in the cooperation with like-minded countries, we need to work together to offset this kind of the weakness of each country. So for instance, Japan decided to provide our coastal guard or naval vessels to the country like Philippines or Vietnam, and that's one of our effort. So I think that how to deepening this kind of the cooperation in this region with like-minded countries is a kind of the key to make a stability of this region. And let me say that certainly would make the deterrence in this region maximize and make it more active. So we need to deepen our relationship here, I think. And what we need to do is that to avoid the station of the miscalculation of the CCP leader, C, and avoid the miscommunication with Mr. C is what we need to do. And I do believe that to deepen our cooperation in security dimension and also the gray zone dimension should work positive to do that. And that certainly would promise to keep the security of this lovely land, Taiwan. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much to Mr. Suzuki for the insightful presentation. And as Mr. Suzuki needs to leave early now, let's give him another round of applause to thank him for his wonderful insights. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you once again for joining us in this panel. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Suzuki-san. Now I'd like to invite Mr. Jediad Royal, coming from the United States, for your remarks.
Thank you so much, and what a pleasure to be here. I have just concluded 25 years of work in the U.S. federal government working on national security issues. In the last 4 years, I was responsible in the Pentagon for the policy work associated with the Indo-Pacific region. In that capacity, I had another title. I was designated as the Senior Defense Official for Taiwan Security Assistance. And so part of my job was to actually ensure that all of the Pentagon's work to do as much as we can to support Taiwan under the Taiwan Relations Act, that I would pull that together and report directly to the Secretary of Defense on those matters. Because of the role that I played, unfortunately, I was never able to come to Taiwan. This is, in fact, my very first visit to Taiwan. I was retired officially on Saturday. I was on a plane on Sunday. Monday, I arrived here in Taiwan, and it is an absolute thrill for me to be able to be with all of you here in Taiwan for the first time. I want to acknowledge one thing off the top. We've had a lot of discussion so far today about the rules-based international order and the criticality of maintaining faith and integrity with international order as a mechanism to try to combat and contend with gray zone pressure and coercive pressure that comes from any adversary. We've heard about that in the European context and in the Indo-Pacific context. I think it's important to realize, though, that because the rules-based international order causes us to have certain expectations about how nations, how governments will behave with one another, that it can, in fact, be weaponized against us. And the reason that gray zone pressure is so effective at this point in history is because those among us here who are, in fact, abiders by the rules-based order can, in fact, feel constrained by those rules. And the adversary is able to exploit that sense of self-constraint because we want to be sure. We want to make sure that we are abiding by the rules. So if we are reacting to an event or if we are trying to prevent an event, we want to do that by the rules. And that can cause us to feel a little twisted up, a little tied up in our decision-making process. And I think that China and Russia have figured that out. They're exploiting that for us. And they're making it difficult for us to come to effective decisions, not only as unitary actors, but even more complicated when you're talking about multinational or multi-government coordinated activity. So I would ask you to take one theme out of my remarks today. They'll be a little bit scattershot because I have more things to say than I have time to say them. But the one theme I would ask you to take from all of that is that making sure that we are coordinated, nested, and rehearsed, that is going to be the way that we are able to move quickly when we need to move quickly in a coerced environment. So that to me is the most important thing I could offer for you today. But let me focus a little bit on one of the topics of this panel, which is the military strategy, and I'll also bleed just a little bit into diplomatic strategy going forward as well. When we think about military strategies and how they might work in peace, crisis, or conflict, we often think about them as unitary things, individualized, belonging to a certain department or agency within a government. I would say that of all the scenarios where you have a military strategy, that's the worst scenario, one where you have a military strategy that does not have a corresponding civil preparedness strategy. The next worst situation is that you have a military strategy and a civil resilience strategy, but they're not connected at all. But that's better than not having a civil strategy around that. The third would be then a military strategy that's nested with or connected to a civil resilience strategy. Now we're making some real progress. That's very good. But the best scenario, I would contend, is not only you have your military strategy nested and connected with your civil resilience strategy, but it is one where it is routinely rehearsed, where you have a periodic and very frequent way of testing whether your military strategy and your civilian resilience strategy work in tandem. Most governments don't do this. There are a handful of governments that do. We heard some of them already speak today. We'll actually hear a couple of more. But that has largely been on the eastern flank of the European theater, where you see governments that have the most experience with a military strategy that is deeply connected to a civilian resilience strategy, and that it is rehearsed continuously. I think that's a really important lesson for us to learn. If we haven't let that sink in quite yet, let's do it now and make sure that we understand that that rehearsal piece of it cannot be taken for granted. Words on a paper, I'm a government guy. We wrote words on papers all the time, and we issued them and we gave announcements around them. That is far short of rehearsing them and being very familiar with them and making sure that everybody knows their part. So when we think about the current Taiwan military strategy, which I had the opportunity to spend a lot of time working with Taiwan colleagues on in Washington, and we're seeing Hong Kong kick off just this week, I think it's really important to understand how much progress Taiwan has made. We are watching a completely different kind of military exercise today than we would have witnessed 4 years ago when I first started in my last position at the Pentagon. This exercise will reflect a strategy of erosion, where you confront the adversary in the strait, and then you continue to move back by eroding their military advances every single step of the way, all the way back to the point when you might be conducting urban warfare. Now, that strategy of erosion can work. I want to be very clear. All of the modeling that we have done in the United States with allies and partners, that's a strategy that can work. I commend the Ministry of National Defense with Chairman May, the rest of the community that is working on that, for making what was a very difficult turn in their military strategy. And there, I think, again, we need to make sure there is a corresponding level of effort on the civilian side for a civilian resilience strategy. We're glad to see the urban resilience exercises taking place. And those, I think, will be kicking off on Friday and rolling through next week as well. An opportunity during Hong Kong to actually test how resilience can occur at the municipal level, at the prefecture level, and on down. I'm glad to see that going forward. We need more of that, and not just during Hong Kong. I think this needs to be happening much more frequently than that, so I would encourage all the ministries to be thinking about how they can continue to walk down that road. Well, as it relates to Taiwan's military strategy of erosion, you certainly have to resource that strategy. That means you will buy some things and not buy other things. And it's very important to understand what trade-offs you're going to make in that process. Because the strategy of erosion works, I commend the Ministry of National Defense to purchase only those things that really are effective for the strategy of erosion. And here you have some key military problems that you need to remain focused on. The counter-joint island landing campaign, being able to support opening of sea and air lines of communication. And the support word is important here. You don't have to do that alone, but you have to be prepared to be able to support that activity with the expectation that others will come to your assistance. Critical infrastructure protection is absolutely critical in the strategy of erosion, persistent communications, and support to civil society. Those are the 5 main ones that I would point out. And as you think about procurement activity, readiness, training, even your force structure development, all of those things are critical. If you can demonstrate that Taiwan is capable in all of those areas, you will have signaled to 2 very important audiences. One is to your friends, that you are capable and that you will have the opportunity to withstand what could be a very difficult advance. But that will encourage them, your friends, to say, well, if they can do it, we can too. And I think that your ability to demonstrate that to your friends is very important in encouraging them to similarly be prepared to come to your assistance in that event. The second signal is, of course, to the adversary. And we want to make sure that signal is sent very clearly, very loudly, ahead of schedule, so that the adversary feels very conflicted about whether or not they even want to start with such an advance. So those are the right things to be doing, and they need to be signaled effectively going forward. In that regard, just a couple of thoughts. There's a couple of key questions for the Ministry of National Defense moving forward that I think it needs to put some additional focus on. Air and missile defense, cyber resilience and connectivity, resources for civil and military life support activities, drone production, I want to be very clear, needs to be happening more in Taiwan, and Taiwan needs to be investing more in its drone production outside of Taiwan as well. And then finally, inventory management, distribution, and hardening of resources all has to happen as well in the very near term to be able to effectively resource those key military problems that I was just talking about. Quickly, I'll just mention speed of decision making. This is one of the most difficult challenges when it comes to gray zone coercion and when it comes to dealing with such an advanced adversary. That speed and awareness of what exactly is going on and the attribution of that to understand who is doing it and why are they doing it. And then finally, the mechanics around making decisions themselves. Those are things that also need to be rehearsed routinely. Authority transfer from the military side to the civilian side and back, depending on the situation, must also be routinely rehearsed. Maybe I'll stop there. I'm happy to come back to any of the diplomatic issues going forward here. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your remarks. Next, I'd like to invite Mr. Jabin Jacob from our Indian ship at NIDA University.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Lai. And let me begin by thanking the MOFA for this invitation. I am currently on sabbatical from my university in India and as a MOFA fellow at the National Chongqing University in Taichung. But I was also a student here as a MOFA scholarship student about 20 years ago at NCCU in Taipei. And so I feel a lot luckier than Mr. Royal here, who's just come to Taiwan for the first time. I've sort of had the pleasure of seeing things evolve in Taiwan over the last couple of decades. And I have to say that, you know, the previous session was a session on resilience. And I think I would argue that Taiwan's resilience, despite all challenges, has been quite substantial. I find much more certainty, much more confidence in identifying and being able to deal with the challenges that China poses. That, unfortunately, is a lesson that the rest of the world still has to pick up a lot from Taiwan. So let me, in the next few minutes, talk about 4 things. One is a question of flux or transformation, change, instability, call it what you will. Second, gray zone. Third, geography. And fourth, leadership. So the Prime Minister of Eswatini said in the morning, he referred to a world in profound transformation. Now, as democracies, we tend to look at change and transformation with a little bit of trepidation, with a little bit of concern, as if somehow we are not able to deal with it. But I would want you to remember that General Secretary Xi Jinping of the Communist Party of China also has been talking about changes unseen in the world in a century. And if he can talk about changes and look at changes as an opportunity, I don't see why democracies should not look at changes and flux as an opportunity. Certainly, as a country, as coming from India, I think flux is pretty good for India because instability or changes or transformation are an opportunity for India also to get its act together and to get more involved in things that it would normally not be involved in. In that sense, American irresponsibility, unreliability, call it what you will, is a good thing. I'm one of those people who think that Mr. Trump's policies have maybe some positive effects in pushing countries in directions that they should have been going some time ago. So, second, this, and which brings me to the question of gray zone. Why is China so reliant on gray zone tactics? I think partly, even though China makes a big claim of it having arrived, it being the putative successor to the United States, it realizes that in very hard material capabilities, it is still well behind the Americans. And if you look at the Chinese rate of economic growth, it doesn't look like it's going to catch up with the United States anytime soon, if at all. So there is going to be a gap between the US and China in material capabilities, even though the Chinese economy is still going to be, in absolute terms, a substantially large economy, larger than the next several economies put together. But this also means that China has to be creative, and that is why China is involved in what we call gray zone activities. And China has been creative in using what the US does or doesn't do, US-American acts of commission and omission, in order to convince the rest of the world that China is a much more benign power. And while we in Asia maybe understand this, that this is not true, I mean, India is the last country to have a physical conflict with China in 2020. So we know that this is not to be believed. But the further one goes away from China's borders, the easier it is for countries to believe that China means what it says. And China might be getting used to it. So what I would argue is that we might keep expecting the hammer of conflict or violence to fall, but China might not necessarily always go for the hard power approach. And so therefore we have to be alert to the possibility that the gray zone warfare or the gray zone business is only going to get harder still, stronger still, as far as China is concerned. Third, let me come to the question of geography. So one of the title of this session is called, Indo-Pacific is part of the title of the session. And we are in a phase where we are, in the space of a few years, in less than a decade, we are talking about the rise and the fall of the Indo-Pacific, and perhaps the rise again of Indo-Pacific. I mean, the Americans have just removed Indo-PACOM and brought it back to PACOM. But if we think that this somehow obviates the challenge that China faces or somehow reassures China, I think we'd be mistaken. If anything, China has always had an Indo-Pacific approach, even before the Americans did. If you look at the Belt and Road Initiative, the Silk Road Economic Belt already had the idea of Eurasia. The 21st century maritime Silk Road already pulled together the idea of the Indo-Pacific. So in many senses, the Chinese had a theater approach, an Indo-Pacific theater approach, much before many other countries formalized this plan. And I would argue that countries like India, which is, by the way, in the middle of a military transformation of trying to achieve theater commands, Japan, Australia, I think it's now incumbent upon us to start looking at our militaries, at our foreign policy, the divisions of the world in terms of theaters, such as Indo-Pacific. And one other mistake I think we've regularly made is simply by saying that we have a quadrilateral defense arrangement or a Indo-Pac approach, the Chinese were somehow going to be worried. They are not. I think they are making use of this opportunity to state in the open what they have always sort of worked, in the background. And by the way, while we are talking of Indo-PACOM, remember the Chinese have launched 4 new, what they call global initiatives. So they've already expanded their theater from the Indo-Pacific to the global level. Finally, in terms of leadership, one last point I want to make is, it's a good thing that the US seeks to withdraw. Because without US withdrawal, I don't think countries like India or Japan would actually step up and take responsibility. For us, at least from my perspective as an Indian scholar, as an Indian analyst, I think there is a lot of potential that India has, but India often needs to be dragged kicking and screaming in order to get things done. And the challenge that the US poses and the challenge that China poses simultaneously, I think, is that opportunity for India to take leadership. So countries like India, Japan, Taiwan ought not to be only asking for burden sharing or just accepting American demands for burden sharing, but also ask for power sharing from the US, with the US. Because ultimately, our fates are in our own hands, and the more we can take charge of our own fates without necessarily depending on others, I think it's better. And this might look like a recipe for chaos, but it's not only the Chinese that have a patent on chaos or instability. I think right now the Chinese are taking advantage of the fact that democracies are predictable, that the relationship of the United States with other democracies is fairly predictable, and therefore they can sort of work in the interstices, in the gaps of this relationship. But we democracies also need to make things a little unpredictable. Thank you.
Thank you, Jevin Jacob, for your remarks. Next, I'd like to invite Filip Bryka from Poland for your remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank you to organizers for having me here. It's my first time in Taiwan, so it's quite unique opportunity for me to share my expertise on Russian hybrid activities. And I strongly believe that the same way as our adversaries, China, Russia, cooperating each other, learning from each other, we also should do the same, but in a positive manner, of course, in order to improve our resiliency and assure security for our democracies. So I hope that you don't mind if I bring a little bit of Baltic Sea breeze into this Indo-Pacific panel. Because I have no doubt that since the beginning of full-scale invasion of Ukraine started by Russia, we are facing with unprecedented, when it comes to scale and the offensive nature, Russian hybrid campaign targeting not only Poland, but in general, NATO and EU member states, mostly those who, to the largest extent, are actively engaged in supporting Ukraine. Those actions are not limited to non-kinetic disinformation campaigns, cyber attacks, or acts of vandalism as they used to be for years, but turning into more and more violent actions with the use of military or even terrorist tactics. There is no doubt that Russia is expressing increasing willingness and political determination to take a very high risk and conduct operations that can affect with the civilian casualties. I see at least a couple of similarities between Russian and Chinese behavior, starting with the acts of violence against individuals, Russian oppositionists, journalists, also activists and artists who are living in Europe, who are under pressure. There were examples of very brutal attacks on some dissidents living in Lithuania. A couple of weeks ago, an artist, a satirist, Russian satirist, who, after his performance in Berlin criticizing Putin's regime, returned to his home in one of the small towns in Poland and was assassinated. So it shows that similar methods, like in Chinese case of transnational repression, are also applied by Russia. At the land domain, we are facing with unprecedented sabotage campaign organized by Russian intelligence via proxies. People, ordinary citizens living in Europe, very often Russian-speaking community, financially motivated, not ideologically, which is very important, that are recruited online through Telegram and other social apps, and who are actively engaged in conducting arsons and terrorist attacks on critical infrastructure, but also on soft targets like, for instance, warehouses. very often those operations are conducted with the cognitive operations in order to bring a psychological effect and increase the cost of our support for Ukraine, in order to polarize our society, in order to create some sort of dilemma that continuing of our policy of supporting Ukraine and providing the military assistance that is necessary for Ukraine to prevail, to defend itself, that it's too high risk and to cost related to it. Therefore, Russia is trying to create such a dilemma within the decision makers and the society that if we continue that policy, Russia will escalate the situation using those methods. So it's better to change your policy. Fortunately, so far we were able to maintain the right course of action, so Russian actions were not successful, but we should keep in mind that those operations will be continued. We also have very similar challenges at sea as Taiwan has. Russian, not only military conventional vessels, but also civilian fishing research vessels, but also private yacht equipped with signal intelligence devices and electronic warfare devices are constantly conduct surveillance operations in the vicinity of our coastline. Also energy infrastructure located at the sea, like wind farms. And of course, applying a Chinese tactic of dragging anchor on the seabed, Russia has damaged 11 power cables, telecommunications cables, and pipelines at the Baltic Sea during last 3 years. Fortunately, after a decision to launch a NATO Baltic Sentry mission, we were able to effectively deter Russia from continuing those actions. The last domain I would like to start with is, of course, airspace violations. We get used to dangerous maneuvers of Russian fighter jets, recon airplanes, and strategic bombers, which training nuclear strikes on the Polish territory. But what is new and we are facing with is the increasing role of drone incursions. In the last year, in September, over 24 Russian drones, mostly, as we find out, there were just decoy drones, Gerbera type, violated Polish airspace, and 4 of them has been neutralized by Polish and Dutch Air Force as a collective NATO response because they were threatening urban areas. Others were just dropped down somewhere in the field, so there was no need to take kinetic actions to neutralize them. Last week, we faced with another incursion. Russian missile Ha-101 was exploded on a Polish territory, fortunately in the field. But that leads me to the conclusion that Russia is effectively and very intensively testing our response mechanisms. Is seeking for our vulnerabilities. And definitely there is a huge room to improve our air defense capabilities. The European air defense was designed mostly to respond to the conventional peer-to-peer confrontation, the costs related to neutralizing cheap drones with the use of very high sophisticated missile systems is very beneficial for Russia because the relation between the cost and the effect are not on our side. So despite that, Russia is trying to achieve a couple of other operational goals. Firstly, is trying to absorb our security resources that are not designed in a peacetime to do tasks they have to do in a peacetime. So, for instance, in response to irregular migration crisis on the border with Belarus that from the very beginning was artificially created by Belarusian intelligence services with Russian support. In the peak period of this crisis, we had to deploy 15,000 of military to the border to protect the border. After the terrorist attack on the Polish railways, with the explosive devices, we engaged 10,000 of troops to monitor the infrastructure related to the railways. And let me just remind that this is our key supply chain to deliver military assistance to Ukraine. Over 80% of all Western military assistance to Ukraine goes through Polish territory. So by doing so, Russia is trying to absorb our security resources, to relocate them and impose some costs on our side. And finally, of course, those actions should not be perceived in a certain vacuum, but if we study in detail Russian new generation warfare, the actions that are taken right now against the alliance are assigned to the first and second phase of Russian new generation warfare and are aimed to prepare a ground for potential future direct confrontation. Of course, I don't mean that this confrontation is very likely to happen. A lot of it depends on the development of the situation in Ukraine. Firstly, it depends also, in my personal view, about the developments here in the region, and if there will be some deterioration of the situation in the Taiwan Strait. So that leads me to conclude that we should constantly monitor the hostile actions of both actors, how they are approaching to us, and how they are learning from each other, and do exactly the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Phillips, for your remarks regarding the Russian experience and how the Poland look at the development. The last but not the least is our very own Li Yujie, from the National Security Council. Would you like to say some words? Thank you.
Yes. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, fellow panelists, and ladies and gentlemen. My name is Yujie Li. I serve as a senior advisor at the National Security Council Taiwan for 2 years. In past 2 years, I feel that day by day, the CCP, PLA, the gray zone activity is increased every day. And also, since 2 years ago, our President Lai, he initiated a whole society resilience committee. And we have done a lot of things in past 2 years, including how to enhance the CI security and energy resilience, communication resilience, and whole of society. Actually, we have 5 themes to work on this direction. It's a great honor to join such distinguished panel today. Each of my fellow panelists bring valuable view and on regional security and international cooperations. Although we come from different countries and backgrounds, we are facing many of the same security challenges, whether in the Taiwan Strait, the East China Sea, the South China Sea, Eastern Europe, or in cyberspace. We see similar pattern of gray zone coalition. That gives me a real hope about where we can take this work from here. This also tells us one important thing. These challenges are no longer local or regional. They have become a constant multi-domain threat to the rule-based international order. Gray zone coalition avoids direct state-on-state conflict. Instead, it's combined military pressure with cyber attack, disinformation, economic pressure, legal manipulation, and political interference to thoroughly change the state code. Today, democratic society face a growing range of gray zone threats. Maritime harassment against commercial, civilian, and law enforcement ships at sea, cyber intrusion and the vehicle attack on critical infrastructure and undersea cable in both Taiwan and the Baltics. AI-generated disinformation designed to divide open society and weaken public trust. these actions are not isolated events. They are part of a long-term strategy to gradually expand influence without crossing the line into open conflict. China's activities around Taiwan are one example of this incremental Islamicizing approach. If the international community accepts this action as normal, they will continue to spread across the Indo-Pacific and beyond. In this regard, I would like to express Taiwan's sincere appreciation to the government of the United States, the United Kingdom, France, and Germany for their recent statement expressing concern over the Chinese Coast Guard's harassment of commercial and civilian ships in the water east of China. This statement reaffirmed core principles: respect for international law, freedom of navigation, and the peaceful resolution of the disputes. More important, they show the peace and the stability in this region are now seen as the shared international concern, not just a regional one. When partners speak with one voice, they strengthen the rule-based order and build a collective resilience. This kind of solidarity sends a clear message. Coercive action that threaten region peace deserve international attention, and they should never become normal. Cybersecurity shows how quickly these threats are evolving. According to Taiwan's National Security Bureau, attacks against Taiwan's critical infrastructure averaged more than 2.6 million per day in 2025. This attack tracks back to Chinese state-linked actors and often occur alongside military exercise and political events, showing that cyber attacks are not background noise. They are a coordinated tool of coercion. Taiwan has become a real-world test ground for the tactics that authoritarian actors may later use against other democracies. Artificial intelligence is making this challenge even greater. AI is one of the most powerful technologies for our time. It can improve healthcare, education, scientific research, and economic growth. But it can also become a force multiplier of gray zone coercion when it is weaponized. AI enables advanced cyber operations, automatic vulnerability discovery, realistic fake identities, target influence campaign, and disinformation that can spread the worldwide within minutes. AI lowers the cost, accelerate the speed, and expand the scale of gray zone operations. Work that once take a large organization can now be done by a small group with strong AI tools. At the same time, AI can also strengthen democratic resilience. It helps us detect cyber attacks earlier, identify coordinated disinformation, analyze intelligence faster, and better protect critical infrastructure. The question is no longer whether AI will shape international security. It already does. The real question is whether democracies can harness AI to strengthen resilience faster than authoritarian regions can weaponize it for coercion. Taiwan experience offers several practical lessons. First, maritime domain awareness must improve. We need better monitoring and early warning across our waters. satellite sonar sensor, uncrewed system, and AI can help us detect unusual activities before they become a crisis. Second, share the intelligence and joint attribution matter more than ever. Gray zone coalition thrive on ambiguities. When like-minded partners share information and expose malicious actions together, we restore transparencies and strengthen deterrencies. Third, needs work. Modern conflict blur the boundary between cyberspace, space, information, and AI domains. Redundancies and decentralized are the two basic principles of resilience. Taiwan is pursuing a heterogeneous communication tool, including microwave links and multi-layer satellite orbit, LEO, MEO, and GEO, to ensure connectivity remaining intact when under extreme pressure. Fourth, maritime resilience and law enforcement cooperation should grow. This means protecting maritime traffic and logistics from disruption, safeguarding undersea infrastructure like cables, and strengthen interagency operation across transportation, energy, communication, and legal systems. Fifth, whole of society and supply chain resilience are essential. Resilience is everyone's job. Critical infrastructure operator, business, university, and civil society all have a role to play. Gray zone coercion target entire society, so our response has to involve society as a whole. As President Lai emphasized in his opening remark, Taiwan will keep working with democratic partners to build trusted, non-rate supply chain. Finally, we must uphold international law, including UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, or UNCLOS, UNCLOS, and strengthen partnership among democracies. Last month, despite international opposition, China implemented the ASIC unity law. As President Lai said, Taiwan will never accept unity from infiltrations or red terrors, nor will we stand by while China extends its repression into Taiwan. Together with our democratic partner, we will defend freedom of navigation, freedom of speech, and the rule-based order. Gray zone coalition is becoming smarter and more automatic. Our response has to be just as smart, adaptive, and connected. The future of the Indo-Pacific will not be determined by military power alone. It will also depend on the resilience of our society, the security of our technology, and the strength of the partnership among democracies. Taiwan stands ready to work alongside like-minded partners to safeguard freedom of navigation, strengthen democratic resilience, and preserve a free, open, and rule-based Indo-Pacific. Together, we can ensure the cooperation, not coalition, define the future of our region. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Liu Jie, for your remarks. And now our panelists has provided what is said right on the podium. I'd like to pose some questions, particularly on the Taiwan context, regarding the gray zone issues. In how to deal with the gray zone in Taiwan, there's a debate here. One of them is that in terms of facing the Chinese threat, Chinese gray zone operation to Taiwan is just a distraction from the real threat that's going to impose on Taiwan. So the gray zone itself, we should not take it that seriously because eventually it's a distraction. And people hold that view, many of them coming from this Department of War. And the people will deal with, and also some quarter within the Taiwan strategic communities. But there's also another view that's opposing this one, believing right now that the gray zone by China is actually part of its aggression against Taiwan. If we do not stop them, we do not deter them right now, we are going to invite further and more dangerous invasions later. So that we had to deal with the gray zone. And we have to forcefully to push them back. Otherwise, we are going to invite the more forceful and the more dangerous invasion in the future. So I'd like to ask our foreign guests here, what is your view about those? The first one, especially the first view, usually associated with people who advocate for the asymmetric defense and the concept of asymmetric defense operation and the gray zone, how to deal with the gray zone operation. Sometimes you can see that it's opposite. The asymmetric defense, would like for the concealment, when you appear, you destroy them. But the gray zone operation is that we had to be there on presence to show that, so that we can push them away. So those are the, sort of the two opposite operation concepts. So I just would like to invite our foreign guests for their remarks. Okay.
Happy to jump in. Thank you for the question. I don't think those are two separate things from my perspective. The gray zone pressure, the coercive pressure that China is putting on Taiwan is very much intended to lead to a situation where Taiwan is frankly less interested and less willing to deal with these problems in the future. And I would say that the importance of Taiwan being able to maintain the political confidence of your electorate, of the people of Taiwan, is very important through that process. So it's, I would say that we can't think of a gray zone thing and a conflict thing as two separate things. In my mind, they're all part of a similar playbook. It's just graduated steps of that playbook. And you have to be able to maintain the confidence of the public through what would be gray zone coercive pressure as you contend with it in order to make sure that you can avoid getting to that conflict scenario as much as possible. So I do think it's important to take the gray zone pressure seriously. I would, at the same time, strongly say, do not trade combat credibility for things that you might be doing in the gray zone. If that is the case, then you are only inviting further conflict at higher levels. If you're trading away combat credibility for anything that's happening at other levels, you have to think about this as a continuum, and you have to prepare for it all the way through. It's expensive, timely, politically challenging, but in my opinion, it's the only way forward.
Thank you, Dr. Lai. I think that's a very important question. And I'm not exactly disagreeing with Mr. Royal here, but if you had to choose which is the more important priority right now, I would certainly say combating gray zone is the most important consideration. Having said that, I think it really depends, and this is not a template for all countries equally. I think Taiwan's situation is special. My view is that for the Communist Party of China, winning hearts and minds is a much more important priority, is a much more politically required priority than winning a conflict or trying to take Taiwan over by force. Now this, of course, might not necessarily be acceptable or agreeable to many other countries or to the United States. I agree that combat capability is necessary, but for where Taiwan is concerned, China's priority is taking it over without force. This is not true with other countries. I mean, countries like the United States and India, large countries might assume that, we can deal with gray zone warfare, or gray zone warfare is not really important because what is China going to do? It's not going to take us over physically. But for those countries, again, I think paying attention to gray zone warfare is important because it undermines deterrence. It undermines internal resilience. This is the thing that the Chinese do with gray zone warfare. So we need both combat capability, but I think we cannot, let's just say this, let me just put it this way. We cannot prioritize combating gray zone warfare below physical, dealing with the physical challenge of China.
I would suggest to take into consideration two things. Firstly, it's better to be proactive in responding to gray zone activities. Proactive is a nice word for not saying offensive. And of course, we all are afraid of escalation, but at least in case of Russian strategic culture, lack of response or weak response is a sign of weakness. And it's received by Russia as an invitation for further escalation and further testing how far they can go, how far they can reach without any consequences. So we need to develop measures, countermeasures that imposing costs on the adversary and influence their calculus about the planning potential next hostile actions. And we have some successes, I would say. When it comes to the countering Russian shadow fleet, finally, European coastal guards and navies started to do inspections of the tankers, which are used to not only circumvent sanctions on oil export, but also are involved in the sabotage operations at sea, are also used to launch UAVs with the task to surveillance military sites across Europe and so on. So finally we decided to detain or conduct inspection of those tankers that impeded Russian capability to expand export oil. Of course, it led to some certain level of escalation because Russia had to start escort those tankers. But from our perspective, it's imposition of some certain of cost on Russia. So Russian fleet now needs to escort the tankers. They cannot do any other more harmful things against us. That's the one thing. The second recommendation we could say is to adjust our legislation into something between war and peace, because for now, I think it's the main challenge for democracies. Our adversaries are operating in a gray zone, and our legislation is divided into wartime and peacetime. So even if we have some operational capabilities to strike back, we don't have legal ground to do so, and we have to reconsider in which areas and how we can be more proactively engaged in addressing those challenges. And let me give an example again at the sea domain. Poland recently decided to adopt a bill allowing not only military but also our coast guards and other civilian vessels to use a force if our critical infrastructure at sea will be threatened in a direct way by some identified unauthorized vessels. That at least gives some legal background that we can use a force even in the peacetime if our infrastructure is directly threatened by Russian vessels or some intermediaries that Russia could employ to conduct some harmful operation. So I would suggest those two things: be more proactive and respond to hostile actions, and secondly, adjust the legislation giving our military, security forces, intelligence, and other entities more operational freedom to respond.
Thank you. I think that the last word you said about be proactive and be responsive as fast, that's very important as the signaling in time, not just the signaling probably later. That's probably one of the critical elements in responding to the gray zone. And also I'd like to pose an issue about since the topic in this session is not just about Great Zone, but also the regional, the new framework for regional cooperations. And I think the first island chain nation, Japan, Taiwan, Philippines, at least what we found out is that what happened in one area will also have the effect in another area. So we just cannot separate about this is Japan thing, this is Taiwan, this is Philippines. So that's what we understood. But then when we talk about actual response, we actually found out all the three countries, at least, probably with others, they are responding only on their own, only through the Great Zone operation toward those individual countries. For example, Taiwan did not respond to the China and the Russians operation against Japan, and we never say anything regarding what China doing in the Philippines, and vice versa. Philippines never said anything about what they are doing about Taiwan. Of course, later on, I think that due to the statement regarding the peace and stability across Taiwan Strait, I think that one has been stressed more or less. But still, we do not have a unified response. But so the issue is that how to construct a more of a cooperative and unified response so that it will not leave individual countries to deal with on their own. Some people suggest that right now probably is a time for NATO minus kind of the construct for the first island chain nations. I do not know what you think about those. Yeah.
Well, I think that more coordination is absolutely the answer going forward here. To describe NATO in the Indo-Pacific, I always find is not really the right model, to be honest with you. I spent 4 years at NATO as the U.S. Defense Counselor, and I've seen NATO's attributes and blemishes. I think that this region can do something different and perhaps even more novel and commensurate with what your security requirements are in the Indo-Pacific region. But whatever model you're going with here, yes, you need more coordination going forward. The US, Japan, Australia, and the Philippines have started conducting coordinated maritime activities in the South China Sea. This has been, I think, in response to an amped up level of coercive pressure from Chinese naval vessels in the region. And so I do think it's entirely possible for us to conceive of a greater coordinated effort in the region going forward from an operational perspective. And that's probably the right construct right now for us to be leaning into to see how we can do that. Communication with that grouping and Taiwan will be valuable going forward, I think also with South Korea. But there's another coordination that I think needs to happen very, very quickly as well, and that's on the industrial base side. It's one thing for an adversary to look out and see an interoperable set of forces operating at sea or in the air, but it's entirely different for that adversary to see behind those forces an interoperable defense industrial base that is distributed throughout the region and is working together using the comparative advantage of any one country, any one government to be able to scale defensive weapons and defensive platforms faster. That is not happening at scale right now throughout the region. In fact, of the roughly 23% GDP support that this region, not including China, actually generates, it only generates less than 5% of actual global defense production. That is a mismatch and a missed opportunity if I ever heard of one. And so it's time for us right now to really think about how we scale defense industrial production in this region, create the kind of synergies and comparative advantages, efficiencies at scale as soon as possible, and create the organic support for all of our warfighters to be able to work together immediately. That one simply has not had enough discussion recently, and I hope we can talk about that more in the future.
Thank you. Now I'd like to open to the floor. Should anyone would like to raise a question, please raise your hand so that I can see you, and also identify yourself once you've been standing. So anyone would like to pose your questions to the distinguished panelists here?
Please kindly raise your hand and state your name and organization. Do we have any questions? Oh, we have one in the back.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Hong Wei Sheng. I'm a local lawyer here in Taipei. And my question is open to the speaker, as Mr. Royal has suggested that more rehearsal is necessary for Taiwan for the preparation. My question is about the challenge this recommendation poses to a democratic society, as we all understand that more rehearsal can get us more prepared and get the people have more awareness about the risk posing now. But at the same time, it opens the room for a cognitive operation by saying that it is because of you made the wrong decision through the democratic process, or you voted wrong, so that you need to face this threat. If you can make a different decision throughout the democratic position by changing other ruling party or by changing other the political status, then probably you won't need to face this threat. So my question is how to deal with this dilemma posed to the democratic society. Because if we indeed have more rehearsal now, I can imagine that this appeal will come up through the democratic process. Thank you.
Okay, anyone would like to answer? Roy?
I will simply say that Taiwan is not the only government that we're encouraging more rehearsals from. It was a big part of my job in this administration and in the last administration to be asking allies and partners throughout the entire Indo-Pacific region to do more, to be prepared more. So that can include spending more, but it also means rehearsing more. And we're asking that of both our friends and allies in this region, but also of the United States. We're asking our own military to be more prepared and to think more about civil resilience within the United States as well. It's not quite the same acute issue in the United States as it is here in Taiwan, but it's there. I wouldn't presume to be in the right position to advise you on the political side of that here in Taiwan, but I would simply look to other examples, again, particularly those in the eastern flank of the European theater. We've just heard a little bit about this. Countries that are rehearsing routinely and making sure that it is not a political issue within their system. I'm not entirely sure how to do that within Taiwan, but certainly not being prepared, it doesn't seem like the right answer to me going forward.
Jacob, do you like to say something?
So, what is the strength that China brings to its tussle, its conflict with democracies? It's the whole of the system approach. The fact that the Chinese government is able to tap all parts of its society, its institutions, into this conflict with democracies, right? And so I would say, and this is also partly in response to your question, previous question, Dr. Lai, is that I think we need to be able to tap our own institutions, our universities, our think tanks, our media, in order to be able to respond jointly to what China is doing. I ended my presentation by saying that democracies need to be a little unpredictable. And what do I mean by that? One of the things is that, the Chinese ambassador in each of our countries freely writes an op-ed in our newspapers. This is not something that our ambassadors can do in Chinese newspapers. The most our ambassador can do in the Chinese media environment is to give an interview, a very sanitized interview to Chinese media. So I don't see why we have to accord the same privileges, a luxury or a privilege to the Chinese side, which we don't get in return. So in many ways, the Chinese are taking advantage of the openness of the liberties of our societies, but that is not something that we get in return. Lawfare. Gray zone, one aspect of it is lawfare. The fact that the Chinese have these laws, we've referred several times to the unity law. The fact that the Chinese have these laws in place and the belief that they can apply this extraterritoriality is partly because they know that there is no response forthcoming from democracies. And I think unless we resolve that issue, and that's an issue that we can resolve that is in our hands. So in terms of like signaling, response, preparation, this is all something that is in our hands. And I don't see why we cannot do that. But of course, in democracies, it's very difficult and I can certainly tell you in the case of India, it's very difficult for the government to tell universities, do this, do that. Or universities to tell the government to do this or do that. But I think we need to find a way around it. And one way is to use opportunities like this to network among democracies, among democratic societies and institutions, and see what it is that we can do over and above what our governments tell us to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Philip, you want to say something? Or?
Sure. In our case, Poland is trying to build its security and resilience system based on the whole of government and the whole of society approach, and in the full line with the democratic rights, values, etc. And I think because of the threat perception these days, the fact that the potential military conflict in our country, in our region, is the likelihood of it to happen is the highest since the end of Second World War, I would say, leads to the situation that there is a very high level of understanding among the society that we need to invest and adapt to the threats that we are dealing with on a daily basis. And therefore, I think that there is no risk to democracy by taking such a measures that allows us to be more effective to protect this democracy. Because the main thing is that our adversaries are using the privileges that democratic values gives us to live in a peaceful, freedom of speech world and so on, and they are orchestrating those privileges against us. I think the most controversial area to deal with is, of course, the measures to counter foreign information manipulations and interference, because of the criticism that some of the steps might be perceived as a violation of freedom of speech. And I'm always, when I'm hear that argument, I'm trying to convince that the measures that we are taking, especially within the EU, because in this particular case I see that EU is more suitable institution instead of NATO to address hybrid threats related to the information manipulations and interference, because it has basically more regulatory power to make a change. I'm reversing this argument by saying that those actions are necessary to protect our democracy, to protect our rights, and our responsibility as a decision makers as well is to assure the citizens' ability to have a fact-based access to the fact-based information. So I think that some countermeasures to balance are necessary.
Okay. Yeah, maybe I can say something. We only can have a rehearsal, have the exercise in peacetime. And 4.5 years ago in Taiwan, we never discussed what if there is a warfare. But after the Ukrainian war, I think the government faced this issue very seriously. Otherwise, we will not have a whole society resilience committees. So the first thing I think the exercise and rehearse is needed. And we have to let the people know we are prepared more and this country will be more safe. That's a basic issues. And next week we will have an exercise that we will slow down the mobile network. And we have a lot of fake news, have a lot of disinformation. We try to make people believe that we prepare for it. We only not rely on the mobile network. We have the indoor Wi-Fi. We have the fixed phone line. So even the speed of the mobile network is decreased. We still can have the normal life. We still can have the connection with other business. So I think with this kind of rehearsal is quite important. At the same time, we also want to collect the information. Through the exercise, we know where is the vulnerabilities, what kind of thing we can do more. So I think through this exercise, this rehearse, we will make our country become stronger. Yeah.
Thank you. We have time for one more question. Anyone would like to raise their hand? Okay, the gentleman there, please.
My name is Song-Sing Chen. I'm an adjunct professor at Dongfa University. My question relates to your comments on what we need for a regional cooperation framework. And I would like to ask, what are these hurdles there that stop or sort of, preventing Korea, South Korea, Japan, Taiwan, Philippines, and others from forming a good alliance? Are we not, in reality, in a situation of a new Cold War? Is it because China has a strong military presence that stopped us from doing it? Or it was because they've been bullying us from doing so? Or was it because they have the economic leverage on the supply chain? I would like to hear your comments on this.
Okay, JD, I think probably you're the best one to answer this question, but probably you will offer something a little bit different from what you suggested, right?
I will do my best in very short order. The question is, what is preventing us from doing this? That presumes that a multilateral alliance is the right answer for this region. It might be, but quite frankly, there's so much that can be done short of that I don't know that we need to capture the concept of coordination as alliance or not alliance. I think the question is, can we do more coordinated together? The answer to that is yes, but it is politically challenging. China does hold coercive, active and latent coercive power to be able to try to convince a number of countries in this region that they have a lot to lose if they coordinate more together. And they have demonstrated that. They have not only have that, but they have demonstrated that in the past. And yes, that does have some impact. I don't think it has the same impact today that it had 5 years ago. My sense is that we all have had enough experience dealing with Chinese coercion now to be able to understand how it comes, when it comes, and to look at opportunities to deflect that and maybe even bank shot that into a strategic advantage. I think about the Philippines in particular and their challenges in the South China Sea, Second Thomas Shoal, Sabina Shoal, and other sort of flashpoints. And the result for China is that they have made it complex for the Philippines to figure out tactically how to deal with resupply and maintaining openness around the fishing areas on those shoals. But China has also lost substantially because the Marcos administration is far more friendly with the United States today than it was before. The US, Japan, Australia, and the Philippines are conducting these coordinated maritime activities that I talked about. The investment that's coming into the Philippines right now, friendly, national security based, not just government, but also private capital into the Philippines is way higher today than it was 5 years ago now. So the question from China's perspective is, have they won or lost in this situation? We need to be thinking about how we can turn any of these coercive elements in the region into a bank shot, into a strategic advantage. I'll point to one initiative that I hope gives you some encouragement in this regard. I had the honor of being able to start a new multinational organization called PIPER, the Partnership for Indo-Pacific Industrial Resilience. We came up with this idea about 4 years ago, and it has now been in existence since 16 nations at the defense minister level have approved this organization. And it allows us to be able to think about supply, sustainment, manufacturing, and policy and regulatory issues together for defense industry scaling. Taiwan is an advisory member to that body. That may not sound like much, but the reality is I don't think that Taiwan is really involved in other multinational security partnerships. The fact that Taiwan is a permanent advisor to Piper and is active in discussions with these other nations, including Japan, the UK, Germany, Sweden. This is an important step going forward, and it proves that we can, in fact, make progress to further coordinate, even if that's short of a full alliance concept. Thank you.
I would say that even without the Chinese influence or Chinese threat, the integration of the already existing multiple bilateral alliances into one single the multinational alliances, that's still a work in progress and very difficult one. Just take it as this is like the defense side of the spaghetti effect, equivalent to the complexity when people talk about you try to combine several bilateral FTA agreement into one big multilateral FTA agreements. That complexity, the U.S.-Japan command structure and the U.S.-Korea command structure, they're completely different. And also the U.S.-Australia, they do not even have that kind of the command as that the U.S. has with Japan and South Korea. But Australia turned out to be the one that most integrated with the United States in comparison to those allies. So it's all different. Even in the U.S. standpoint, I think that the integration of them is very difficult. So I just add my footnote. I think that we came to the conclusion of this panels, and thank you for all giving us a very insightful and a very dynamic conversation that we have here. The Freedom Coalition is still continue to be the one of the key issues we are facing every day. Not just about the possible invasion sometime, probably 3 or 4 years later, but we are facing every day about the gray zone, and that's in everybody's mind, how to deal with them. So thank you for the advice and the suggestions, and please join me giving a big hands applause to our panelists here, and also to yourself for staying awake.
Thank you very much to all our panelists and also Dr. Lai for moderating this session. And I'd like to invite all the guests to return to the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a short break. The afternoon keynote speech will begin after break. Please return to your seat by 3:50. We will begin promptly at 3:50. And we have prepared some refreshments and beverages outside the hall. Please remember to keep your valuables with you at all times. Thank you and see you later. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our next speaker, Her Excellency Sanna Marin, the former Prime Minister of Finland, accompanied by our host, Ambassador François Wu Zhizhong, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, here with us. And the next session is about to begin. I'd like to once again invite everyone to take a seat and silence your mobile devices. Thank you. Welcome back to the forum. And now we're deeply honored to have our next speaker, Her Excellency Sanna Marin, the former Prime Minister of Finland, as our keynote speaker for this session. But before we begin, we'd like to invite our host of the session, Ambassador François Wu Zhizhong, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, to introduce our keynote speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Deputy Minister Wu. Welcome.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Mesdames et Messieurs, mes chers amis, 各位女士先生，大家午安 ，Bonjour, good afternoon. It is my great honor and privilege to welcome the Honorable Sanna Marin, former Premier Minister of Finland, to Taiwan and to the凱達格蘭Forum. C'est vraiment un grand honneur. Un plaisir immense de pouvoir souhaiter la bienvenue à l'ancien Premier ministre de la Finlande, Madame Sanna Marin. Prime Minister Marin is a global stateswoman who redefined modern governance, broke traditional barriers, and guided Finland with remarkable courage and clarity through one of the most challenging periods in recent history. Madame Marin first captured the world's attention in 2019 when, at the age of 34, she became the world's youngest serving prime minister. She also led a coalition of 5 political parties, each headed by a woman, a historical milestone that demonstrated the strength of inclusive and forward-looking leadership. But what truly defines leadership is not age. It is the ability to make difficult decisions when history demands them. Finland once lived under the shadow of Finlandization. Despite enormous pressure from its powerful neighbor, Finland preserved its democracy, strengthened its resilience, and ultimately charted its own course. When Russia launched its full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022, European security was fundamentally transformed. At that pivotal moment, Prime Minister Marin demonstrated exceptional leadership by guiding Finland to end decades of military non-alignment. She built national consensus, rallied public support, worked closely with international partners, and led Finland into NATO in 2023 through the fastest accession process in the alliance history. Her leadership reminds us that peace is never secured by wishful thinking. It is preserved through resilience, unity, and the courage to make difficult choices. Finland's story also reminds us of something profoundly human. Both Finland and Taiwan are relatively small democracies, living next to much larger and more powerful neighbors. Both have faced sustained pressure and coercion, yet both have succeeded, not by surrendering their value, but by strengthening their resilience, protecting their freedom, and preserving their democracy. To persevere and ultimately succeed in the face of adversity is among humanity's greatest achievements. Finland has done so. Taiwan continue to do so. 能够在逆境中坚持信念，克服困难，并最终获得成功，是人类最珍贵的特质之一。芬兰如此，台湾亦然。La capacité de persévérer dans l'adversité et d'en sortir victorieux est l'une des plus nobles qualités de l'humanité. La Finlande l'a incarné, Taïwan continue de l'incarner aujourd'hui. Taiwan understands this reality as well. In May 2021, The Economist described Taiwan as the most dangerous place on earth, predicting that conflict across the Taiwan Strait could be imminent. Since then, the world has witnessed the war in Ukraine in 2022, the Israel-Hamas war in 2023, military clash between India and Pakistan in 2025, fighting along the Thailand-Cambodia border in 2025, and the direct military confrontation between the USA and Iran in 2026. Yet, throughout these turbulent years, the Taiwan Strait has remained peaceful and stable. This peace has not happened by accident. It has been preserved through vigilance, resilience, close cooperation with our international partner, and our unwavering commitment to maintaining the status quo. That is why Finland and Taiwan have so much to learn from one another. We are not connected merely by geography or politics, but by a shared belief that even small democracies can shape history when they possess courage, resilience, and the determination to stand firm. Prime Minister Marin has been a steadfast advocate for democratic resilience, international law, and the rule-based international order. She has also been a leading voice calling for Europe to strengthen its defense capabilities and enhance strategic resilience in energy, technology, and supply chain. Her principled leadership continues to inspire democracy around the world. We are therefore deeply honored to welcome her to Taiwan today. I am confident that her insight and experience will enrich our discussion and further strengthen the friendship between Finland and Taiwan. Ladies and gentlemen, 各位在场贵宾，请与我一起以热烈掌声欢迎马林前总理。Je vous invite à vous joindre à moi pour souhaiter la plus chaleureuse bienvenue à l'honorable Sanna Marin, ancienne Premier ministre de la Finlande. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to the Honorable Sanna Marin, former Prime Minister of Finland. Thank you. Merci. 谢谢大家。
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Minister Wu. And ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Her Excellency Sanna Marin with a big round of applause for her keynote speech. Welcome. The floor is yours.
Deputy Foreign Minister, distinguished guests, dear friends. I'm very honored to speak here today at the凱達格蘭Forum. Thank you very much for your kind invitation. It is also such a pleasure to visit the amazing city of Taipei for the first time. I have long hoped to get the chance to visit Taiwan. And I must say that it is even bigger pleasure to be here to talk to you about my favorite topics, such as in such an inspiring event for such a great audience. So thank you very much for inviting me here. As for my speech, I'm going to start by telling you about Finland, our society, and what has made Finland one of the world's happiest and most resilient democracies. Second, I will reflect what I have learned from serving my country as a prime minister. I will focus on Russia's aggression towards Ukraine that also led Finland joining NATO, and what wider lessons we should learn from this war, especially here on the other side of the world. And thirdly, I'm going to share my view on our quickly shifting geopolitical reality and what leadership should look like in this new era of uncertainty. But before we start, I would like to share a personal story that has a lesson that I will come back to at the end of my remarks. When I was a young child, I lived in a small town in Finland called Pirkkala. Next to my school, there was a big, beautiful forest that I just loved. I spent countless of hours just wandering around there with my child's imagination. I have so many happy memories from that time. But when I was about 8 or 9 years old, the worst thing happened. The landowner decided to cut down the trees and sell the timber. I, like the whole community, were devastated. How can this be? How can anybody be so selfish that they steal a sanctuary from an entire school and community? I had to do something, but I didn't know what. I was a child, after all. So I gathered a few of my friends, and we decided to hold a demonstration. Actually, my first political action, which I didn't know at the time. And we decided to hold the demonstration next to the forest. But we were just kids, and we didn't know what to do. So we took a Finnish flag and marched around the nearby street and sang the national anthem. This must work, I thought. Of course, it had no effect. The trees were cut down and the forest was lost. But the lesson that we learned that day wasn't that of hopelessness. I will return to this later in my speech. Dear friends, Finland is a small Nordic country on the other side of the world, in Europe, with a smaller population than Taiwan, just under 6 million people. Our geography isn't the easiest one, nor is our history. Just over 100 years ago, Finland was a poor agrarian country. We did not have many things to build on. We had lots of forests and too few but very resilient people. How did Finland become one of the countries with the highest levels of well-being in the world? At the core of our success is the Nordic welfare model that was based on the example of our neighbors in other Nordic countries, the values of social democracy, and wide cooperation between different actors in our society. Because we never had that many people, we did not afford to discard half of the population. So women were always in the center of building our society as it is today. Finland was the first country in the world to grant full political rights to women, the right to vote, but also the right to run for election. This has been a crucially important factor behind many of the policies we have pushed forward over the decades. Reforms in education, social and healthcare, and social justice. For the 9th year in a row, Finland has topped the World Happiness Report, where all Nordic countries frequently end up in the top 10. Gender equality and equal opportunities that our welfare model provides to our citizens are not the only reasons for this, but they are the core ones. But even though there are several things my country could be envied for, geography isn't one of those. As you might know, Finland shares the longest border with its aggressive neighbor Russia, just over 1,300 kilometers of all EU and NATO countries. We also have a bloody history with them, having had at least half a dozen wars with the country over the past 700 years. We have lost land and lives, and we have always been very aware of the fact that our choices and decisions might be met with aggression towards us. There are many things that safeguards a country from outside aggression: rules-based international order, alliances and defense capabilities, but also the unity of the people and preparedness of the nation. Now, when the first two are in transition, to be kindly put, we must strengthen rest, defense capabilities and preparedness. Dear friends, from a small country's perspective, a world without rules is frightening. Without shared understanding of the fundamental values and principles, such as respect for human rights and sovereignty, we are all vulnerable. If we submit to strength in fear, we cannot build lasting peace or prosperity. I want to thank and share my admiration for Taiwan and its people for your courage in defending our shared values. In Finland, we have always understood what it is like to live in the shadow of a beast. We also know how it feels to encounter that beast alone. It is no coincidence that when many European countries decided to reduce military expenses after the collapse of the Soviet Union, thinking that the fundamental ideological battle was resolved, Finland chose another path. The wars with the USSR were and still are in the collective memory of people. This is why we never gave up our mandatory military service and why we have consistently invested in our defense capabilities. But you cannot fight with weapons alone. Disinformation and propaganda has always been used as a tool of warfare. Today, the tools that the digital world provides gives endless of opportunities to attack against societies. That is why civic skills and deep trust within societies are crucial for resilience. Education and structures that enhance trust between people and towards institutions are as important as drones or missiles. I believe that knowledge of people, capability to question information, and education that encourages critical thinking becomes increasingly important as the age of AI and new technologies. As important is the feeling of belonging and togetherness. If a person can trust that society will carry you through also in hardships, and that you have equal opportunities to access education and enhance your own life, you also want to protect others and your country. This kind of trust cannot be built in days, months, or even years. It takes decades of work and reforms to make this happen. When asked by citizens how willing they are to defend one's country, Finland usually ranks high. In a survey last year, almost 80% of our citizens were willing to defend Finland according to one's abilities and thought that if Finland were attacked, we should defend ourselves with arms. This is no surprise for the reasons that I explained. Dear friends, after the 24th of February 2022, Europe woke up to new geopolitical reality. It was a shift from a long-lasting European peace to a European war. It was also a massive shift of paradigm, as we had to rebuild our whole understanding of European security architecture militarily, but also economically. Besides military aggression, Russia attacked our continent by weaponizing its energy deliveries to the European market long before the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Russia started first to reduce the deliveries of gas to ensure the European gas storages would not be full. After the attack, they cut the gas supply massively, resulting in extremely high energy prices, causing inflation and harming our industries. This has had serious economic consequences to our nations, industries, and citizens now over 4 years. This has also been a major factor in many elections, leading to instability and rising support of populistic parties. And it is extremely important to understand that this was a political move from Putin, a way of using our own beliefs, vulnerabilities, and dependencies to weaken the public support for Ukraine and to make us weak. Why am I sharing this with you here in Taiwan? The way I see it, the Russian aggression in Ukraine is only the tip of the iceberg of much wider battle of values, connecting the Indo-Pacific, Europe, and rest of the world. Beneath the surface lie deeper questions about our strategic autonomy, what we depend on, what we are capable of, and what is our role in an interconnected world. The cheapest option is not always the safest one, and in times of crisis, safety and self-sufficiency matter more than the lowest price. Strategic autonomy may cost something, maybe even much in the short term, but critical dependence will cost everything in the long term. One of the most complex security measures democracies have to take in today's uncertain and sometimes even chaotic world is to map out our dependencies and neutralize the powers dictators may have on us. This means diversifying the value chains of critical products, energy infrastructure, but above all, it means leveling up when it comes to technological advancements. We must recognize our dependencies on authoritarian countries and their growing control over critical technologies such as AI, data networks, critical minerals, and the personal data of our citizens. Already now, these are issues of vital importance for business, health, security, and our citizens' rights. Dear friends, what should leadership look like when times are uncertain and everything feels sometimes even hopeless? The most important thing is to not let fear paralyze us, but to take action. Countries and regions need to recognize their strategic vulnerabilities before they're used tools of pressure. Together, we must build resilience in energy, defense, technological innovation, and our critical supply chains. And above all, we must understand that we need to take greater responsibility for our own future with other democratic nations. To really thrive, we need leadership that makes our countries safer and competitive in a reality where geopolitical turbulence is rather the norm than exception. And for this, leaders need 4 things. First, the understanding of core values. For Finland and Europe, these are democracy, rule of law, equality, and respect for individual freedoms and rights. These values must be protected when challenged. Second, we need a clear vision and direction, grounded not only in our values, but also a realistic view of our options. This, in my opinion, is the one that we have maybe been lacking the most. Our realistic options may not always be the most comfortable or the ones that we would prefer, but only by accepting today's reality can we shape a better future. And only when these 3 principles are in place, values, vision, and understanding of realistic options, we can finally form a strategy that actually works. Dear friends, as I'm coming to the end of my remarks, I would like to reflect on what must happen in Ukraine for us all to be safe, and what can we learn from this situation regardless of where we come from. We need to understand that the matter of Ukraine, just like the matter of Taiwan, isn't an issue of a single country. Ukraine is a battlefield of values and the international rules-based order. If we let countries like Russia attack and independent sovereign nations without serious and long-lasting consequences, it will set an example for others to use aggression to get what they want. That is why right now it's the time to show strength and defend our values. I fully agree what Vice President Xiao stated earlier today. To build lasting peace, we need strength and deterrence of our own. We need to push back the questioning and challenging of international law and institutions and understand what is at stake. Dear friends, if there is a silver lining in this tense geopolitical situation, it might give us an opportunity to improve the way we understand the world and prepare for the future. And here I come to the story that I started my remarks with. Remember my devastation as a child when the forest next to my school was lost. Well, this defeat wasn't the lesson that I learned. It was actually what happened next. After the demolition of the area, our school gathered all the teachers and students to plant new trees together. If we would walk on that site today, there would be a forest. And there is a forest, beautiful forest I have visited many times. So when we face losses or defeats, the thing that matters is what we do next. Do we stand still or do we take action? Because hope isn't something that lands from the sky to our laps. It is something that we create ourselves through our actions. And even now, when the world seems so grim and fragmented, when the international rules-based order is questioned and challenged, we can influence and change our future, just like Taiwan did 30 years ago when your brave people chose democracy. With these thoughts, I thank you once again for inviting me here in beautiful Taipei, and I look forward for the discussion that will follow. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for your wonderful speech. Thank you. We have about 5 minutes. Would you like to take some questions from the audience? Thank you. Wonderful. Yeah. So, do we have any questions from the audience? You're welcome to raise your hand if you have any. I think we have one right there. Please tell us your name and organization. Thank you.
Hi, Josh Huang Wilkes from Domino Theory. Can you talk a little bit, as much as you can, about the decisions and trade-offs that you as a former world leader face when you come here and support Taiwan, but when you're actually in Helsinki, you don't really say anything at all, please? Thank you.
Okay, now I think the microphone is working. I can only say, as a former Prime Minister, it is, of course, much easier to speak as an acting one. We all know that different countries, whether we come from Europe or different parts of the world, we have the world where we live in, and we have to be, of course, always considerate on different sides, interests, and understand the positioning of our own countries. But what I believed as serving as a Prime Minister, and what I still believe so strongly now, is that there are some things that we cannot trade with. Those are the principles and the values that we have agreed, that we have signed, and that we have built our societies upon. So we cannot then trade these off. We always have to protect and understand that if we think that we want to crawl under some fence today to think that things might be easier then, we will actually face that only after, and especially when we live in small countries or mid-sized powers, if there isn't the international rules-based order, if we don't always respect and defend the values that we have ourselves to be able to enjoy, if we don't defend those values and those principles, we will find that ahead of us later on. So that's why it's so important, for example, to be here today to speak about the principles and the values that we believe in. Democracy, the right of certain nations to decide by themselves without the fear that it might lead to aggression.
Thank you. Before we end, do we have any questions from the audience? Okay, one last question in the back. Thank you.
Hello, this is Mukesh Kaushik. I am from India, a journalist. My question is based on a paradox that we have a country called Taiwan, a superb democracy, democratic index are very high, and 180 kilometers away from this country is a country which is called authoritarian repressive regime. But 99% of democracies all over the world are having relationship with China, not with this democracy. What is this paradox?
Well, I think there are better voices and smarter voices to maybe answer this question than me. But as I see it, when we look at the situation in Ukraine, and we all can see the resemblance. An aggressor, bigger aggressor, next doors, attacking independent certain nation with brutal force. No right to do so, but still, when we see that situation, we have seen that situation, we have responded. In Europe, united, which I'm really proud of, that we have been united and we have been strong in our response, and we still have to do much more. But when we look at the situation in Taiwan, between Taiwan and China, there are the questions of the international response, because the one China policy. And I think this might be, I hope it won't, but it might be much more complicated for different countries internationally to respond. I don't think it should be like this. But I'm speaking from a realistic perspective, and I think this audience here really well knows this and understands this. And there might be better voices and much wiser voices in this audience to answer what is the feeling, how would international community respond if there would some things that might happen. And I'm not talking about tanks, missiles, or drones, or acts of warfare. I'm talking about the gray zone, the zone that it's much more difficult to handle. And what should be the response when there are things already happening? Just like there are things that is happening in different European countries, even though we are not in the direct aggression of Russia ourselves, but Ukraine is. But there are still a lot of things in hybrid warfare that is happening every single day, and we are questioning what are the actions, what should be the countermeasures, how should we react when this situation is already at hand. I believe that the international community should always stay strong and always should defend the values and the principles that I was mentioning in my speech and for the previous question. And without that kind of conviction, we are weaker. And I don't think that we should make ourselves weaker in the eyes of an aggressor of our dictatorship or authoritarian regimes. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause once again to Her Excellency Sanna Marin for making this afternoon's keynote speech so engaging and memorable. Thank you very much. And at the same time, Her Excellency Sanna Marin and Deputy Minister Wu will be leaving us for the next part of the day. So we would like to thank them once again for their presence and contribution today. Thank you very much. And we will now shortly proceed to our next session, which is panel discussion 3, titled Value Added Diplomacy and Reconfiguring Non-Red Supply Chains. And ladies and gentlemen, I would like to now first invite our moderator and all our panelists to join us on the stage by taking a seat. Welcome. And ladies and gentlemen, in this session, we have 5 panelists, respectively from Canada, Poland, Argentina, and the US and Taiwan. Welcome. Please take a seat. Thank you so much for joining us in this session. Welcome. And now I'd like to introduce our moderator of panel 3, Dr. Lü Yaozhi, the president of Taipei University of Marine Technology. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to welcome all the panelists and our moderator. And I turn the floor over to President Lü. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the third panel discussion. So this forum is all about security. So at the end of this forum, we will be talking about also economic security, okay? Because if we want to secure democracy, then we have to take care all levels of participants, meaning that the general public is also our, after all, democracy is about protecting people. So economic situation, economic security and cooperation, how can middle power or democracies working together to prevent from economic coercion that we are facing right now. So we're very privileged to be joined by an exceptional group of leaders, scholars, and media experts from Canada, Poland, Argentina, and the United States and Taiwan. So my way of conducting the panel is that I will give a very short introduction about our speaker and then invite them to speak for 10 minutes and go on and go on. And then we might have maybe about 1 or 2 questions to go around and also open to the floor. So our first speaker is the Honorable Ed Fast, former Minister of International Trade of Canada and the key architect of major agreements like the CPTPP. He is currently a distinguished fellow at the MacDonald Laureate Institute. Please welcome Minister Fast. Sir, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for the invitation to join you here at this forum. It's my second visit to Taipei, and I've been impressed with the quality of the speakers, and I think there's a lot of learning that's going on here today. Disclaimer, the views I express today do not necessarily reflect the views of our government in Canada. I hope they do, and if they don't, I hope they soon will. But let me begin by framing my comments in terms that Canada's Prime Minister Mark Carney articulated in Davos in January of this year, because I think it frames everything else I want to say today. Our Prime Minister told the audience that the old rules-based order, the one that underwrote 70 years of relative peace and security and rising prosperity, is not coming back. He called it a rupture, not simply a passing disruption. And I would suggest that perhaps the permanence, on the issue of the permanence of that disruption, I might disagree with Prime Minister Carney, but he also posed a choice to every middle power in the room: compete with one another for the favor of the great powers, or combine to build a third path with real impact. Now, although he and I don't share the same politics, I believe he's right on that last point. A world in which middle powers negotiate one at a time with major powers is a world in which they negotiate from weakness, competing with each other to be the most fawning supplicant. Friends, that's not the exercise of sovereignty. That's performative sovereignty, while quietly accepting subjugation. But middle powers can't replace great power leadership either. The post-war rules-based order rested on the strategic, economic, and military weight of the United States. Without that foundation, middle powers would have never exercised the influence they did. Our task is not to distance ourselves from American leadership, as difficult as that might be today, but to make ourselves more valuable partners within a renewed coalition of like-minded democracies, a coalition that can independently amplify American leadership, but not substitute for it. Taiwan belongs at the very center of that effort, not at the margins. Which brings me to the Indo-Pacific. Canada has said, through successive governments, that this region is central to our future, to our trade diversification, our prosperity, and our security. And I truly believe that. But it has to mean more than a line in a strategy document. It has to mean an active role in doing things like rehabilitating a WTO that has been allowed to atrophy. It entails pushing for genuine trade liberalization rather than managed trade dressed up in anti-mercantilist language. And it also calls for building institutional architecture that lets open economies, large and small, compete on the same terms. Now, I don't say that as an outside observer. I say it as someone who sat at the table. As Canada's Minister of Trade for almost 5 years, I led the Canadian team that negotiated what became the CPTPP, sitting across from a dozen Pacific economies, and in the early stages, the US itself. This was never merely a tariff reduction exercise. It was a strategic project conceived as a counterweight to a Chinese command economy already flooding markets with subsidized goods, coercing technology transfers, and practicing the kind of wolf warrior diplomacy that intimidates rather than builds shared success. We built the TPP to prove a different model was possible. High standards, genuine market access, enforceable rules, and partners who intended to keep their commitments. Coalition building. Looking back, that agreement wasn't just forward-looking. It was prescient, which is why it remains one of the great mysteries that the United States, the country that actually turbocharged the original TPP, walked away from it in 2017. That the US abandoned its own strategy was more than a disappointment to us partners. It was a gift to Beijing, which no longer had to outcompete a rules-based coalition. It only had to wait for that coalition to shrink and implode. But guess what? That didn't happen. 11 of us, including Canada, chose to proceed without Washington, and the CPTPP has grown stronger, not weaker. Last year, the United Kingdom joined the original 11 countries, proving this agreement can be expanded judiciously with the right partners. Ironically, the lesson of the CPTPP is not that the US no longer matters. Quite the opposite. It demonstrated that like-minded middle powers can preserve and strengthen a rules-based framework while leaving the door open for renewed American leadership. Our objective should never be to construct an alternative to the United States. It should be to help create the conditions in which American engagement in this region becomes easier, more effective, and importantly, more enduring. There's one more piece of this picture worth naming directly, because it doesn't show up in a trade statistic. Beijing has become expert at gray zone economic coercion, punishment that stays just below the threshold of open conflict, deniable enough to avoid formal consequence, and yet coercive enough to send the intended message. We've watched it applied against Australia over its call for an independent inquiry into COVID. So wine, barley, coal were shut out overnight. We've watched it applied against Lithuania over the mere naming of a Taiwanese representative office. And Canada knows this playbook all too well. Our canola, our pork, our beef, our seafood have all been leveraged against us at politically convenient moments. And even 2 of our diplomats were taken hostage for a while. Taiwan, of course, lives with the most sustained variation of this pressure. So why should the global community resist this? Because gray zone coercion is a deliberate strategy to make the exercise of sovereign choice too costly for any single country to bear alone. Its logic depends on picking us off one at a time, so no country wants to be the next Australia or Lithuania or Canada. And that's exactly why coalition building isn't an abstraction, it's the practical antidote. A country that can be isolated can be coerced, but a coalition that treats an attack on one partner's sovereignty as a concern for all of them cannot. If we let economic coercion succeed as a tool of geopolitical dominance, we teach every other authoritarian power watching that coercion works. And that's a lesson none of us can afford to teach. Which brings me to the Republic of China. Taiwan is one of the freest and most open economies on earth, a vibrant multi-party democracy with an independent judiciary, a free press, a technological powerhouse whose semiconductor industry underpins global supply chains. On every measure, The CPTPP applies to its own members. Market access, regulatory transparency, rule of law, genuine commitment to reciprocal obligations. Taiwan qualifies, and qualifies comfortably. So I will agree with my former colleague and former Deputy Prime Minister of Canada, Chrystia Freeland, that it's time. If the UK, half a world away from the Pacific, can accede to the CPTPP, there's no serious argument for leaving Taiwan waiting at the door, especially as Beijing begins to knock and make noises about wanting to join as a credible partner. As I recently wrote for the Macdonald-Laurier Institute, if we don't learn the lessons of China's behavior at the WTO since 2001, we are condemned to repeat those lessons. So let me be clear. I support Taiwan's accession to the CPTPP. I've said so publicly before and will keep saying it. Canada has in the past supported Taiwan's meaningful participation in bodies like the WHO and ICAO, forums from which Taiwan continues to be excluded for reasons that have nothing to do with merit, but everything to do with the expansionist designs of a government in Beijing that Taiwan does not answer to. That same principle of merit should apply with equal force to the CPTPP. So let me turn to something more immediate. The Canada-Taiwan Trade Cooperation Framework Arrangement. This is an agreement between Canada and Taiwan that has been negotiated. I understand that Taiwan is ready to sign that agreement. I want to be candid. The continued delay in finalizing this cooperation framework that both sides have already negotiated in good faith is hard to explain on its merits. So it's fair to ask, is Canada's newfound interest in pacifying Beijing the reason for the delay? I hope not. If Canada is serious about the Indo-Pacific and serious about the middle power leadership our Prime Minister himself described in Davos, signing this framework is a small, concrete place to start proving it, and so is agreeing to Taiwan's accession to the TPP. So let me offer one more thought before I turn things over to the panel. We often talk about Taiwan's importance in economic terms, so semiconductors, supply chains, trade flows, and rightly so. But I believe Taiwan's greater value in this emerging order is as a proof of concept. Every middle power represented in this room is asking itself the question Prime Minister Carney posed in Davos. Is it actually possible to build prosperity and security without simply deferring to whichever great power is the loudest and most coercive? For decades, Taiwan has been answering that question under far more direct pressure than most of our countries will ever face. And that is a case study the rest of us, Canada included, have not studied nearly closely enough. So let me close. We're living through what our Prime Minister has rightly called a rupture, a moment when the assumptions that underwrote decades of global progress can no longer be taken for granted. In moments like this, it's the developing world, the poorest nations, the most vulnerable people among them, who have the most to lose, having spent close to a century relying on an American-led order to deliver them greater prosperity and security. Whether this rupture becomes permanent or, as I hope, simply an interlude before a renewed democratic coalition emerges, will depend on whether countries like Canada, Taiwan, Japan, Australia, New Zealand, South Korea, and so many others choose to become more capable, more resilient, more courageous, and more useful partners to the one democratic power that still possesses the capacity to anchor international stability. The U.S. cannot carry that burden alone, but neither can middle powers preserve a free and open order without it. That choice will be reflected in our collective approach to Taiwan. Do we treat Taiwan as an inconvenience to be managed around a more comfortable relationship with Beijing? Or do we treat Taiwan as what it actually is, a forward-looking democracy and a natural partner in exactly the kind of coalition Canada and others say they want to build? I know which side of that choice I'm on. I suspect most of you do too. Thank you. I look forward to our discussion.
Thank you very much, sir. We're deeply grateful for your strong and public support for Taiwan's accession to CPTPP, TPP, and as well as our bilateral relations. We'll come back to the trade issue later. Next, we will have Mr. Thomas Amoros, the first counselor in the Department of Strategy at Poland's Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the former Director of Economic Cooperations. He brings deep diplomatic and strategic expertise across Europe and Asia. Welcome, our friend Thomas. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed for the invitation. I'm really honored to be here. I must say this caveat since I'm at the Department of Strategy, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Poland, that the opinions that I will express do not necessarily reflect the official position on Poland. But I think that in general it's undeniable that the key challenge that we are facing will be summed up in one word: rebalancing. We need to rebalance because the whole global order is not in balance. It's not in balance for various reasons. There are serious macroeconomic reasons which are causing the system to be so shaky and unbalanced. So in the so-called collective West, with some exceptions, but in general, we consume too much, we produce too little, we spend too much, we save too little. That in turn breeds a mindset which is not conducive to an effort to create the goods that we need to be more resilient. And that in turn creates an empty space that is being filled by revisionist powers who want to profit from these imbalances. So rebalancing involves, of course, many domains. Security domain, as we've learned today, many prominent speakers taught about it, and it's already happening to some extent at least. So we need more burden sharing on the part of the so-called collective West. Poland, for instance, last year, it spent 4.3% of its GDP on defense. Well, many other NATO countries are catching up. Not all of them, so that's why I said it's still plenty to be done. But the topic of our panel is mainly resilient supply chains. So I would like to focus, of course, here on the economy and the rebalancing of the supply chains, also analyzed from the standpoint of the economy imbalances that has built up. Of course, there are many, many reasons behind these imbalances, as I said, but let me concentrate on two key aspects. One is Europe's position right now is heavily influenced by the biggest threat that the continent is facing after the collapse of the Soviet Union and the end of the Cold War. So Europe is openly threatened by a military aggression of Russia. That's not something that has been invented in certain Russophobic European capitals. That is openly what the leadership in the Kremlin is saying. That is proven by their actions. So this is the reality that we have to face. And in this reality, we cannot rely on one supplier of critical inputs to our critical infrastructure and our key branches of industry. Because we need to be sure that if there is any hostile action on a bigger scale taken by Russia, we will be ready to defend ourselves. And the second thing is we cannot let overcapacity of one country who has become the so-called the factory of the world erode our industrial base in Europe. There are some calculations indicating that every day 500 jobs in European industry is being lost because of the export of overcapacity by China. But there is also the second aspect that I would like to talk about, and it actually mirrors what I just mentioned about Europe's position. And it's the imbalances that are growing in China itself. So as we know, China's economy is heavily imbalanced because almost all economic growth in this country is being driven by surge in exports of its overcapacity. So the prosperity of the Chinese people is also hinging only on one leg. So it would be also to the benefit of Beijing, I believe, that Europe rebalances its economic relationship with China. Because then China's economy will be more based on internal consumption, and as such, I think the logic should go. China will be less inclined to change the status quo regarding different international matters as well. So, because it's not in the interest of China as well. China benefited from globalization. Changing the status quo would largely undermine all those benefits that have accumulated, even with China. So how to rebalance? Of course, it's easier said than done that we should rebalance, but how to do it? For market-based economies, it is a tough challenge, particularly tough challenge for market-based economies, especially when we are faced by actors which don't obey rules. That was also mentioned during the previous panel. So let's compare, but just shed more light to what I mean. Compare a system of export controls introduced in Europe and in China. In Europe, it's transparent, it's targeted, it's clear to every actor why we need to introduce it. And there is a possibility of a legal recourse to independent courts to challenge these regulations. In China, export control regulations are opaque, not transparent, and arbitrary. There is no effective recourse to independent courts for economic actors, for instance, doing business with China. So, what's the solution? Should we become a system which is a kind of Chinese-like system? No, because that would undermine the very values on which our societies are based, right? So it's because private ownership, when we are talking about the economic sphere of the systems, of our systems, is sacrosanct. We have to be open and we have to be transparent vis-à-vis our businesses. Otherwise, that would mean that we can arbitrarily say to them that they should do this, they can't say that, they can't do that, right? So in general, I would say that in market-based economies, we have to, in order to rebalance, we have to create conditions for markets to be willing to pay the premium for more resilient inputs for critical sectors. So, of course, in order to do that, that word, and I think this word is a key word, that word was mentioned many times, for market-based economies, the key mechanism is coordination. Coordination between private and public actors inside, and coordination with like-minded partners abroad. And if we look back at the period preceding directly the last great catastrophe for the European continent as a whole, 1930s, what was the biggest mistake that was taken, that was made there, then, at that time? Appeasement. That was the biggest mistake. So we cannot repeat this mistake. Of course, it's hard, because as in the 1930s, societies were frightened by this prospect of another major war that could break out. So the response was appeasement. Likewise, today, our societies are used to, cheap products, just-in-time production, low prices. It's hard to move out of this comfort zone. So, in order to overcome it, and this is the kind of challenge that we are facing, because I would compare it to a game theoretical phenomenon called prisoner's dilemma. Because those of us who would be willing to appease are being offered instant promises of reward by those who require this appeasement. So, in short, and that's my proposed takeaway from my introductory remarks, we should coordinate to move the equilibrium which make us appease and thereby deepens the imbalances that I referred to a state, to move this equilibrium to a state where actually the whole system rebalances. And utilizing a little bit less game theoretical lingo, we should get unhooked from the harmful drugs in the long run, harmful in the long run, but which give the instant effect, pleasure effect that was mentioned during one of the panels before, and consider starting taking some vitamins. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Thomas, for your insightful presentation. I think there's still a lot of things to do. And also, you're talking a little bit like the circling economy. If we change our way of consumption, maybe we can find new economic models for middle power to cooperate. Maybe turn the consumption good into integrated services, and so that people will be willing to pay more premium and allow the production to be reinforced in Europe or any part of the world. And thank you very much for that insight, and we will come back to that later. Next, I think when we talk about non-raid supply chain, the versus is the opposite of that is raid supply chain, right? So it's not only that we guys are working together. China is playing his own cards in many parts of the world, like Africa countries or even Latin American countries. And somehow, you know, the differences between the USSR and the PRC is that back to the Cold War period, USSR didn't try to pretend that he's the Santa Claus. But now, China is wearing different faces, you know, to invest overseas, you know, dramatically. And we will be learning that from our next speaker, from Argentina. By the way, our heart is with Argentina for the football, you know. So we're very grateful to have Mr. Laureano Pérez Izquierdo, Director of Infobyte America. With decades of distinguished leadership in broadcasting and digital journalism, he offers powerful perspective on global media and regional dynamics. And in his presentation, he will be talking about how China plays the card in Latin America and how people perceive it, and you know, maybe some hidden risk behind it. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I come from what Pope Francis once called the end of the world, Argentina. As I was introduced by Tristan, my name is Laureano Pérez Izquierdo. I'm the director of Infobyte America, the world's largest Spanish language digital news platform. Although Argentina and Latin America are thousands and thousands of kilometers apart of Asia, I would argue that strategically they have never been closer. That is the idea I would like to share with you today. For more than 20 years, Latin America has experienced China's global expansion firsthand. That experience does not offer simple answers, but it does offer valuable lessons for the Indo-Pacific. The first lesson is that China arrived with a strategy. While much of the world looked elsewhere, and I mean the US, Europe, and Asia, China invested consistently in ports, mining, technology, agriculture, infrastructure, and finance. These were not isolated business decisions. They reflected a long-term national vision. Whether we agree with China's political system or not, one fact is difficult to ignore. Strategic planning matters. I want to be clear in this point. Democracies should never imitate authoritarianism. But we should ask ourselves an important question. How can democracies think 20 or 30 years ahead with the same strategic consistency while remaining faithful to freedom, transparency, the rule of law, and the respect of human rights? The second lesson is that Latin America's experience has been far more complex than many narratives suggest. Chinese investment has created opportunities, expanded trade, and financed important infrastructure. That is the CCP narrative. But it also has been associated in different countries and to different degrees with corruption scandals, opaque contracts, environmental disputes, limited technology transfer, and growing dependence. Neither the optimistic narrative nor the catastrophic one tells the whole story. Reality is more nuanced, and that nuance is precisely what Latin America can contribute to this conversation. The third lesson is that the quality of investment matters as much as the quantity. Capital alone is not enough. Countries also need transparency, strong institutions, technology transfer, local partnership, and public trust. Trust itself has become a strategic asset. My fourth point is about opportunity. The Indo-Pacific already possesses extraordinary strengths. Japan's innovation, South Korea industrial leadership, Taiwan semiconductor ecosystem, India's scale and talent, Australia critical minerals, Indonesia resources, the Philippines strategic locations. But in my opinion, no single country can match China alone. But together, these countries possess extraordinary complementary strengths. So the challenge is not capability, the challenge is coordination. Latin America should not be viewed simply as another arena of geopolitical competition. It should be seen being as a strategic partner, one that can help diversify supply chains, strengthen economic resilience, and expand long-term cooperation. The best response to dependence is not confrontation. It is creating more choices. Finally, let me speak briefly as a journalist. Infrastructure, technology, and security are essential. But there is another kind of infrastructure we often overlook: information. Latin America still knows too little about Taiwan, South Korea, Japan, and Southeast Asia. And Asia often knows too little about Latin America beyond commodities and business opportunities. This information gap creates spaces to stereotypes, misinformation, fake news, and incomplete narratives. If you want a stronger partnership, we also need stronger journalism, greater academic exchange, more correspondence, and deepen mutual understanding. We must build not only economic bridge, but informational ones. Allow me to conclude. Latin America is not here. I'm not here to tell the Indo-Pacific what to think about China. You know better than me what to think about China. My contribution tried to be different. I can share what we have learned after more than 20 years of living with China's growing presence, its achievements, its shortcomings, its opportunities, and its risks. China came to Latin America with a strategy to build influence. The Indo-Pacific now has the opportunity to build something even more enduring: trust. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for giving us such wonderful, opportunity. And so, speaking of opportunity and the choices, how can Taiwan be a better alternative? So, from our next speaker's perspective, Sean Natali, 2026 Taiwan MOFA Scholar and a visiting fellow at the new institute, will have something to say about it. So welcome, Sean. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello. Everyone hear me? All right. Well, good afternoon, everyone. We're all here in Taiwan today on a very extraordinary moment. Right now in 2026, we're in the middle of a new great power competition, one totally unlike the Cold War of the 20th century came before. In the past, power was defined by missiles, tanks, clearly defined alliances. But now in the 21st century, we're finding that power is better defined by industrial supply chains, new emerging technologies like AI, advanced semiconductors, and critical resources. At the same time, though, for the first time ever, we collectively, the democracies in this room, we find ourselves economically intertwined with a competitor that seeks to weaponize that interdependence to pursue its own interests, often at the expense of our democracies and our security. Economic security has become national security, and the distinction between the two becomes less by the day. This raises one serious fundamental question. How do we as democracies respond, and how can we best organize to meet the unique new challenges of the 21st century? To answer that question, we need to understand the reality of the world we face. Today, our supply chains are deeply globalized, especially in many critical industries that has left the democratic world heavily dependent on production concentrated in a small number of places. Leveraging both economic dependence and over-reliance on American military power, challengers have risen to rewrite international norms to suit their ambitions, often at the cost of our collective democracies. The question before us isn't if globalization will continue, rather, it's what kind of globalization and partnerships do we intend to build. This is why I believe it is best to view the world through a lens that is best described as strategic complementarity. Simply put, I believe strategic complementarity is best described as the idea that alliances and relationships are strongest when each partner contributes distinctive rather than duplicative capabilities. There are strategic roles and niches that each of our democracies gathered here today is better suited to fill than the others. Strategic complementarity recognizes that resilience comes from organized strength rather than attempting national self-sufficiency. No democracy can do everything, but every democracy can do something exceptionally well. The challenge is learning how to connect those strengths. Those strengths may be military, industrial, technological, or even diplomatic. Together, they make democratic alliances and relationships between democracies more resilient than any nation could be alone. And in my view, Taiwan's policy of value-added diplomacy, championed by Foreign Minister Lin, is a natural extension of this broader strategic logic. If strategic complementarity explains how democracies should organize their collective strengths, then Taiwan's value-added diplomacy demonstrates what that looks like in practice. If I were to ask most of you right now, what is Taiwan's greatest value added? Most would probably give answers about advanced computer chips, AI, semiconductors, things like that. While these are all incredibly important, they are just one facet of Taiwan's added value. Taiwan isn't merely a chip island. It has become one of the leading global architects of democratic resilience and of securing the future of critical supply chains from authoritarian influence. An essential component of securing our democracies lies in protecting and revitalizing democratic industrial supply chains. And in my opinion, this is one of Taiwan's greatest values added. We have all seen the very real security risks that have arisen from over-reliance on a single market or economy. We have witnessed how economic dependence can be transformed into political leverage, from cases of rare earth exports to Japan, pressure on South Korea over THAAD, trade restrictions against Australia, supply chain pressures on Lithuania. The lesson is clear. Concentration creates vulnerability, and vulnerability can become coercion. As we in this room debate how to overcome this problem, Taiwan has already been implementing a solution. And that solution is to build resilient industrial ecosystems, or in the language of today's panel, that means building non-red supply chains. Taiwan's greatest strategic asset isn't simply the ability to produce advanced tech or replicate a singular factory overseas. It's the ability to relocate and construct entire ecosystems necessary to produce critical and advanced tech. Back in 2019, American firms like Apple began to realize the dangers of overconcentration of production, especially in a place with growing geopolitical risks like trade tensions, instances of economic coercion, and then later disruptions caused by 2019. So Apple looked to trusted partners like Taiwan's Foxconn to lead their diversification efforts. They did because they knew Foxconn wasn't just going to take a factory from China build it somewhere else, and leave it dependent on things from China to keep that factory running. What Foxconn did is it partnered together with other essential Taiwanese businesses and firms like Quanta, Catcher Technology, Compal, Pegatron, and others. They invested billions of dollars into Vietnam and India, and they hand-built the industrial ecosystems that a factory that builds Apple products needs to thrive and survive. They invested in local sources for raw materials, aluminum, magnesium cases for iPhones and MacBooks, all the way to clean room maintenance and production and more. They totally replicated the industrial supply chain from outside of China somewhere else. And the implications and lessons from this go way beyond Vietnam. What Taiwan has managed to do at a time when democracies around the world are trying to reduce their dependence on authoritarian supply chains and resources has demonstrated that trusted industrial ecosystems can be successfully replicated, especially with democratic and trusted partners. This is a perfect case study for everyone in this room, from the democracies of Europe trying to diversify away from Russian energy to ending over-reliance on China. Taiwan has shown that we can successfully mitigate geopolitical risk and together as democracies replicate the resources and industrial supply chains critical to maintaining our security and prosperity. And that, my friends, in my opinion, is both one of Taiwan's greatest values added and strategic complementarity in practice. In conclusion, the question before us is not whether globalization will continue, but what kind of globalization we wish to build. It is vital that we begin implementing a real democratic industrial strategy focused on building our industrial capacity with trusted democratic partners. Let me be clear. The purpose of a non-red supply chain is not about economic isolation. It is strategic resilience. Democratic nations must work to ensure that no single supplier or market can exercise disproportionate influence over critical industries or policy decisions. We will not be able to fully replicate existing supply chains overnight, but we need to start making the investment and laying the groundwork now. The linchpin to our collective future prosperity and security is industrial, and Taiwan has become a key player in creating and sustaining democratic resilience across our industrial ecosystems, and I, for one, am grateful for it. The future of democratic resilience, alliances, and partnerships will not be determined only by what we defend. It will be determined by what we build together. That is strategic complementarity, and I believe it will be one of the defining principles of democratic cooperation in the 21st century. Thank you all for your time. It's an honor to be here, and I look forward to answering any of your questions.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you for your idea of strategic complementarity. It makes me think that in some key industries, usually in economic terms, it has the natural monopoly, this kind of feature, which means we don't want too many competitors competing each other and make everyone non-profitable at the first beginning. So that, if we can gather like-minded countries, democratic countries together and share their own advantage and working together to succeed in one place and then duplicate in other places to have more jobs across the alliances, economies. I think that's something that we should work on in terms of the incentive and the institutional designs, especially back on the international trade laws. We want competition, but we also want the fair, competition. Free market, but also fair competition. And to that, last but not least, let me welcome my long-term friend, Dr. Lian Xianming. He is currently the president of Zhonghua Institute of Economic Research, and also he's a dual-function guy, as I know him. He's a great expert in both trade and industrial policies. So, Dr. Lian Xianming, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here.
I think we all agree that in recent years, global supply chain has changed dramatically. From prioritizing the efficiency and cost reduction to emphasize the resilience, security, and trustworthiness. I think that for Taiwan, that development actually presents both challenge and opportunity. Taiwan are no longer viewed just as indispensable manufacturing base within the global supply chain. Instead, Taiwan has the potential to become a partner and create a long-term value for the like-minded country. I think Sean actually made the point very clear in his talk. But I want to actually say a few words about the value of the Taiwan in this kind of the supply chain's resilience. I want to talk about three perspectives. I think the first one is a lot of the people actually right now, they talking about Taiwan, they talked about the semiconductor, they talked about TSMC. But in fact, Taiwan, I think the strengths extended far beyond that. Over the several decades, I think the Taiwan has built a comprehensive innovation ecosystem that integrated information and communication technology, AI, and advanced manufacturing and world-class engineering talents. I think that this capacity has enabled Taiwan to become one of the most important partner in the global economy. Let me give you two examples. I think the first one is actually drone industry. And we all know drones is very important in the Ukrainian war. But in addition to the military application, drone has increasing deploys in the disaster relief, infrastructure inspection, and environmental monitoring and public safety. And furthermore, drone has become a strategic industry because they integrate advanced semiconductor, AI software, communication, sensor, and so on and so forth. And however, the vast majority of the drone components are in the hand of the Chinese company, DJI, for example. And recognize this strategic importance, the Taiwanese government has identified the drone industry as a national priority with three major objectives. First, to promote the industry development. The second is to strengthen the defense resilience, and also to deepen the Taiwan's integrations into the democratic supply chain. For that reason, Taiwan has actively expanded partnership with the United States and with Europe through the joint technology development, industrial collaboration, and to create what we call the trusted supply chain. I think that is one of the examples that Taiwan can work together with a democratic partner and to develop the strategic industry to balance both the economic resilience and the national security. The second example, which I think is not about the advanced manufacturing, it's about that Taiwan at the early stage of the COVID, in face of the shortage of the face mask. So Taiwan's actually established what we call the national face mask team to rapidly increase the domestic production of face masks. I think the government actually coordinated the machinery towards the manufacturing, mask producers, pharmacies, and public agency to build the new production for within 2 months. I think that's an example. This is what we call the national face mask team. Is a good example about the resilience and adaptability of the Taiwan manufacturer capacity. And
it's not about the advanced technology, but it illustrates that Taiwan's manufacturing strengths not just about the efficiency and technology capacity, but it's to reorganize rapidly within the very short period of time and maintain the domestic supply of the essential goods during the crisis. And the second aspect, which I think that Taiwan could contribute, is I know that de-risking is something that a lot of the country has been try to promote in the in recent years. But I think that Taiwan could contribute is Taiwan for decades has operated under constant geopolitical pressures, and while maintaining an open and exports-oriented economy. And I don't have to speak, but I think everyone in this room understands that Taiwan constantly faces a challenge from China, and then Taiwan still have to think about how to develop the diversified market and to develop an economy and reduce the dependency from the one source, and also to balance the economic openness and national security. As a result, Taiwan has accumulated a lot of the valuable practical experience in response to economic coercion, to manage the political risk, geopolitical risk, and maintain the industrial competitiveness. I don't think there are many countries like Taiwan who are so experienced to address this kind of challenge. Taiwan is one of the few countries which actually has adopted the export control, investment review, and also that reviewing the foreign investment. I think this kind of the experience are equally important when we try to face a challenge of authoritarian regime. It's not just about how to actually to overturn the whole rest supply chain. It's how you are going to maintain the balance. I think that's a real challenge. I think that Taiwan has been very experienced to do that, and the combination of the technology capacity and also the industrial resilience actually represent a unique opportunity for Taiwan to contribute. And I'm particularly interested in this one because as the president of the CIER, I'm very delighted to share with other countries about our instrument to maintain the balance here. And the third aspect I think that Taiwan could contribute is that we actually treasure and vary the democratic partners. I think that everybody in this room understands that Taiwan actually faces a very unique and practical diplomatic challenge. And for that reason, I think that Taiwan places a particular value to every friendship and the partner. It's partnership it developed. It does not take the international support for granted, but seek to rebuild build up the relationship with trust and the partner which are willing to commute and willing to have the long-term relationship. This is, I think, approach actually reflects Taiwan's spirit of the value-added diplomacy, and which bring together the government agency, business, university, research institute, and civil society all together, and to work together. And so cooperation with China can extend well beyond the traditional diplomatic exchange to include the trade, investment, and resilient supply chain, and public health, and semiconductor, and talent development. And working with Taiwan, I think the partner country can establish a comprehensive and substantial relationship that combine the shared value and practical collaboration that in the end going to deliver the lasting benefit from both sides. This is what I think the Taiwan, in addition to what other people think that it's just a global supply chains partner. I think that's the three aspects I think that Taiwan could help to develop and also to contribute to the international community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lien. So because we don't have much time, so I'm thinking about maybe having one question from me and also maybe one or two questions from the audience. My question is very simple. My former boss, the current Foreign Minister Lin Jialong, always said one thing to me: make yourself as the shareholder or the stakeholder of a bigger picture, and also invite other people to be also the shareholder and stakeholder of this. So if I could have one metaphor. So if we start up a new IPO company and with the shareholder from the third way, the middle power, democratic countries, and putting resources together and also have different branches across a continent, which imply that investment may be first, then comes the free trade after all. So with that metaphor, what kind of things that you guys think could be the priority that we march together? No matter it's a drone or a critical mineral or AIs or other industrial field, especially as I like the idea of the media. The media, the service industry is also very important because of all kinds of economic corrosion doesn't have to come from manufacturing, but also from service industries. So I would like to propose this kind of a scenario stimulating that, and also invite each of our speakers to express your ideas. Maybe from the Minister Fast, if we want to foster investment, what kind of trade framework or common regulation framework that you think the most important?
Well, the first question is going to be, where will that framework be based or rooted? So is that at the World Trade Organization, which has become a rather anemic organization that is unable to actually enforce its own rules or even adjudicate over disputes? And that's why I've talked a lot about rejuvenating the free trade system amongst willing partners, like-minded partners, because that's where you can actually harness common values, common commercial or economic objectives, and then leverage those into real power. And I'm not talking oppressive or coercive power, effective power that will help recommit the middle powers to a rules-based order, especially when it comes to the global economy and trade. So that should be the starting point. Find out, where do we start? Do we start at the WTO? I suggested that that's a good place to look for remedial action. Is that a realistic objective right now? Probably not, because the United States is not there yet. But I would suggest that a rediscovery of free trade agreements, plurilateral agreements, is probably a more effective strategy going forward.
Okay, very good. This is also kind of my idea, just put it very simple and frankly. Just don't have any trouble on tariff for maybe at least 10 or 20 years, so everybody can work together not being afraid of, being attacked or something, it might be is a good starting point. Next, Thomas.
Yes, thank you very much indeed. I think that that your question really touches the key point. And I would say that in general, for any business, their risk is a kind of an obvious strategy for any business. So politically, it might be for certain actors irritating, but it's kind of normal that businesses, they risk, right? So, but the key challenge, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, is to ensure that markets will be willing to pay the premium. So you have to introduce a mechanism which will enable market participants to price the risk. What's the risk that we are facing? If they can't price the risk, they will not offer any premium. For any product, technology, you might imagine that will be more resilient, because increased resilience involves higher costs. You have to compensate for those costs. That's how, if we are talking about IPO, so any investor would ask, okay, what's your guarantee that return that I expect will be generated from that investment? And in order to do that, once again, this keyword, coordination. So depending on the line of business or the issue in question, it's not so hard to answer whether it will be an FTA or an FTA plus or even informal coordination mechanism. The most important thing is that it has to be credible for those people who are expected to put money in this venture, right? So credibility is something which is hard to earn, right? So you have to be credible, because otherwise no one will put money into that, right? So I would say that in general, that means ensuring an offtake for any product that we could consider kind of, more resilient, right? So, and this offtake can be guaranteed only if market participants know that they will, that they should do it, and for that reason, they are willing to pay this premium that I referred to. Thanks.
Thank you very much. That kind of make me think in the importance of the international development funding, like the strong, counterpart from the U.S. or Japan. They were willing to put money to develop public procurement to make this, vital necessities to grow up. Just like, we breed our own startups if it is meaningful. So this kind of mechanism design is also very important. And how about, the other industries, or, in terms of the services industries, or any kinds of thoughts that you think might prevent the economic coercion or penetration from the authoritarianism?
I agree with Ed and Thomas, and I would like to add 2 ideas from my previous message: complementary coordination and informational bridges. Complementary coordination, because the Indo-Pacific has a lot to offer to Latin America. And information bridges, because in Latin America we have only one narrative, and it's the CCP narrative. And we know little about Japan, Taiwan, South Korea, and the Indo-Pacific, and the Southeast. So that are the 2 points I want to remark in this question.
Thank you. So again, private, power from private sector, and maybe some of the NGOs is also very important to clarify this information gap. Sean, open your question. You can answer a lot. I know you have a lot of ideas.
For NGOs or for?
No, for the how to effectively put people together to work on some important emerging economic issues. Yeah.
Well, I think the way forward is pretty clear. It's pretty obvious. We don't like what China is doing in the South China Sea. We don't like what China is doing, constantly threatening Taiwan. We are economically intertwined with them. They have benefited from our money for 30 years. I remember sitting in Budapest and at the Budapest Global Dialogue, and I forget who he was, but they had one of their ministers from the CCP. He got up on stage. He said, hey, when you guys started investing in us and when you guys started incorporating us in the WTO, no one told us that we had to behave or that we had to become a democracy. And he was exactly right. No one told them. If we want to have a China that behaves on the international level, we need to bite the bullet. We need to start divesting away and rebuilding these industrial supply chains, because the future of our security is industrial supply chains. It's going to cost a lot of money now, but if we want to have a free and open Indo-Pacific or a free and open world, it's what we need to do. And we can bring China to the table and say, look, there is a future, a great way that we can all cooperate with each other. You can make money, you can be rich, your people can be prosperous, our people can be prosperous. That's going to be a lot harder if you keep doing what you're doing in the South China Sea, if you're behaving the way you are on the international stage. So we have to get together, whether it's through a NATO framework or the WTO framework. We just all need to get to the table, and we just all need to collectively decide that we need to start now.
Thank you very much. Dr. Lien?
I think I kind of agree with Thomas said that you need to make the commitment in order to be able to build a supply chain. And you probably need to pay a higher price just in order to maintain or to sustain the supply chain. The problem is, who is going to do that? How are you going to enforce that in this organization? And so I think that in order to counter the what we call the impact of the red supply chain, you probably cannot just leave the market to decide everything. And what we have learned from the past is if you just count on the market, China going to be the winner because the government is going to subsidize them for the first stage to win the market, and then they probably are going to kick out all the competitor and then to dominate the market. So you need the government from the different democratic society willing to compete, willing to participate. And this is, again, very different from the just a free market. And as an economist, I really don't like the idea of the government to intervene in the market, but in order for us to secure the safety of the supply chain, we probably need to think about that. We probably need the government to pre-commit a price or a certain amount of quantity, or so that the player in the market are willing to participate. Otherwise, nobody is going to participate because it's not able to compete with China. And that's, I think, it's a reality that we face. So we need to think more broadly how to incorporate the government into this game. Cannot be just the market to decide everything.
Thank you. At least, because this is very complex questions, so, but I think we have done a very good job, and maybe today's program we will have some reports after all, and everybody can think again based on that. So with that being done, I'm now opening the floor to our audience, maybe 1 or 2 questions. Okay, Professor, let the Deputy Director General firstly, and then the Professor, okay.
Hi, I'm Chuan-Yi Zhang from Taiwan Foundation for Democracy. My question is addressed to Mr. Laureano Perez Izquierdo, as well as to the rest of the panel. You mentioned about there's only one narrative, and in Latin America and perhaps also in the global south, that it's CCP's narratives. So if we're talking about building a non-red supply chain, are we risking pushing certain population of the world into having to choose? And it looks like the global south, by default, at the current stage, may choose to join the red supply chain. So by doing so, we're in certain sense creating unnecessary enemies by introducing this non-red supply chain, which seems also quite necessary. So what kind of strategy would you actually use to avoid creating such a dilemma for people in Latin America and in Africa? Thank you.
Mr. Laureano? I think the dilemma is not for the people only, but for the governments. And you said about the choice. It's not only about the choice. It's if you can't choose anything if you don't have options. And Latin America has not many options today. And we have only one narrative, the CCP narrative, but we don't have investment from the rest of the world yet. So the problem, I think, is not have choices, not has, for example, when I want to talk with an ambassador, it's difficult to me to create a space where he can say to me interesting things, you know what I mean? And they prefer to keep silent and not to talk. And I think the Indo-Pacific has a lot to say, not only about China, but yourself. And that is the main problem with narratives. And the problem with investment is that we don't have investment. We are not trust region, I know that, but we have no choices. And that is the main problem for me.
Okay, maybe you can talk to Laureano after all, since that is very difficult questions to answer. Professor Jacob?
Thank you. I have a question to Dr. Lien over here. Yeah. So, Dr. Lien, I mean, for non-red supply chains, you need to engage with democracies. But democracies are problematic creatures. They have internal dynamics. So, I mean, if you talk of the US is an example. EU has very tough environment and labor standards. India, Japan have interest groups. So my question is, and I ask this to you because your institution has done several studies on the SECA with India, the Economic Cooperation Framework, etc. Is it absolutely necessary for Taiwan to engage in an FTA or SECA or CPTPP to be able to be part of non-red supply chains? What do you see are the challenges or the possibilities for Taiwan to be able to do this without such formal agreements?
Dr. Lien and then Thomas.
That's a very difficult question. I think there are two parts. The first is about that, are you able to develop the non-red supply chain within the democratic regions? And I think that at least in the Taiwan example and also the example of the Southeast, the East Asia, Taiwan and South Korea and Japan, we work together actually to develop the semiconductors supply chain altogether. So I think it is possible to do that within the democratic regime. And of course that each country actually has a specialty and face a different challenge, but in reality it's possible to do that. The second one is whether the Taiwan actually really need to join this kind of the international trade organization in order to develop that. Of course, right now Taiwan is not a part, not a part of the CPTPP, and is not does not join the RCEP and does not join pretty much any trade organization groups, and Taiwan still be able to do that. But I would say that it is not necessary, but I would think that Taiwan can also benefit if the Taiwan can join this, of course, the CPTPP. It's just that Taiwan has so many diplomatic challenges to face in order to be able to join. But if we had the chance, I think that it can make the Taiwan's industry more balanced. Right now, Taiwan's the industry actually concentrated in the ICT and the semiconductor. By joining the CPTPP, Taiwan probably can utilize that the bigger market to focus more and to develop more on the traditional sector. So I think that still we are able to do that, but I think there are benefits for us to join that.
Thomas, 30 seconds before we...
Thank you very much. Just wanted to respond to the previous question, as I found it, I find it, a key question. And my short answer will be, no, we should not, in my view, compete, saying that you are with us or against us. The right way, in my view, is to offer cooperation based on open systems. So just very short example, online payments. So for instance, many global south countries, they've learned that maybe, having a foreign platform to have mobile payments working in your country can be weaponized. It can be weaponized. Their view is that it can be weaponized by the US, China, other providers. So our response, for example, middle powers' response should be provide them with guidance how to build their own payment systems on open standards. Like in Europe, there are several examples, right? And actually, I bet that they would choose our solution. It's not necessarily that we have to make money on everything. We have to be ready to provide certain assistance, but not aid. Assistance as a kind of platform for them to grow, develop their capabilities, and business will come to us from these endeavors at a later stage. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Thomas. I also have the same feeling as you. Okay, always given guidelines and also always give them choices. I think the Global South sooner or later will come to realize that China is not countable. And also, China is on the downturn. So this is the best time for us to be united as one. Okay, thank you very much for all of the participants. Our Vice Minister is here. So with that, we end our third section. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please give it up to our moderator and panelists. And I'd like to invite all of you to please join us for a group picture. Please come forward. Thank you very much for this wonderful session. Okay, wonderful. Please face the camera. 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much. Another one. All right, wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. You may return to your seat. Thank you very much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, today's forum has given us an opportunity for profound exchanges of opinions on current regional issues. And I'd like to once again thank all speakers, home and abroad, for their valuable insights that they've shared throughout the dialogue. And now, to conclude the forum, please join me in welcoming Mr. Ge Baoxuan, the Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs, to come up to the stage and deliver the closing remarks. Okay, and before we begin, I'd like to once again invite all of you to please give it up to Mr. Ge Baoxuan, the Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs. A big round of applause for joining us in the closing ceremony. Welcome. Sorry, we're about to turn on the microphone. Just a moment. Thank you very much.
It's okay now? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, what a long day. The 2026 凱達格蘭 Forum is coming to a close. On behalf of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to everyone who has engaged in this milestone event. Whether you participated in person or joined us online, your contributions greatly enriched the forum's 10th edition. This year, Taiwan marks the 30th anniversary of its first direct presidential elections, and so we have honed in on democratic resilience and continue to work for the collective defense of the Indo-Pacific and non-red supply chains. We have also looked at the ramifications of the transnational repression exacerbated by the law of promoting ethnic unity and progress, which China put in force on July 1st. This forum identified emerging challenges associated with political polarization worldwide, authoritarian expansionism, gray zone coercion in the first island chain, and dubious supply chains. To seek solutions to these issues for the international community, we have turned to the values of democracy, peace, and prosperity. These define today's Taiwan. I believe that today's fruitful discussions will lead to a more democratically resilient international community, a stronger Indo-Pacific partnership, and a more prosperous global economic order in which Taiwan plays a reliable and trustworthy role. Now I would like to bring up a reminder to all like-minded democratic partners. The law on promoting ethnic unity and progress is by no means China's internal affair. We conclude that this legislation represents a flagrant provocation that runs against the rule of law, freedom, and national sovereignty everywhere. Authoritarian expansion is not only aimed at Taiwan. If we remain silent about the lawfare and transnational repression of this act, freedom will come under fire around the world. In the face of China's hegemonic actions, the democratic camp has by no means to compromise or retreat. We must forge a strong international democratic line of defense, and we must counter this law by issuing statements, enacting legislation, taking concrete action, and engaging in intelligence sharing. Only then can we send a clear, unwavering signal to authoritarian regimes. Democracies will not bow to coercion, and we will never surrender our free way of life. Taiwan's resilience is critical to the resilience of global democratic alliance. And the anchor of this free and open Indo-Pacific, Taiwan serves as a powerful testament against authoritarian expansion. We call upon our global democratic allies and partners to stand with us and to work together to raise awareness of these problems created by China's new law. We must also enhance exchanges and cooperation as we advance and implement robust countermeasures. Based on Taiwan's unique identity and democratic convictions, we will work side by side with the international community to ensure that freedom, peace, and prosperity are passed on to future generations. This forum continues to prepare us for the challenges and opportunities ahead. Finally, I wish you all the very best and look forward to seeing you at next year's event. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the remarks. Vice President Ge, thank you so much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we now finally officially conclude凱達格蘭Forum 2026 Indo-Pacific Security Dialogue. We'd like to thank all of you for joining us all the way till the end. And we believe that your time here has made a deep impression and you have gained new insights. Thank you so much and see you in 2027. Thank you.